everybody. Thank you so much for joining for another day of Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards, co-hosted with India Pharma Expo. We are starting in about 5 minutes, requesting everybody outside to please join us back, get seated so that we can start with our program in 5 minutes. Thank you. Can we have the event video in the meanwhile? Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Requesting everybody outside at the expo also to come join us for the Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards. Requesting everybody to please take their seats, be seated, be comfortable so that we can start with our program. Requesting everybody outside to please join us in the hall, be seated so that we can start our program in 5 minutes. India Pharma Expo is also available on all social media handles, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Please feel free to drop your feedback, your comments in the comments section of the pages. It is by India Pharma Expo at all the platforms, all social media handles. We also post regular updates about the summit, about the exhibition daily, and live tweets also go up there. So all your queries, your feedbacks can be easily dropped to us. We will also be having the day-long activities, the updates of the entire day, today, yesterday, and tomorrow as well, going over there. So feel free to log in, follow us, and also stay updated on the upcoming events, which is the next year's India Pharma Expo and different summits that Elets Technomedia does. So stay updated on that, follow us over there, and so that you are updated on the daily updates of this day and the next events as well. Requesting everybody outside to please join us back. Let us start with the summit. We are starting the summit in just few minutes, requesting everybody to please join us, be seated so that we can start with our program. Can we have the event video, please? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, industry leaders, innovators, and partners. We are starting this program now, requesting you all to please be seated so that we can start with our activities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and partners. A heartiest welcome to the second day of Nextgen Pharma Summit Awards. We are back for the day-long activities full of innovation, collaboration, and thought leadership. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to Nextgen Pharma Summit, co-hosted with India Pharma Expo 2026 at the prestigious High-Tech Exhibition Center here in Hyderabad. On behalf of Elets Technomedia and eHealth magazine, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you for joining us to celebrate innovation, collaboration, and the future of pharma and life sciences ecosystem. Over the next 2 days and the 3 days that we are here, we will bring together visionaries, leaders, policymakers, and entrepreneurs and technology providers all in one platform to explore critical themes that are shaping the future of pharma, ranging from biologics and biosimilars, AI in drug discovery, clinical research in innovation, and manufacturing excellence, along with global supply chain resilience, and much more. This expo is not just an event, it is a confluence of ideas, innovation, and impact. Each session today is also carefully crafted to address the key challenges and opportunities in the pharmaceutical landscape. I would like to take this moment to bid a heartfelt thank you to our partners for making this summit and this expo a grand success. Silver partner, Duttweiler, bronze sponsor, Wizen Life Sciences, our knowledge partner, Rapid Ion, outreach partner, FTCCI, supporting partners, Aspure, Bharat Rubber Works, SFC Cold Chain Logistics Private Limited, Bry Air, Herbert, Bajaj Formulations, Captivis, Jagdamba Enterprise, IHM, and BDMAI. Thank you so much. Each one of you is not just a collaborator, you are the co-creator of India's healthcare innovation story. We have an ample lineup of exhibitors in hall number 1 and 3, which are also waiting for you to collaborate with them. So now let me just introduce a little bit about Elets Technomedia. Elets Technomedia is Asia and Middle East premier media technology research and knowledge consulting organization. Since its inception in 2003, founded by Dr. Ravi Gupta, Elets has been championing the cause of governance by building knowledge-sharing platforms and highlighting the importance of innovations in various sectors, including governance, health, education, pharma, urban, industrial, and BFSI sectors through conferences, summits, exhibitions, print publications, contract publishing, and knowledge portals, and much more. Can we have the Elets video, please? Now, to officially open the summit, it is my honor to invite our key leaders who have joined us for the inaugural session. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Sarvesh Singh, who's the Director and CEO of Telangana Life Sciences from Government of Telangana. Sir, if you can please join us on stage. A huge round of applause. I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, Honorable Secretary for Industry Pharmacy Division from Indian Pharmaceutical Association. So please join us on stage. A huge round of applause. I would also like to call upon stage Dr. Anand Govindulri, who's the Chairman of Govind Holdings. A huge round of applause. Sir, can we please have you up on stage? I would also like to invite a visionary leader whose work has been synonymous with thought leadership, innovation, and impact across governance, technology, and healthcare, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia, and editor-in-chief of eHealth magazine, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Sir, can we please have you up on stage? For over 2 decades, Dr. Ravi has been building platforms that connect ideas, impact around India, Asia, and the Middle East. Under his leadership, Elets Technomedia has become a bridge between the policy and practice, bringing together governments, institutions, and innovators to drive digital transformation across sectors. He believes that every transformation begins with a meaningful conversation, and today we are part of such defining conversation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ravi Gupta for his welcome address.
So, welcome to the second day of this event, India Pharma Expo and Nextgen Pharma Summit Awards. Elets has been bringing out this magazine, just eHealth, since the year around like 20 years back. In the year 2005, we launched this. So at that time, our vision was like simple, that a lot of things are happening in this technology sector, and there's a need to bridge the dialogue between the academia, research, industry and the policy. And after 2 decades uh, of our work in the healthcare and the pharma sector, we have organized leadership summits in healthcare and pharma across the country, including Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, and Gujarat, and like several other states of the country, and also in Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Dubai, Bahrain, UK, and also in Denver, USA. So, over the last 2 decades, Elets has organized more than 1,000 plus conferences, collaborated with almost all the states of the country, including Telangana, collaborated with more than 75 municipal corporations and district administrations in the country, reached out to more than 10 countries outside India, and have built up our work in bridging the industry, academia, and research and policy dialogue in more than 30 sectors, including agriculture, transportation, banking and finance, healthcare, pharma, and several other sectors. So, with this, it's my honor to welcome you all on the second day of India Pharma Expo. Uh, uh, we have more than 100 speakers over the 3 days, and these speakers represent various segments of the pharma and the healthcare industry and the supply chain. We have also more than 300 brands which are represented here. The exhibition area is here in like two halls. One hall is here, and there's another hall adjacent to it, besides the food court. So I would request you all to actually visit both the halls, and more than 150 exhibitors are here, and more than 300 brands are here represented at this event. And we are all aware that the state of Telangana is the pharma capital of India. Hyderabad is the pharma capital of India, and this place is the important provider of pharma uh, 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 um, the inventions, innovations, and productions which are important not only for India but across the globe. So with this, I welcome you all, and I welcome our senior like dignitaries on the dais, including Sarvesh Anandji, and the secretary from the Pharma Association of India, for joining us, and we are honored to have you here. Thank you and namaskar.
And we have a huge round of applause. With that, let us move on to hearing insights from our key leaders that we have here today. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Sarvesh Singh, Director and CEO of Telangana Life Sciences and Government of Telangana. Mr. Singh has been a key instrument in not only facilitating the important role in Telangana Life Sciences, but also for this summit and this expo that we are here today. And we are very honored and grateful to have him with us. Thank you so much. Sir, can we please have you for your keynote address? A huge round of applause.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, congratulations to Elets for hosting this 3-day expo and conference, especially to Ravi for spearheading. As you said, he has done like thousands of such events, which is like a great milestone. And as Ravi mentioned that the place where you are sitting today is known as Pharma Capital of India. And since I work with government of Telangana, I feel that it's an honor and a privilege to be leading that sector here in Telangana. And I would like to tell you that how Telangana reached to the stage where it is today, because I could see several people who are not from the state of Telangana and might not be aware of all the ecosystem and the history. which and the effort which went to bring the sector where it is today. So I think Telangana is quite unique in its pharmaceutical journey, because that journey started even before India became independent. So we became independent in 1947, and in 1944 itself, Nizam of Hyderabad started with a research institution called CLSIR, Central Laboratories for Scientific and Industrial Research. In 1956, that became an ICMR institution, and then in 1989, that was renamed as Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. And today, not just in Telangana, but all over India, you will see a lot of alumni from Indian Institute of Chemical Technology are leading, or they are entrepreneurs who have set up like multi-hundred crore pharmaceutical business on their own. In 1967, then Prime Minister of India, Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, he established IDPL, Indian Drug and Pharmaceuticals Limited. That was a factory, again, that gave birth to a lot of pharmaceutical companies, which you see here in India. So even Dr. Reddy's founder, Dr. Anji Reddy, he was also an employee of IDPL at one point of time. There are several other pharmaceutical giants which you see today. They have some association with IDPL. And IDPL was set up in that day because India has huge dependency on other countries for importing medicines. After independence, there are a lot of things which we were used to import, including medicines. Now, if we fast forward and look into 2026, we are one of the major exporters to rest of the world. So today, Telangana is exporting 1/3 of global world vaccine. So every third vaccine which you see on the planet is actually manufactured here in Telangana. 40% of India's APIs and bulk drugs, they are manufactured here. And 50% of India's API and bulk drug exports, that happens from Telangana. So every second API or bulk drug which you see anywhere on the planet, if it is imported from India, it is manufactured on this soil. So now the question comes that what happened in last 1 century from the time Nizam of Hyderabad started, that Telangana became life sciences capital of India. There are a couple of things which happened, and they are quite unique to this state compared to what you will see anywhere. Number one is the infrastructure. So whenever you go for manufacturing, whether it is pharmaceutical, electronics, or any manufacturing, a huge land parcels they are required in order to set up the manufacturing plants. I think Telangana did a smart move. They started with Genome Valley way back in 1999, almost 27 years back. And that is a dedicated wet lab plug and play facility. So any company, if it could not even afford to build its own infrastructure, can go to Genome Valley. There is built-in infrastructure where you can start your business. So it is not very capital intensive even for medium and small players. Then government also established 7-8 years back something called Medical Devices Park. Again, that is a dedicated park primarily into medical devices. And if we look today, we have got companies like SMT, which are one of the largest manufacturers of stents worldwide. They export even to most regulated markets like US and Japan. Now what government realized, that there is a lot of focus on biologics. So in Genome Valley, we have set up One Bio, which is Biologics Hub, in collaboration with Thermo Fisher. And now startups, they can just pay for consumables and they can use multi-hundred crore equipments which are put up in that facility just by paying for consumables. So in that way, government of Telangana helped in reducing the bar even for entrepreneurs, so that they don't have to have like hundreds of crores in order to start with their biologics experiments. We are also setting up antimicrobial resistance center of excellence in Genome Valley. And again, that is one of its kind, because what we realize is that over a period of time, human civilization has taken so many antibiotics that our body has become resistant to antibiotics. And most of the casualties which you see in operation theaters or in ICUs are because doctors give antibiotics thinking it will work, but in reality it does not work. So through antimicrobial resistance COE, we are trying to run experiments where people can see that how we can basically build and bring more antibiotics in future. So all of these things, they are one of its kind and they are only here in Hyderabad. Other smart thing which government of Telangana did in terms of infrastructure, which you will not see in other states. So if you go into any other metro city, for example, if you go to Bangalore, what you will notice is that there was a city center and then city kept expanding around that center, resulting in lack of groundwater, lack of roads, right? Lot of congestion in the center of the city. If you go to Mumbai, same story. Go to New Delhi, same story. But in Hyderabad, the government basically moved airport from Begumpet to where it is today. So today airport is around 30 to 40 kilometers from the main city. The beauty is that instead of building around center of the city, government said that now let's build the Hyderabad around this new airport. So that basically gives a lot of opportunity and room for improvement of infrastructure. So now from the current airport, if you travel for half an hour to 1 hour in one direction, you will reach Hyderabad, right? Which is the Nizam's time Hyderabad, right? Where you will see Charminar and all the historical museums and everything. From same airport, you travel for half an hour to 1 hour. In other direction, you will reach Sikandrabad. That was the second city which was established here. From same airport, you travel half an hour to 1 hour, you will reach to high-tech city area where you are sitting now. That is called Cyberabad, third city. From same airport, you travel half an hour to 1 hour in other direction, you will reach Genome Valley. Same airport, you travel half an hour to 1 hour in another direction, you will reach Medical Devices Park. From same airport, you travel half an hour to 1 hour, depending on what time of the day you are traveling, you will reach Bharat Future City. That is the fourth city which government is establishing. And I think that fourth city is also being established as one of its kind, because what government realized is that we need to build an ecosystem. As of now, government has built all the clusters. Now they are building all the clusters at one place. So there is around 30,000 acres of land parcel where this Bharat Future City is being built. And there you have dedicated place for AI city, dedicated place for electronics, dedicated place for medical, dedicated place for pharma, dedicated place for entertainment, dedicated place for housing, dedicated place for research, dedicated place for academia. So there is a dedicated space for all these clusters. So all of them are being built at one place. There also, we are going to have one of its class 3,000 to 3,500 acres facility dedicated just for life sciences. So that is a smart thing which government of Telangana did in terms of infrastructure, so that we never run out of infrastructure. Second thing is that if you look into research institutions, you will see Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, which is doing deep research on cell and molecule level. You will see Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics, that is doing a lot of research on cell and gene therapy. You will see National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. They are building the biobank of animals using stem cells. You will see National Institute of Chemical Technology. Again, they are doing their own research when it comes to chemicals. You will see National Institute of Nutrition, which is the one which recommends what should be the diet pattern for Indian diaspora and the citizens here in India. They are quite relevant for any company which is doing research in diabetes, cholesterol, or any other lifestyle diseases. So all these research institutions, again, they are co-located and they are in Hyderabad. You will not see any other city in India where all those research institutions, they are at one place. First of all, they are not in any other city. They are just here in Hyderabad, and they collaborate with a lot of international institutions. Then next part of the ecosystem is the academic area. So you'll see National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, right? The way IITs are for technology, IIMs are for management, NIPERs are for pharmaceutical education and research. So we have got NIPER here in Hyderabad. We have got IIT here in Hyderabad. We have got Triple IT in Hyderabad. And the best part is that majority of employers, or maybe one of the mass employers in Hyderabad, come from life sciences sector. So even the people who are going for technical degrees in IITs, Triple IT, or any other engineering institution, they do internship in these biology institutions. So in that way, the type of talent which is being created in Hyderabad is again one of its kind, which is having a very good blend of technology and biology. Again, that is quite unique. You will not see that anywhere else in the country, right? So in the ecosystem, you heard about infrastructure, you heard about research, you heard about academia. Now, if you look into global capability centers, 8 out of top 15 pharmaceutical companies, they have their global capability centers here in Telangana. And one of the key reasons of all these companies coming to Telangana is that majority of global capability centers, they look for tech transformation, they look for digital transformation. And Hyderabad is quite unique because you name any tech giant, whether it is Microsoft, whether it is Google, whether it is Meta, whether it is Amazon, all of them have one of their largest R&D centers outside their headquarters here in Telangana. So tech talent is more or less sector agnostic. So you hire from these companies and then you train them on domain and they will basically lead the transformations which you are looking for. So that makes this Hyderabad as an attractive destination for all global capability centers. Same way, if you look for incentives for new companies which are trying to establish, Telangana government has two unique things. One is they have TZI pass, which is single window clearance. You don't have to run with paper files to multiple departments in order to get clearance. You just submit your application online at one place and everything will be approved in the electronic system. Second unique thing is that government has meet or beat incentives policy. So if you go to other states and based on whatsoever incentives they are giving, government is more than happy to give, either meet that incentive or beat that incentive depending on what incentives you are getting. So these incentives also incentivize a lot of companies to come and establish here in Hyderabad. And I think if you look from the future perspective, any company which is going to innovate needs this entire ecosystem. You can't operate in silos because you can't have or you can't afford to have everything in-house. You will have dependency on the entire ecosystem. So in case if you are from any of the pharma companies, any of the biotech companies, any of the CROs or any of the CDMOs, on behalf of government of Telangana, I would like to welcome you to establish your company here in Hyderabad and in Telangana and leverage this rich ecosystem which has been built not over last few decades but over last 1 century from 1944 to today in 2026. And even from the future perspective, if we go back to infrastructure from where I started, government is doing something which is quite unique here in Hyderabad and Telangana. And that unique thing is, if you look into other states, so if you look into Kerala, if you look into Karnataka, if you look into Tamil Nadu, right, majority of those states, they are on the coastal area, right, and they have sickle cell geographical structure. Telangana is a landlocked state and it has more or less a circular structure. So government of Telangana organized Telangana Rising Summit a couple of months back in December 25, and they made an announcement that they are going to divide the entire state into 3 areas. One will be Cure, which is core urban region. So 50 kilometers ring road is there in Telangana. So everything within that 50 kilometers ring road will be called as Cure, core urban region. And all high-tech activities, tech-related activities, they will happen in that particular circle. Beyond Cure, now they are building 150 kilometers of regional ring road. Those who follow news would have seen that last week, government of Telangana has deposited 500 plus crore with National Highway Authority of India in order to acquire land parcel to build that 150 kilometers of regional ring road. So now everything within this ORR and RRR will be called as pure, peri-urban region. So all the logistics, lot of manufacturing, lot of food processing, all of that will happen in that particular circle. Beyond 150 kilometer of regional ring road will be called as RARE, rural and agri economy. So that will become rural and agri economy zone. It means all of the fruits production, all of the vegetables, all of the cereals, everything will be produced there. Now, if you look, so everything, all the agriculture is happening in the outermost circle, right? From there, you are pushing everything into the next layer, which is your peri-urban region. All that food is being processed and packed, and then it is being pushed to the core urban region, where you are having all your consumers who are looking for that food. If you look across any state in India, you will not see such distinct division. And now government is going to build the entire infrastructure in order to support these three divisions so that all of these three thrive. So with this, I would like to thank Elets for inviting me for today's event, and I wish all the audience very best for rest of the day today and tomorrow. And as Ravi was saying that since you have traveled all the way from other cities to Hyderabad, or maybe even within Hyderabad from multiple areas, it would be good use of your time to visit all the stalls and see the interesting things which they have, because there is always an opportunity to learn whenever you interact with the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights into Telangana, Hyderabad, as well as the entire life sciences ecosystem. Now, I would like to ask a request upon stage for his address, Dr. Anand Govindulri, who is the chairman of Govind Holdings. He's the founder and CEO of Govind Holdings, a Singapore-based investment firm specializing in healthcare, digital health, and social entrepreneurship. He's a veteran in healthcare investing with over 20 years of experience, and he also previously co-led major biopharma and medtech investments at Temasek Holdings and led the investment division at A-Star ETPL. He is also the author of The Investor's DNA, which is a guide for biomedical startups, and has been recognized with the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Sir, can we please have you up on the dais for your address and talk on decoding the investor's DNA? A huge round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sarveshji. Good morning, dignitaries on the dais. I thank Raviji for giving me this opportunity to address all of you. And it's a wonderful time for all of us to be here, to assemble. Today, I'm going to speak about how an investor looks at investing in companies, especially startup companies. I've spent more than 25 years in Singapore, investing in startup companies, investing in pharmaceutical biotechnology companies, not just in India, but also globally in the US as well as in Europe, having invested in more than 65 companies globally. So let me share with you some of the key observations as to how I have evaluated some of these companies, and at the same time, what are the key criteria for investing, because it will help some of the founders, many of you in the crowd, in the audience, when you are starting a company, or if you have started a company, you may want to know how to do a fundraise and what are the things that are required to be present to an investor. So before I start, I would like to share my inspiration has been two notable scientists. One is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and the other one, I'll keep it as a secret, and I will reveal it as I go along with the presentation. When I first met Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, way back around in 2005, 2006, I asked him, how do you make India strong? And he said one thing, the only way to make India strong is to innovate. What happens if we do not innovate? If we do not innovate, a country of few millions will dictate terms to a nation or to a civilization of few generations. What he meant is that smaller countries across the globe are dictating terms to a large country or to a large nation like India, which is Bharat, few thousand years of civilization, because those countries have not picked up in terms of innovation. Now let us understand what it means. If you look at a country like India, its R&D spend as a percentage of GDP, it is less than 1%. If you compare that with US or with China, they're much higher. And we are quite low in terms of our percentage of focus. So fundamentally, what we have to do is that at a top level, at a national level itself, we have to increase the spend of R&D as a percentage of GDP. While it is easier said than done because our priorities are different for different reasons, what is important for all of us is to look at alternate ways to promote innovation. And one of the ways to promote innovation is to encourage entrepreneurship, especially at a grassroots level. To encourage entrepreneurship at a grassroots level, I think the government of India, including government of Telangana, have taken various initiatives to promote entrepreneurship. And I will basically say that we are doing a good job over the past 5 to 10 years in terms of the number of startups that have emerged. But fundamentally, even then, I'm not fully satisfied. The reason being in life sciences, biotechnology, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, the game is all about intellectual property. How many times do you actually see a biotech company or pharma company talking about filing patents at a global level? India, for a long period of time, for the past 50 years, has been a dominant force in chemistry. We use our knowledge in chemistry to be the number one in pharmaceutical chemistry. So today, when you look at the pharmaceutical industry, we are probably one of the leaders when it comes to process innovation. When it comes to product innovation, we are very good in addressing solutions of blockbuster molecules which have gone off patent. But is that the game? Is that all that we can do? I think we have to up the game because it's not enough for us to be just a volumes player. We have to be a value player. And from volume to value, if you have to move on, you have to embrace the game of innovation. You have to embrace the game of patents. One of the fundamental reasons why China, or for that matter, other countries like US and countries like Germany, France, where I actually often go and teach, excel is because of their heavy investments in the world of innovation. Let me back what I'm saying with some numbers. Recently, I was at University of Cambridge. In Cambridge University, if you notice, it's not easy to go to Cambridge or Oxford. From Paddington Station in London, heart of London, to go to Cambridge or Oxford, it takes a good 2 hours. You have to take a train, and if you take a taxi, it takes about 200 pounds. I know that because I've taken a taxi first, and it really blew my mind how expensive it is to go to Cambridge and Oxford. So I had to take a train the second time, and that took me about 90 minutes to 2 hours to reach there. But do you know Cambridge has an ecosystem? And that ecosystem basically produces one unicorn every year. Yes, my dear friends, one unicorn every year. So in the last 10 years, Cambridge has produced 10 unicorns. And 50% of those unicorns have been in life sciences, biotechnology, and pharmaceuticals. How many unicorns do we have in India? That's a question that you should ask. It's not just about unicorn, it's also about the kind of ecosystem that Cambridge and Oxford has built together to produce world-class companies, especially in disruptive innovation. Now, what about numbers? Do you know how much Cambridge contributes to the UK economy? Just at Cambridge alone, University of Cambridge alone, the Cambridge enterprise, annually contributes about 22 billion pounds every year to the UK GDP. Do you see what is the lost opportunity for India? If India and Indians do not innovate, do not focus on intellectual property, and we do Me Too research, we will be doing a big disservice by not contributing to the economy of the nation. So what happens if all the Indians come forward and focus on innovation and intellectual property generation? Our GDP will rise from 6% to easily 9%. That kind of GDP, if we want to see, we have to focus on innovation. Now, to take on the game of innovation, you need ecosystem. So Cambridge has built a very good ecosystem, and combined with Oxford, both are competitors, okay? They contribute close to about 50 billion pounds to the UK economy. Just 2 universities in the UK. Let's look at what's happening in MIT in the US or Stanford. The ecosystem is much more established. Let's look at what's happening in Singapore. Singapore also, the ecosystem is very established. Per startup, the Singapore government is investing close to about $10 million per startup in deep tech biomedical research. In terms of grants, they are offering up to $1 million of grants. Now, I sit on various committees here in India, on the Startup Fund Committee, BioNest Committee, University of Hyderabad Committee, IIM Committee, so on and so forth. Nowhere we are close to, but I see a hope, and the hope is the youth of India. The future of India is extremely bright because we are producing close to about 20 million plus workforce, skilled workforce, which will be contributing to the economy globally. And I think this is our biggest plus point. So the youth in India, the message I would like to give to all of you is that you have to focus on innovation and intellectual property. Now, is it easy to do that? Well, obviously no, but that's what investors are looking for. Investors would like to invest in disruptive companies. There's not a single company I have invested in where it is not disruptive enough. Of the 65 or 70 companies that have invested, I've always looked at the bar level that you raise in terms of your filing of intellectual property. Now, the second quality that I look for is your ability to take risks. Now, how many of us actually understand or know what is risk? Risk is basically defined as your ability to essentially go out of your comfort zone. Go out of your comfort zone to innovate, to challenge the situation that is there in the society. And the best way to take risk is to essentially look at the problems around you. India is, we are very fortunate because India has got a luxury of problems. And when you have problems, it is easy for you to define the market that you want to get into. Only when you understand the problems, you will be able to focus on the solutions. And bigger the problem, bigger is the risk, and so is the solution. Let me give you an example of a scientist, an Indian scientist, because many of you in the crowd are Telugu people. So I would like to highlight the example of Allapragada Subbarao. How many of you in the crowd have heard this name of Allapragada Subbarao? May I request you to raise your hand? Okay, quite a few. What is the story of Allapragada Subbarao? He's a Telugu scientist, and I would like to highlight how he has taken risk in his life. As a student, he was not good at studies. He failed 10th twice. Do you know that? His mother was crying. She pledged her jewelry and so that she could fund her child's studies. Looking at that, he worked very hard and he went on to join the Presidency College in Madras, and from there did Ayurvedic studies, and from there he went to Harvard. At Harvard, he is the inventor for adenosine triphosphate, the energy currency. He's the inventor for folic acid. He's the inventor for methotrexate, a blockbuster anti-cancer drug, which is being used even now. He's an inventor for tetracycline. So my dear friends, you see, an unsung Telugu hero from India is an unsung biochemist, according to me. He could have easily been nominated as a Nobel Prize, but because for various reasons, he could not get a Nobel Prize. But nevertheless, if you walk into the labs of Lederer Laboratories in US, which is now part of Pfizer, you'll find a bust of Professor Allapragada Subbarao. We all need to take risks like Professor Allapragada Subbarao, and we need to essentially take risks so that we can defy the ordinary course of challenges and be focused on science. The other example I would like to give is that of Hargobind Khorana. How many of you have heard of Hargobind Khorana? Quite a few, right? Hargobind Khorana at MIT, he essentially went on to win a Nobel Prize. When I spoke to him, he said his focus is always on undiluted passion for science. So you have basic scientists, you have applied scientists. What we need to do is find a way, find your mojo as a founder and look at what is it that you're good at and see if it is possible for you to work around that. One of the biggest, I would say, plus points of ecosystems outside India is the collaboration between academia and industry. If you look at US academic institutions, you'll find industry basically being present on the floors of academia. How many such industry partners are there in our universities in India, in Telangana or in Andhra Pradesh, or for that matter, anywhere in India? We don't see that. And that is one of the biggest drawbacks. Unless and until you don't have an industry partner to collaborate with academia, the startup culture will not flourish, because startups essentially need capital. And that capital cannot be just dependent on shareholders' capital or venture capital. They have to have revenues generating from partnerships with pharmaceutical companies. Hence, I would like to request the government of Telangana to essentially make it mandatory for all the pharmaceutical companies to partner with academia and to explore incentives for pharmaceutical companies if they were to partner with academia. The more you have such partnerships, the better for you. Let me give you an example as to how I have collaborated with Case Western Reserve University in the US. Case Western Reserve University in the US has got a patent for the detection of beta thalassemia and sickle cell anemia. How many of you in the crowd know what is sickle cell anemia? Right. Sickle cell anemia happens when the red blood cells basically become sickle shape, that is in a crescent shape, because of which the blood flow doesn't happen properly, right? And the RBC structure is affected. Now, this is a big problem in the tribal regions of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Orissa. And to address this particular problem, I was looking at this technology from Case Western Reserve University. When I visited them, they had a technology where they can detect sickle cell anemia. But the problem was that the instrument that they had built was this big, my height. And it is impossible for us to carry such a big machine into different villages and towns of India. Logistically, it was not convenient. So what I did is that I invited them, the founders, to the Tata Group. I work very closely with the Tata Group. I'm a consultant to the Tata Group. And with the Tata Group, we have a very large medtech team, AI team. So they worked on this particular problem and they converted a huge machine into a portable machine. Now, my dear friends, you'll be happy to know that that particular medtech device is regulatorily approved. It is commercially available in India, Africa, and in the US. So this is a classic example as to how an academia can collaborate with industry. And in this case, it has been shown that if their collaboration is right, if the intent is right, then innovations will become much more, I would say, accessible. And that is the goal of any research. That is the goal of any founder, that your innovation has to be accessible, it has to be affordable, and it has to be essentially be at a cost where everybody, the masses in India, can actually use it. So in this case, the sickle cell testing is now being available at $1, and the entire test takes just about 1 minute. In the case of thalassemia, the test takes about 15 minutes and it is about few dollars. That is the power of innovation. So when you focus on innovation, you will realize that you are able to create impact to the society, and that impact to the society is extremely important. Let me give one more example as to why impact is important. Let's take a story from the life of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, when he was visiting Hyderabad, Nizam Institute of Medical Sciences, he saw a young girl basically crawling and limping. She had a leg assist. She was probably suffering from polio. And when he called her and said, why are you actually crawling and why are you not walking properly? She said that, sir, the leg assist is so heavy. So what did Dr. Kalam do? He went back to his team, to his missile team, and he said, the material that we use to launch missiles in the space, can we use that same material to basically develop a leg assist? And that is how he developed the world's first leg assist for polio patients. That is Dr. Kalam. He didn't have a biomedical degree. He was a missile scientist. He was a people's leader. But what is it that made him different from others? That is empathy. Empathy is what you should be having as a founder. Empathy means care for the poor, care for the underprivileged, care for those who are suffering in the society. Today, what is the use of a technology? What is the use of our innovation and the billions of dollars that we are spending if it doesn't reach the masses? Almost about 800 to 900 million people out of the 1.4 billion people in India are middle class. And many of them are in the lower middle class. Unless and until our solutions do not reach to the bottom of the pyramid, it is impossible for us to create an impact. So my dear friends, to all the founders, one of the basic things that we look at when we invest is basically whether the founder has got empathy to create value. What is happening today? Today's startup has become a gimmick because it's a gimmick for valuation. Everybody is basically looking at shortcuts to make money. And unless and until you change your attitude, you change the way you look at startups from a problem perspective, from an impact perspective, from an empathy perspective, it is unlikely that such founders will be succeeding. One of the key things that I look for is essentially
the character of a founder. It is important for us to understand the character of the founder because many a times now we are listening to and we are hearing stories of corporate governance issues in large companies as well as in small companies. In fact, these corporate governance issues, be it basically fudging of numbers or maybe mismanagement or operational issues, essentially dent the image of the country. And hence it is important for all of us to think about not just about our startup, but our society and also the impact that we will be having through our actions to our entire country. So my dear friends, in short, what I would like to say is that any founder who wants to raise his money from an investor needs to have three important things. One is the vision. The other is the ability to translate that vision into an actionable plan. Third is essentially the ability to build a management team. As what Mr. Ratnadada once said, that if you want to walk fast, you walk alone. But if you want to walk far, you need to have a team along with you. So try to look for those team members who are essentially part of your vision, part of your mission statement to build a world-class company. Last but not the least, today we are standing or we are in an environment where the investment scenario globally is extremely fragile. That's because of the geopolitical conditions. Geopolitical conditions affect each and every one of us. We are not insulated from the geopolitical scenario that happens in the US or in the Middle East or in any other part of the world. Hence, it is important for us to recognize that we are fortunate to have a domestic consumption market, which is quite large. We have to strengthen a domestic consumption market. Unless and until our domestic consumer market strengthens both in terms of pricing, in terms of product innovation, we will not succeed. And if we are only dependent on the US or in terms of the Europe, they will dictate terms during unfavorable circumstances. And in such a condition, what happens is that you become essentially a victim of some of the policies which are not in favor of the country. So what is Viksit Bharat for me? Viksit Bharat means each and every founder, each and every entrepreneur to be thinking about innovation, to be thinking about how their solutions can actually impact the society, can impact the nation going forward. I would also like to share with you is that all this talk is incomplete if we do not have an ecosystem. And that ecosystem basically comes with not just the academic institutions being built here in the country or being built in a particular society. You need to have access to venture capital. If you look at Silicon Valley and if you look at Massachusetts, the reason for the growth of the startup companies is because of the ecosystem in terms of the venture capital. You've got multiple venture capital firms that have actually been built out there who back startups. Today, the problem that we are seeing in India, especially, is that the government is funding a lot of seed stage startup companies. And then your money at the late stage. In between, there is Series A and Series B round. And that is where I think the missing gap exists. We don't have early stage investors in India who focus on deep tech, life sciences, biotech, medtech, pharmaceuticals. And that is a serious gap. Unless and until you address that gap, the youth of India will not satisfy, will not be essentially take the product from a seed stage to a scalable stage. From seed stage to scalable stage, if you have to take your company, you need to have that crucial early stage venture capital. So it is my earnest request to the government of Telangana and to the government of India to have multiple venture capital firms, to have multiple pool of experts, subject experts, not real estate investors or unrelated investors, but experts who basically belong to the field of life sciences to come together to form a pool of mentorship, to form a mentor pool, and to be associated with startup companies. In fact, every startup in Telangana, every startup in India must have one mentor. So it is not just about one house, one home, one entrepreneur. One founder and one entrepreneur is not enough. We must have one founder, one entrepreneur, one mentor in every startup. Then only it is possible for us to create that ecosystem where we will basically leverage on our senior experts, senior founders, senior people to come forward and to integrate and to lend their advice to the younger generation. Last but not the least, exits. Exits are extremely important. And exits happen only when you have an ecosystem. Most of my exits out of the 70 companies that I've invested have gone through mergers and acquisitions, have gone through joint ventures, out licensing. That kind of an exits have happened in US and Europe. But if you look at India, our IPO market is extremely strong. but it is meant for more for larger companies and SMEs. I wish, and I would like to use this platform to recommend to the government of India and to government of Telangana to float a startup exchange so that all the startups, essentially the founders, will have a new alternative way of listing their companies on the startup exchange. So India should be the first, Hyderabad should be the first to actually propose this idea of a startup exchange. So startup ideas get funded, startup founders get a lease of life from the people of India. The 1.4 billion people of India, everybody should get an opportunity to make money through innovation. Thank you very much, my dear friends, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your deep insights into the subject and also on the subject of decoding the investor's DNA. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request our next speaker for his keynote, for his special address, Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, Honorable Secretary for Industry Pharmacy Division, Indian Pharmaceutical Association. So, Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy is a seasoned pharmaceutical leader and currently serving as the Honorable Secretary for the Industrial Pharmacy Division for IPA. He has over 28 years of industry experience. He is the Senior Vice President for Global Corporate Quality Assurance at Natco Pharma. He has previously held key leadership roles at major firms like Dr. Reddy's Laboratories and Hetero Labs, specializing in quality management and regulatory compliance. He is also highly regarded for his advocacy in digital transformation and his commitment, that is, to enhancing India's global standing in pharmaceutical manufacturing and education. We are very honored to have him with us. Requesting you on stage, sir. A huge round of applause.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. So it is really a privilege and honor to be here on this big platform, India Pharma Expo 2026. I think it's more than a year back when Ravi Gupta and their team, we were discussing with the Pharmaceutical Association for this uplifting of the pharmacy profession, apart from the pharmaceutical associations and alliance who are working on this. It is a great effort, more than a year. A big round of applause for them, because bringing the pharmacy at this correct location, Hyderabad, as a location, and a lot of hard work. I have witnessed their team, Abhinav, Elma, Shruti, everyone working on this. So I think 2024, we have conducted IPC in the same premises, a huge of 15,000 gathering, pharma professionals across. And it was similarly, this is also the second biggest one which brought this audience together. So saying this, and Dr. Sarvesh and Dr. Anand has really given a good narrative on how the infrastructure development in Telangana, which has been framed, a good visible given, and also a vibrant speech from Dr. Anand for what need to be done. So it is very good saying this, because we are at this juncture, and many known pharmaceutical professionals. In the drug development process, if you see, the conventional process is transitioning to a technology driven. So that is more important at this moment, where we are seeing, because already Dr. Shiva, Dr. Vijay are already gathering the collaboration activities with academia and industry. So these type of activities are already been started, and gradually we are progressing, and very good senior professionals also. So actually, our president, Dr. R.N. Gupta, Subhash Mandal, and T.V. Narayana were traveling. Hence, this was delegated to me to brief on the IPA. So to my colleagues, it is IPA. There are two things. One is IPA, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, and Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance. So the confusion is. So the Indian Pharmaceutical Association was founded in 1938, before independence. And from that, M.L. Shiroff, he has started this, and it was keep on developing for the pharmacy profession across India. And it has reached to this level where the India pharmaceutical companies became globally known now. And it is having various divisions, academia, community pharmacy, hospital pharmacy, regulatory. So based on those divisions, and it's a collaborated, different division associations collaboratively. This is the only one association which has more than 15,000 members and around 20 states, local associations, and also 40 other local pharmacy development activities. So it is giving back to the profession. That is, I have also joined from the industry to this association, so that we are collaborating and conducting many associations with the academia and everywhere. So coming back to the technology driven, when we see, yesterday from Dr. Krishna, a very good talk on the chromosomes. As Indians, we have 23 pair of chromosomes, and where the current treatment or the healthcare, where the transiting from the generalized treatment to a more precision medicine. So when we come across that, see the difference in one type of treatment to one individual varies with everyone. So similarly, if technology has been added, if you see, I am into the core drug development process and brand strategies. If you see this technology, how we have to leverage, though the proper regulatory guidelines have not been established, but the similar like biotechnology, the challenges that we have faced, obviously we have able to develop only few biosimilar molecules, but here we are trying to develop, because I have completed my AI course from Boston. So that knowledge, where we are seeing there is multiple activities that has been happening. Only thing is, all being these tools will develop, because Indian DNA everywhere is an intellectual, high values. Everyone is started developing each one tool. So it has very minimal data. So unless the big data is there, the accuracy of these AI tools will not be established. So you understand my point is, it needs a collaboration with all the professional, where we have to build it with one platform, AI or machine learning, whatever the platform. So that will give a common data of big data pool into one, so that we can establish one which completely transforms the healthcare and the drug development process. So that is a key thing which I want to bring it. And one more most important aspect is, dying or suffering with the disease is inevitable. However, but causing the death because of the medicines is not acceptable. So our dear professions, I think next panel session is there on the pharmacovigilance for the safety of this product, because if you see the statistics, the top 5 leading cause of death is adverse events from these drugs. So we need more safer products, and that is depends upon this pharmacy profession, where we have to come together in collaborating and developing these products which are more superior, safer in even in pregnant and lactating women. And those type of means it's a lot of effort is needed, but at the same time, when we are developing this, there are a lot of challenges, even because unless the data is accumulated, this will not get completely validated. Hence, we will be collaborating. I am also involved with all these activities, so we will be working on this technology driven. Even there are other techniques how we can leverage based on it's a lock and key model type. So those type of activities where we have to develop specifically based on the genomic activity of the individuals. So those saying the simple message, I'll once again thank the Elets and the entire audience for your time, and thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief of eHealth magazine, to please come up and share closing remarks.
So I thank our keynote speakers of the day 2 for joining us here and actually inspiring us. And it's an honor to have the government of Telangana here, represented by Sarveshi, Dr. Anand, who has flown especially from Singapore, and he is an accomplished leader and investor in the biotech and pharma sector. and Secretary of Indian Pharmaceutical Association, who has joined us. And just to like inform you all that the next year's edition will be held at the same venue, Hightex, in March 2027. And I request our esteemed speakers who are on the dais and all our esteemed delegates and exhibitors and the partners to block your dates for the next year uh, uh, in advance. And our preparations for the next years will start from next week itself. And we will be posting all the videos and the pictures of all the deliberations on our social media. In fact, all our yesterday's pictures of the various sessions and various booths are already on the social media of India Pharma Expo. If you go on LinkedIn or Google, you can see it on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So I like request you to like and share it for creating more awareness about this initiative, and especially we should spread this power of pharma industry of Hyderabad and to create awareness about it as much as possible. And that's the whole objective and mission of this platform. With this, I thank you all. Namaskar.
Now we have a very special ceremony, that is launching of our eHealth magazine with the dignitaries over here. I would request our dignitaries present over here, Mr. Sarvesh Singh, Director and CEO of Telangana Life Sciences, Government of Telangana. Also Dr. Anand Govinduluri, Chairman of Govind Holdings, and Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, Honorable Secretary of Industry Pharmacy Division, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, to kindly present the special issue of eHealth magazine on India's next-gen life sciences vision, $130 billion by 2030. A huge round of applause.
Just to update you that many are not aware in this hall that this eHealth magazine started in the year 2005, long back. And this is India's and Asia's first and the only magazine on technology in healthcare for last 2 decades. And it has a portal called eHealth.eletsonline.com, which receives more than 1 lakh visitors every day from all over the globe. And our readers are like spread not only in India but across the whole globe, and we are connecting the healthcare and pharma industry from India globally. So those who are interested to read articles here, go on our website eHealth.eletsonline.com, and for easier like searches, if you like go on the website of India Pharma Expo, you will have a link to this portal. So every day you have update on the healthcare and the pharma industry updates on this portal. With this, I thank you all. Namaskar.
Thank you. We'd like to present a token of gratitude to our key speakers over here, the memento as well as the magazine, to honorable keynote address represent our Mr. Sarvesh Singh, Director and CEO from Telangana Life Sciences, Government of Telangana. A huge round of applause. Sir, thank you so much for taking out your time, sharing your insights and your valuable feedback. Also to Dr. Anand Govindulri, Chairman of Govind Holdings. Thank you so much for your insights into the topic, decoding the investor's DNA, and sharing the stage with us. To Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, Honorable Secretary for the Indian Pharmacy Division of Indian Pharmaceutical Association. Thank you so much, sir, for your insights into the industry and the association and your support. Can we have a group picture as well along with the mementos and magazines? Thank you so much. Thank you. You may please resume your seats. With that, we move on to our next panel, which is a panel discussion on pharmacy supply chain operations, APIs, clinical trials, and quality compliance in a changing global landscape, for which I'd like to call upon stage our esteemed panelists, starting from Mr. Anmol Vyavhare, AVP for Aurobindo Pharma Limited. Mr. Anmol, can we please have you up on stage? A huge round of applause. Guys, we're still in the morning today. We can have a good round of applause. Annapurna Kaja, Group Head for Supply Chain Management from Cancer Centers of America. Please join us on stage. Venkat Narayan V, ex-VP and Specialist of Digital and OE from Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Thank you so much for joining us. And our moderator for this session, Rakesh Agrawal, is the Head of Procurement, Central Buying Department from Care Hospitals. Please join us. Over to you, sir.
So good morning, all. People are sleeping or what? It's early. This session is not, most of the time I'm getting the session post lunch, so people are sleeping. But I think this is before lunch. So good morning. Thank you. So it's a good mixture of, you can say the procurement side people have done for this session. One is like hospital procurement, people are there, and the manufacturing side. So combination of the both, I'll say it's a very good combination for starting this session, and time limitation is there. So pharmaceutical supply chain, like I was hearing Hyderabad is hub, and we have started this, and not only Hyderabad, I've been to the other states also. You'll see that there was a SEZ zone was started by the Himachal long back. There's a Baddi area, you people have heard, that is also a good hub of the pharmacy, and Silvassa and other places are there. So pharmaceutical supply chain has moved to the being a back and operational function as a strategic of global healthcare resilience. So we'll see India, I think, as per the data which I was reading today morning, we are supplying the finished goods to the almost more than 100 countries. And we are the major supplier for the US and other countries, major countries like. So moving to the panel discussion. So I have colleagues with my team, like one is from Dr. Reddy and second one is from Aurobindo. So Aurobindo, that's what I know, there's a very big, they're a very big manufacturer for the APIs or the finished goods. So something like for people like us who are sitting at the finished goods side, can you give me a site what is the difference between API and finished good? What is how it is process has been done and how we are moving on that?
Good morning, everyone. With respect to API, the difference between API and drug product, as we know, API stands for this active pharmaceutical ingredients, and drug products are the formulations which are being consumed by the end user. So we are in the field of API as well as the finished dosage forms also.
Thank you. So like we being at the other side, we people are getting the daily now messages and calls, mails from the vendor side. Companies like Aurobindo, Dr. Reddy, API cost has increased because of the war. Or I was reading some data and where the like companies are keeping the API for next 6 months stock is with them. So is this really impacting, or people are just getting the benefit from the war situation to get the price?
The fact is, API prices are definitely, we can say, it will shoot up. The reason,
Mike needs.
The reason is, when we say we are manufacturing the API, the basic needs and the basic raw materials come come from these petrochemical products, solvents. Many of the organic solvents are the source from petroleum products. So if we are not getting the sufficient source of required solvents, there will be a shortage of the solvents. And solvent is the main media for the reaction and manufacturing of the API. So this shortage is creating the price shoot up for the basic raw materials, and hence the cost of API is going to increase.
Okay, going to increase.
Going to increase.
But we must have the stock 3 to 6 months.
Yes, that is most preferable.
Most of the people are right.
Yes.
Thank you. We got the insight for next negotiation. So, Dr. Venkatnarayan, and you had worked the Indian MNC. We call Dr. Reddy as an Indian MNC. It's a very good company, and product quality. We believe on that. So, what are the benefits of implementing digitalization in operations in order to support quick turnaround and practice quality?
Hello. Good morning again. And let me tell you, I belong to you. I belong to all of you. Only that we may a few things extra or additional or different that we have done, and therefore we are on the stage. But I am very much part of you. And from the company that I come and where we did all the digitalization, etc., initially it did look that maybe it's an investment that may not give an immediate ROI, because there's not something that was known much. But I'm happy to say that while we did digitalization, we also got a little external validation of the same by way of getting a recognition from the World Economic Forum for being the first advanced digital lighthouse in India in the pharmaceutical industry. There were some like Renew Power, etc., who were there before, but Dr. Reddy's got this one. So it gave a validation. Now, what did it give to the company? As you said, very valid question, that the cost of manufacture reduced by approximately 47%. And when I say cost of manufacture, it's the cost of conversion, because the raw material comes at whatever prices, but the cost of conversion is what is directly under control of the factory and the administration. There we could reduce it by about 47%. We could reduce the turnaround time by close to 38% for a typical plant, which is the flagship plant of the company, which is having 650 SKUs that they manufacture, that they are licensed for, and on a month-on-month basis, they produce at least 200 to 250 SKUs at large scale. When you come to the quality part, the quality improvement was, in the pharma industry, everyone knows that if there is a deviation, it's not necessary that the batch gets rejected. There may be a deviation in the system that was not followed, etc., etc. So the deviations reduced by a whopping 73% from whatever it was to the later one. And market complaints, because finally it's the market which tells you something was bad or not bad, etc., etc. That reduced by another 39%. So when we look at this, the advantages that came out of digitalization was humongous. And if I put a rupee value, dollar value to that, that was also very high for the management to be convinced about the investment that they made in terms of digitalization, right? So huge benefits have come.
Yeah, but there is another side of digitalization. There is a cost is also linked to that. And if I'll see the small industries, small companies, and the ROI maybe of this investment may come after 2 years or 3 years, and they be able to equivalent in next 4 years or 5 years. So in that case, is there any like a tool or maybe some kind of, you can say, they can go for the digitalization for the minimum part of the implementation?
Certainly. A good question. First of all, let's not do digitalization just because we want to wear a badge that I am a digitalized company. No. If you're doing it for that, certainly it's not going to work. And your ROI will only go further to 6 and 7 and 8 years. Find a need where you have to improve in your operations, which means that you need to understand your operations and the economics of that operations very, very well. And then decide what is on priority for you. Is it quality? Is it turnaround time? Is it supply chain economics? What is it that you want to impact? After that, choose the right technology for one section of what you want to do. Now, for example, when we started about 4 or 5 years ago, we found that a lot of data is not available in the digital form. So when I wanted to run an AI ML, advanced analytics project for improving the yield of a product. See, most of the formulation products in oral solids comes to around, let's say 96, 97%, which means that 3% of the batch is getting wasted, is getting thrown, right? But many times there is no obvious reason for you to be able to point that this is what I will improve and that will take my yield to 99 or 99.5. It's not there. What the data does, AI and ML does, is that, see, there are many things that we know I know. I know that I can speak English, right? But if somebody tells me that, can you speak Bengali? I know that I don't know Bengali. Give me a year, give me a month or two, and I'll be able to speak Bengali to you, right? But there are so many things which are called as unknown unknowns, which I don't even know that I don't know. This is the huge help that data does for you. When it is large data, a huge help comes in terms of unknown unknowns. It gets thrown up, and then you start working on them. Investments have to be in phases depending on priority of what your company needs, to be getting that.
Thank you. So moving to the Anpurna Khaja, you are from the other side, like we both are from the other side, and finished good people are using. So can you share the perspective, your perspective on the current state of supply chain management in healthcare, and keeping in mind the current war situation, people are facing some issues and some shortages in the market. What do you think about that?
Thank you, Rakesh ji. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Elets Technomedia and Indian Pharma Expo for creating this platform for knowledge sharing. I am working as a supply chain head in Cancer Centers of America. So I am privileged for the journey, healthcare journey from last 3 decades. I am witnessed the evaluation of supply chain from back office support system to now it is acting as a strategic leader for decision making and patient efficient clinical outputs. So earlier supply chain management is only like supplying material and dispensing material, releasing orders and receiving the material, storage and only dispensing materials. Now supply chain department evaluated and they understand how to prepare, use the technology and how to evaluate with the help of analytical tools, and we understand how to prioritize the clinical risks and uncertainties. So now as per the global uncertainties like supply issues of some platins, API issues as Rakesh ji just now discussed. So sometimes we are facing issue to get the material in time. So we are planning as by taking the historical data of this type of high risk medications, and we are defining them with buffer stocks, safety stocks, and we are maintaining that critical items where this we are facing in past, as per the past historical data where we are facing difficulties. We are maintaining some buffer stock to face the uncertainties. And also we are collaborating closely with companies, not only just like transactional way, we are collaborating with the manufacturing companies, and we are standardizing our formulary, each molecule with 2-3 manufacturing companies, where if we get any difficulty we can approach with other companies. And because of this close collaboration, this data clarity is there, and we are sharing our data visibility is there to manufacturers also, so that they know about our treatment plans and our consumption patterns. They are making available as per the demand. So sometimes even we are preparing basket system by collaborating with the clinicians, nursing team, and along with technical teams, by evaluating the product quality and the requirement patterns, clinical patterns, we are defining the clinical kits basket system, so that every partner of the treatment plan, they are having clear information, and every person who is part of this treatment plan, they are having commitment to follow these quality parameters and getting correct material. This basket system actually helping us to have clear information about the treatment plans, and we can visibility to everybody, so that it is saving our time and it is giving accurate working system to everybody, because we can indent the total 100 number of items with one kit name, so that all the items they can get whatever requirement for the as per the procedure or as per the treatment plan. So no confusion is there, no wastage is there. This savings will help to benefit the patient clinical outcome. So along with this, each and every supply chain team person, earlier actually only one leader knows everything. He is capable of doing all works. But now there is a requirement that each person should know all the processes from start to end point, and they should understand how to use the software digital technology also, because leaders are implementing, they are preparing the process and they are implementing the technology and providing the systems. But if each and every person not understand how to use that, then these fruits will not reach to the patient. And even supply manufacturers and clinical efficiency is increasing rapidly, but we are actually pharmacy supply chain team working as a vital link between the two systems, between clinicians and manufacturers. So if the supply chain management team work efficiently, then they can help to translate these fruits to the patients to improve their clinical outcomes.
Thank you. So how many of are in the audience side who are from the procurement side? So one way technology helping us, other way technology also creating the problem for us also. I don't know about your side, but our side, what is happening now, any demands or any request come from the user side, you're taking 5 days to get the material, taking 4 days to get the material. If I'll place this order on Amazon or somewhere, I'll get it within 1 hour. Or so technology helping us also, technology also creating the issues. And historical data which I have seen historically, if we'll go and check the data earlier, supply chain used to be in healthcare, especially hospital, used to be near to the mortuary at the basement, and people are not, for management, just a department. And most of the time is headed by some of the family member, someone is sitting from the family, so that they think it's very easy to manage, and negotiation has to done. Now anybody can do. Now after COVID, we got some importance, especially in the hospital side. Thank you. So this was added to the Mrs. Kaja's discussion. So now my next question to you, from a production standpoint, how do you ensure batch consistency and quality compliance when APIs are sourced from the diverse global suppliers? Sorry.
This question goes to a very basic phase of the development of the molecule. When we start the development of any drug substance or API or formulation, when we work with the approach of the QBD or best principles of the development as defined in ICH guidelines, if we are developing our molecule and technology very properly, and when we transfer to the site, then there is a high degree of assurance that there will be the consistency in the quality and the manufacturing. So we have to give more weightage on how we develop our molecules product in our development phase in the R&D. So that will give the consistency in the manufacturing and consistency in the quality in the manufacturing.
Thank you.
And very important thing with respect to batch consistency, what we can't see generally is the selection of the starting material vendors or selection of the intermediate vendors in the manufacturing of API. So the things which we cannot see on the document of the specification, suppose some of the impurity profile based on the route of synthesis when we design the key starting material, if we are missing some critical aspect during the defined phase of the key starting material specification or the intermediate specification, and when we transfer the technology to the plant, and when the starting material vendor or intermediate vendor is supplying the material, and when our established analytical procedures are unable to detect that impurities in the outsourced material, and when that gives some unpredictable results in the final drugs manufacturing, so that will become surprises during the final release of the product. So our development part should be very robust in the design phase. If this part is not robust, review of the proper CMC data of the vendors and implementation of the proper specifications for the starting material and intermediate, that will result in consistency in the final drug at a site level. So we have to be very much careful and thorough review for designing of the specifications of the starting materials and intermediate during the development phase. So these are the parts related to consistency in the manufacturing at a site.
So just for like my knowledge, and anybody from the audience can also answer this. While you're doing after the final production, you people are doing some batch checks, quality check in house. Is it equivalent to the third party from outside, but we are getting check, or maybe some more parameters will be followed by in-house or outside? Outsource.
Generally the major companies like Aurobindo and all other major pharma companies, they are not going for outsourcing the release testing unless there are certain challenges which cannot be addressed in-house. Then only we are going outside, because we are not fully aware about the GLP and GMP followed by them. And if we are going testing outside, that facility, that laboratories will come under the scope of audit of FDA. And we are not fully sure how they are going to support or how their status is. If certain things come out odd, our complete submission and our complete product will be under the scope of non-compliance, and we cannot market that product. So we are preferring not to send any test for outside testing as a release test and all.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Venkateshan, are there any technologies or capabilities that helps the healthcare industry to become more productive?
Oh yeah. There are lots. I mean, taking from the question that was just now answered, being from there, whether a testing should be done internally or whether it can be done externally in a third party, how much can we trust them, etc., etc. I have been speaking in some other forums too, that why do you have to test at all? Why should we test? Because anything that goes into the human body, and that to a medicine, should be tested, is the general thinking. But now, with the access to so many digital technologies, if you can control everything about the raw material that goes into the product, and you have the numbers to prove that, and if you can control every part of the process of how it is supposed to be made, and then why do you have to do the end testing at all? And this is not fiction, by the way, that in my company there, we have also started speaking about it, first to the US FDA and then to the Indian authorities. Indian authorities have a little more stringent view because of the fact that whatever rules they make should be applicable to MSMEs, small scale, large scale, all of them. Whereas, a country like US and their FDA looks at logic much more. So if your argument is logical, scientific, trustable, then they are ready to open the doors for that. They have not yet opened the doors, but they have done halfway through. They have said that you can send the product out of your premises even until it reaches the next country. And thereafter, by the time your QC might have completed the work, and so they can find out. That was just about, basic questions. We are doing too much on the pharma industry side. We can very much reduce, all of that. Coming to the digital part of what you were asking is that, there are various things that we can put together. There is something called as the Industry 4.0, which has then become now Pharma 4.0 also. There are some 8 different technologies that they talk about. Out of the 8, what I found when I implemented in our organization is that 2 technologies we did not have much use for. One was for the supply chain aspect, and other was the 3D printing, additive manufacturing as it is called. But believe me, even in India, there are a couple of hospitals which are experimenting with certain pharma companies to create the medicine next to the patient's bed. Because stability, as all of us know, is one of the big things that's a problem, and it's a nightmare to the developer also, because he has to keep on working on making it stable. But now, if I don't need stability, so I'm sorry, I'm going into very basic questions. So why is the stability required if the product is made next to the bed of the patient and then you give it to the patient immediately in the next 1 hour? So 3D printing of certain medicines has started, especially in the oncocare, because they are very complicated molecules and stabilizing them is difficult. That gets manufactured next to the bed of the patient, but instructed from somewhere far away in a pharma company. That kind of thing has also started. So 3D manufacturing at the moment we did not work upon, but then we worked upon so many other things. AI, ML, which is for improvement of yields, improvement of finding of the product robustness issues in the manufacture, and therefore how to work on them so that your CPPs come out to be better. The regulators asked for a CPP of only 1.3, but we have attempted a 1.6 and 1.7 and succeeded at that. So even if there is a dip, it will not really impact you much, that kind of thing. Then there is dashboarding. Now, dashboarding has made something very, very important. All the data that is available is live and it is at the same time. It's not that tomorrow morning managers come together, huddle together and talk about yesterday what went wrong, why we could not produce as much as we wanted. No, no longer. Because data is immediately available on the screen of everybody who is in the plant. So whoever has to take the decision has to take it immediately. So things have changed. There's no longer waiting even for 24 hours. Why should we wait for so long to correct something, right? Then there is something called as digital twins. And a digital twin being used for large facilities, especially where you have a large number of manufacturing machines. And see, typically Indian pharma industry has not yet gone into continuous manufacturing so much. It still remains to be a batch manufacturing process. And so many batches, so many steps of manufacture, and each one of it is validated or not validated on certain sets of machines. That gives rise to a lot of complexity. Using a digital twin, you are able to improve your outputs by at least 8% by digitally making a schedule for when the batch goes from which machine to which machine, etc., etc. Then, of course, the AR, VR makes very, very useful. It's very useful for training people. When you want to train somebody, let us say on the packing line, if you have to train him, the packing line has to stop manufacturing. So you won't get to manufacture. So if there is an AR, VR glass that you wear, so you get completely trained sitting in a conference room. Only the last day you have to go to the packing line and actually touch and see what you were seeing on the VR glass earlier. So there are many such benefits coming out of digital industry 4.0 technologies, which needs to be, first of all, ascertained what exactly and why exactly you want to do. Then get after that and learn it and make it happen. One big thing, digitalization is not about throwing money or buying software or hardware. It is all about change management. It's about change. And I can see some more people with gray hair over here. It is mainly for the gray-haired people who have the maturity, who have the experience, but may not be very versant with the IT and these processes that have come around. So we started one program in my organization, which is called reverse mentoring. We attached one bright IIT IIM fellow who may be hardly 1 or 2 years experienced, attach one of them to each senior individual who is wise, who is experienced, so that they together, even the wiser person, the older person learns all of this. And in reverse, the younger person also learns the ropes of the industry, ropes of whatever is going on. This helps a lot. Capability is an important piece whenever we do any such thing. And coming to lean, what you said, there is a huge wastage everywhere that I can see. That started after I started doing value stream mapping, something called as value stream mapping. If the tablet is what I'm making, what is it doing first? Is it sitting in between for a long time, waiting for some QC release or something? Can I cut short that? Can it immediately go to the next step of manufacture? The next. So that way, if you see, turnaround times can be reduced drastically if you do a value stream mapping and remove the non-value added activities. Many times, pharma goes by, a doer does his job, a checker also has to sign on that. Why? If the machine itself checks, no issue, not required. And we have implemented that. So in many of the documents, now we don't have paper documents at all. Everything is digital in the organization that I come from. No manufacturing records, no testing records. Everything is digital. Therefore, the authentic numbers as they come from the machine directly goes into the batch document. Therefore, the regulators are super happy that there is no data integrity issue at all, which used to be a huge pain for the pharma industry in the past years. Sorry, I took a very long answer.
No issue, sir. So I can say after this, hearing this, our life depends on the 5 people after getting sick. One is doctors, second hospital technology, third is the medicine which you are taking, and the technology used to produce that medicine, that is correct to note, and pick the praise of the people what we are doing. So keeping in mind the shortage of the time given to us, my question to the Mrs. Khaja, how can better alignment between pharma manufacturer and hospital improve clinical outcomes and supply efficiency? Please, sir.
Yes. So, earlier we used to have temporary relations with manufacturers, and we used to purchase as per the requirement from so many manufacturers. But now we are maintaining strategic partnership and long-term partnership with evaluated and accepted manufacturers. This is helping us to have information and supply visibility. So this is helping to reduce the price and reduce the wastage, because manufacturer and hospital supply chain team is having visibility about the data. So that's why if any disturbances coming also, we are getting information earlier, and we are planning as per to how to act against that supply shortages. So this close collaboration with manufacturers actually really helping us to maintain the inventory in priorly before getting issues shortages. We are proactively planning the inventory. And also because of the strategic collaborations, manufacturers also getting benefit, because they are getting clear information about the demand and clinical requirements. So there is no wastage of extra production or less production. This is benefiting win-win situation to the manufacturers, hospitals, as well as patients also, because these savings are actually forward translated to the patients.
Yeah, thank you. So keeping in mind of this timing which has been allowed to us, we are winding up this session within a given time, 23 seconds left, 21. I want to take away message related to the current wars. You people can also add in that. Keeping in mind what situation is there, and sometimes we are getting news it is settled, it is not settled. How do we prepare ourselves, being the end consumer, we can say hospital side? I need the thought from the people are sitting in the forum and from your side. Anybody from the orange side? Sir, from you?
I will add to my points, like to get efficient, trusted, and great clinical output. Every person working in the department should be empowered with best training practices, and hospitals need to plan for strategic training for each and every pharmacist, because most of the training programs are created only for clinicians and nursing team. So my strong suggestion is to each and every organization need to prepare one strong training program where they will train the team for criticality of the items and priority of the clinical requirements, and how to evaluate all the prescriptions for clinical errors or duplication.
Thank you. So API clinical trials and quality compliance, it's a global challenge, as we know. I don't know how many studies are going on. I haven't heard about these studies in India. So most of the time people are hearing that new drug has been invented by some MNC company, launched in India, and we Indian companies are waiting for the end of their patent time. Then we are producing the substitute, or you can say similar of those products. So I believe in Indian pharma company, which is missing something is the clinical trials, which has to be number has to be increased, and quality compliance, because at the user end side for the same molecule, and we have seen the different result to the same patient or making the different patient. Sometimes maybe because of the patient body or patient structure, result may vary, but quality compliance is an area where Indian pharma companies need to work. That's what I felt it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our expert panelists and our expert moderator for presenting the token of gratitude to our moderator and our panelist. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Sairam Ambati, Chief Executive Officer of Wyzen Life Sciences. Do we have Mr. Sairam with us? Yes, please join us on stage in the center. Presenting the token of gratitude to Mr. Anmol Vivhare, AVP, Aurobindo Pharma Limited. In the center, please, both of you. Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence and your insights for this panel discussion on the topic Pharma Supply Chain Operations, APIs, Clinical Trials, and Quality Compliance in a Changing Global Landscape. Thanking Ms. Annapurna Kaja, Group Head, Supply Chain Management from Cancer Centers of America, for her time and her expertise and her thoughts for this panel. A huge round of applause. Thanking Mr. Venkat Narayan V, ex-VP and Specialist for Digital and OE at Dr. Reddy's Repositories. Thank you so much, sir, for your brilliant insights and thoughts into this topic. And thanking our expert moderator, Mr. Rakesh Agrawal, who is the Head of Procurement for Central Buying Department at CARE Hospitals. A huge round of applause. Can we have a group panel picture, please, along with Mr. Sairam Ambati, Chief Executive Officer of Wyzen Life Sciences. Have the setup for the next panel, please. The next panel discussion is on the topic pharmacovigilance and drug safety in global markets. A very looked at topic that everybody, I'm sure, is waiting for this discussion, for which I'd like to call upon stage our esteemed panelists, starting from Dr. Kaushik Mehti, Executive Director for Safety Medical Sciences at Paraxel. Dr. Kaushik Mehti, can you join us on stage, sir? Thank you so much. Our next panelist is Dr. Shiva Kumar Buddha, who is the Medical Director for Global Patient Safety at Amgen Biotech Company. Dr. Shiva, kindly join us on stage. Thank you so much. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Joydeep Sen Gupta, who's the General Manager for Global Head Pharmacovigilance at Cura Tech Biologicals Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Vijay Krishnan Ganeshan, who is the Global Pharmacovigilance Safety Operational Group Lead at Opella Pharmaceutical Company. Thank you so much. And our expert moderator for this session, I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Ajoy Kumar Roy, who is the Senior Consultant for Pharmacovigilance. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining. A huge round of applause. Let us start.
I thought, good afternoon, everyone. I thought we will have an introduction, but then that's okay. I can do it for myself. Okay, so I'm Dr. Ajoy Roy. I'm in the industry for more than 30 years. You can see from the gray hairs, I have grown. Started after leaving my anesthesia practice in Steel Authority of India Limited, 1993, I joined pharmaceutical industry as a research physician but those days research was very limited. I joined Cadira Laboratories, and primarily it was medico marketing. 95, I was instrumental in getting DIPRI-1 propofol, which is used by anesthesiologists for induction and maintenance in India. That was the first anesthetic trial ever done in India. Even clinical trials started in India only in 1993. And then I was with Eli Lilly and Company. And there I had the opportunity to be instrumental in getting the first safety system, which is Lilly Safety System, LSS, which is an electronic database globally available to record the medical safety parameters in the world. That's how it progressed. 2007, I had the opportunity to get the first pharmacovigilance outsourced procedure in Accenture, Chennai from BMS, US operation. So transitioned pharmacovigilance operation along with medical writing and medical safety to Accenture here in Chennai. Post that, I had the opportunity from 2008 to build Parexel International. I'm the first medical safety employee of Parexel India to build that function. 2019, I decided I will start doing my own. Failed miserably. COVID came in. I got the opportunity from Government of India to manage and support the healthcare systems in state of Bihar. That was an assignment for 2 years. I managed the COVID vaccination and immunization profile in Bihar, staying in Patna. Came back in 23, and now the primary job I have is entertaining myself. So I do only what I enjoy. And I am here after 6 years attending any conference only because of Shalu. Shalu confirmed and told you will enjoy. Please come when you are entertaining yourself, entertain us as well. So I am here. That's all about me. So Shalu motivated me to come to a conference and be in front of you. Let me now invite Kaushik to introduce himself. Kaushik and Vijay has worked with me for donkey's years throughout my this thing, so better they introduce themselves.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. I'll keep my introduction short. I am a psychiatrist by training. I did my MD in psychiatry. Then, I was doing a clinical trial as an investigator, then joined industry, and then currently I will be completing my 16 years in Parexel International. My current role is Executive Director, Safety Medical Science. Over 300 safety physicians and PB professionals across the globe is part of my team. We try to get meaningful outcome of safety of the profile and try to improve the patient safety. Thank you.
So I go to Dr. Shivakumar.
Again, in the interest of time, I would like to shorten my introduction. Dr. Shivakumar Buddha, an emergency physician by training with an MBA in leadership and strategy. Worked in the ER rooms before moving to the industry. Worked with different pharma setups as well as service providers. Right now, I'm at the Amgen. I lead the safety sciences team at Amgen India. Thank you.
I go to Joydeep.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. By training, I'm a pharmacist, and after doing my pharmacy in pharma, I have completed 20 years this year. Presently, I'm heading the Global Pharmacovigilance and Curative Biologics, which is Aurobindo Pharma company. Before this, I worked with various pharma companies as well as various service providers. That's it. I'm looking forward for an engaging session today.
So I go to Vijay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roy, actually, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Just a quick introduction again in the interest of time. So I'm currently with Opala. I take care of the global PV operations, and close to 2 decades, as Dr. Roy mentioned, I've been piggybacking him for the last 2 decades, worked along with Kaushik in the previous company, actually. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
So let's, after this introduction, let us start with the evolution of pharmacovigilance and what has impacted AI, ML has impacted pharmacovigilance over time. So just to give you a history or evolution of pharmacovigilance, the first case we found of pharmacovigilance or safety issue was with chloroform in 1884. So 18th century, it was late 18th century when we realized that chloroform, again anesthesia, that motivates me to be there. In 1961, thalidomide disaster, I think everyone, any person would know, sitting in this room would know what happened in this thing. And 1970s and 80s, between 70 and 80, National Pharmacovigilance Centers created. This was first time for spontaneous cases. And then in 2000, where global harmonization effort or ICH guideline was prepared, an emphasis on risk management was given. This is first time when we formally knew about pharmacovigilance. Being in the industry in early 2000 or in late 90s, we came to know about there is medical safety, and these medical safeties are primary responsibility of the physicians in the industry who would report. At that point of time, it was Lilly safety system, which I mentioned. So Lilly safety system was a type of Argus or initial Argus this thing, and where we have to put the adverse report. So we have to do the data entry, we have to do the quality check, we have to do the narrative writing, and then put it for submission to review, which was done primarily for India and Eli Lilly and company. It was more in Singapore, and from Singapore we would go to Europe and US for our submission. We were not allowed to submit directly that point of time, and it was all manual process which we used to do. For clinical trial, we used to have the manual CRF where we have to do it ourselves. As a physician, research physician, we have to do it ourselves. And that was our progress. And we were very happy with doing that, that we have reported 20 cases or 30 cases in a month. And that was in addition to our job as a clinical research, coordinating in clinical trial, we were doing that safety. It's not full-time job, it is part-time. You are given 20% of your FTE to do the job of safety. 2010 onwards, like 2007, when pharmacovigilance outsourcing happened first time in India, most of the cases came to India. We knew about what is big data, what is data all about, what is global data all about, what is data system all about. The mining of data started in 2007-8 onwards, and we had formal process available for the industry only between 2010 and 12. Primary impact started. We always had manual entry, data entry, then we had classification of cases, then we had distribution of cases. Everything was used to be done manually. But then we were trying to improve the process. In last session, we were just listening to that process change we are good at. So when it came to India, we had two challenges. One, the time required for processing a safety case is too long. And second, the quality issue is not good. So we are not able to deliver the quality. So what we tried improving between 2010 and 2020 is improving the time. So we improved the process, we skipped. And despite not aware of that this is AI, we have done with system process and procedures in place to skip few of these data entry, distribution, and we told them we are automating it. Even automation of narrative writing, automation of data entry, automation of classification, automation of this came in during this time. And impact started happening post-COVID, that how much we can improve to that extent. And all these things happened because of two things. One, knowledge. Second, the knowledge bank was so big that we can rely on the process we are doing. And the third part is there were technology which were available to do it. And today we have reached a situation wherein we are trying to skip, like biosimilar clinical trials. We are saying phase 3 is not required. We will do it only where it is required. Otherwise, we are comfortable skipping it. And all these things are because of the big data, because of the knowledge bank we have, because we have been doing it for a long time. And due to the knowledge, we are able to see that what can happen next. The predictability has improved. So what has happened? This thing, adverse event reporting, AI automation has happened. Signal detection, we have machine learning identifies the hidden patterns, and large data set faster for the traditional methods. Data integration, predictability analytics, which has improved significantly over time, and regulatory compliance. Regulators are also aware that if we are going through 1, 2, 3 checks, it is not required for them to manually do it. So the process have changed, improved, compliance have improved, as well as the timeline has decreased. This is what we have seen. So today's session and most of the questions today would be what change we have seen from 2020 onwards, and what we are trying to find how things have improved and what we are trying to see in future. So let's go, and I'm given a warning of time. Maybe I have taken a little time or the time is short. Fine, we will wrap it up. So my first question is to Kaushik. How is pharmacovigilance evolving from compliance function to strategic asset in global pharma or CRO industries? In other words, value perception change in the industry. So what we are trying to emphasize here is, I have told broadly about what changes we have seen, but how a pharmaceutical company sees the value perception with these changes, and why they are relying on CRO or in-house pharmaceutical companies are taking up this as a reliable perception. To add to what I have told you, value perception, the first thing comes is cost. When I started in 2007, the first case processing, we used to charge $180. And 2019, when I was quitting the industry, it was $8. So it has become commodity. But we have in industry have pursued the effort to make it a value perception where we are giving additional value to make it so worthy that we can charge anything. Kaushik.
No, thank you for asking this very relevant question. Rather than giving my opinion, I would like to give two proof points. And one of this happening took place during the year 2000 to 2005, and the most recent one I'll say, which happens between 2000 to 2025, 2020 to 25. So there's a difference of 2 decades, and how pharmacovigilance, the importance of pharmacovigilance department has changed from a compliance, more of looking at if we get 0483 in inspections, that's the only KPI to be measured, to really value, value addition to the entire pharma value chain and industry. So the first one, most of you are aware, that's the COX-2 inhibitor, which came in the market, rofecoxib, Vioxx, and after few years in the market, it's realized that it is having cardiovascular toxicity. Although that safety data was there in the company's safety database already, even before the market authorization or early market authorization phase. But because the pharmacovigilance was not having a seat in the important stakeholder decision making in terms of the pharma strategy, commercialization, nobody possibly listened to the PV professional at that point of time. And that resulted in one single day when it was publicly available, this toxicity, the stock of the company reduced in one single day by 25 billion US dollar. And also the entire lawsuits costed that company close to 5 billion US dollar. So that is probably the time around 2000 to 2004, the industry realized that there is something important to do with pharmacovigilance, because if we ignore that, ultimately it can backfire us. Our top line, bottom line, both can be affected. So from there, I'll come to a recent example. During year 2000, you might have all heard about checkpoint inhibitors, pembrolizumab, which was being into the market, and then it is realized that there's an important adverse drug reaction, that's immune reactions, adverse drug reaction, immune-related adverse drug reaction. It was quite, concerning to the clinicians and to the pharma industry as well. So not only the signal was detected, it was also characterized, and the product label was updated with lot of details, like including how to detect this adverse event in early stage, and how to intervene, how to prevent this adverse reaction. So that is a shift from reactive pharmacovigilance to preventive pharmacovigilance, where we are heading towards. As a result, over last 4 or 5 years, the same product pembrolizumab is now authorized for 20 different indications. In 2023 alone, the annual revenue for the product was 25 billion US dollar in single year. So, this particular signal management and risk management strategy has really given the confidence to the clinicians that this can be safely used, and that's how this product is being used so much. So this is just an example that how from a from a compliance department, we have really shifted in a strategic seat into the entire pharma organization. And you will see that, a lot of pharma companies now, chief safety officer reports directly to the CEO or to the board, and that also indirectly proof that the value has changed. It's no longer a compliance, it is an essential part of the entire pharma strategy.
Thanks, Kaushik. This was very elaborative and with example, so makes us feel good about it. Now to Dr. Shiva. Dr. Shiva Kumar, can you say, can machine learning or AI truly improve the signal detection? Or does it risk simplifying noise?
No, definitely, that's a great question. And firstly, thanks a lot for inviting me to speak on this particular topic. And before I share any information, a basic disclaimer that all the views or the information that I share are personal experience, through my personal experience, and does not represent or reflect any of my employer's views. Right? So traditionally, I think we have seen signal management to be heavily dependent on statistical models. Disproportionality has been one of these, coherent, inherent models that we relied on, right? With the increase of data sources, with the increase of data volumes that have been abundantly available, right? But at the same time, what about the denominator? There are multiple noises that are existent with our traditional models of signal management that we speak about today, right? Be it the data completeness, because the data that comes in as part of the spontaneous reports or any other medium of data sources, the data completeness is a complete issue, right? But at the same time, the duplicates of these cases, there are a lot of duplicate cases available in the safety databases as well as the open sources. So how are we even filtering that duplicates? How are we duplicating it is another issue. But inherently, the traditional models of signal management also have masking, clocking, or the signal leakages or multiple bias coherent to the inherent process of traditional signal management. But with artificial intelligence, what we are trying to do is to see how can we extract information from multiple data sources, be it the real world data sources that we have. Of course, spontaneous reports are again a part of real world data, but apart from that, the EHR, EMR data, right? The wearables data. Are we trying to, extract information from that, right? Because earlier, extracting information from these real-world data used to take a lot of time in terms of cleansing the data, putting them into different context, because the purpose of collecting these data was different. It's not meant for pharmacovigilance use, right? But now with the advent of AI that we see, it is becoming pretty much easier to collect that data, curate that data, synthesize that data, and then put it into a good structure for the usage of pharmacovigilance. But at the same time, now that we are moving from reactive to more proactive, again, proactive, I would again want to quote it, because what do we really define by proactive is what we need to understand here. And the noise would not just disappear because we have implied or deployed certain ML AI methodologies, right? What really AI would enhance or amplify the way that we do or conduct signal management activities, either to detect some of the signals early, right, that Kaushik had also highlighted on Rafi concept, right, where the signal was high, utilizing some of the real world data, had identified a signal of acute myocardial infarction maybe 4 years before, right, which would have saved a lot of patients. So now in the age of moving from reactive to proactive, I think that is where AI would really help, not to reduce the noise completely, but to enhance and amplify the way that we conduct signal management activities.
Thank you, Dr. Shiv Kumar. So now I go to another doctor now, Dr. Joydeep. And the question is, will AI replace parts of case processing or just make human more efficient?
Okay, I think as Dr. Shiva has mentioned, so first of all, if we start using AI, there are regulations which we have to follow. That there are certain regulations which we have to follow for if we are putting AI in our system. So all the validation, all the other criterias that is there for using AI, the guidelines needs to be followed for that. Next, yes, some of the processes can be done by AI, like we can do literature search, or we can do certain data extraction, we can do the narrative writing through AI. But at the same time, we have to be very careful while using AI. And once the certain processes are taken care by AI, human intervention will be needed while we do the medical assessment or the causality assessment and certain scientific judgment that needs to be taken. And definitely as signal detection and other processes where manual intervention will be definitely and certainly needed there. So yes, AI will make the jobs a little bit simpler, and certain part of case processing can be taken over by AI. But yes, manual intervention is definitely needed while doing the final assessment and the final judgment while taking the scientific assessment.
Thank you, Joydeep. Very well said. See, AI, according to Joydeep, will improve the efficiency definitely, but at the same time, the human knowledge, human intervention is required at the final stage to decide which one will take, and that would improve the efficiency and quality of what is delivered to us. Now, my next question is to Vijay. Vijay, by the way, I have given him the most difficult question, and the reason is in inner circle, when we have worked together, he is known as the encyclopedia of pharmacovigilance process. So, Vijay, how the regulatory agencies are looking at the use of AI and impact on data acceptance, especially in state of limited visibility and guidance today we have from the AI or regulatory agencies?
First of all, thank you so much for the kind words, sir, actually. And that's not a tough question, but I would say AI is something in the last 4 or 5 years, it's been a very hot topic. And I would say everybody was looking towards the regulators, what kind of guidelines. It's almost as simple as actually every parent actually bring up their own children in a certain way. But if you get a book on parenting guidelines, how it will be more satisfying. So everybody was looking towards, okay, some sort of a guidelines would come in. So I would probably touch base a couple of recent things in the rest of time. Most of you would be knowing in December 2025, SIOM's group has come up with their final report on AA in PV in pharmacovigilance, what kind of practical considerations and what kind of principles that we need to do. So that report is very detailed for any company who wants to do the leverage the AA. That is one report it's highly recommended. And as recent as probably 3 months before, in Jan 2026, both FDA as well as EMA, they came up with a joint principles actually, and they laid out a clearly 10 different very detailed principles for any marketing authorization holder who is going to leverage AI. So if you see across not just FDA or EMA, every regulator, like including MHRA, FDA, EMA, they have their own set of frameworks. So how do we decodify? So it's very simply, if we can put it in 5 or 6 core principles, most of them kind of overlap. One is that this is a good news because there are a lot of concerns actually, or skepticism actually, AI will take away the jobs. So what is the core principle that FDA, EMA and MHRA insisting is that human oversight? That is something actually, it's kind of untenable. So any kind of a model that you deploy, human oversight cannot be replaced actually. And second thing is transparency. So what FDA and EMA sometimes they've seen actually is the kind of models that we are working on is sometimes a black box model. We don't know what is happening behind actually. No. So I think transparency is something that they're insisting. And also like another similar thing is actually about reproducibility, how whether the one result, what you're doing with the same model, can you reproduce the same thing? So that is also another key principles, and reproducibility, traceability, most of them are towards the audit readiness. And last most important thing, what they're saying is that can we have the bias mitigation, because certain results, what is working in one model, can it work in a different model, different patient demographics? I think bias mitigation is also another area. So 5 or 6 core principles, I think most of the frameworks are doing. So I would put forward saying regulators are not averse for the company. They're not really concerned if you're how much you're using AI, but what they're more focused is that how much control and validation you have your own AI models. That is something that we're really focused on. And last thing, it's very important actually, is that if you see even the models that what we are looking at actually from FDA point of view or from EMA point of view, they are looking at transparency, and they're also even looking forward to more of hybrid models, and where they're emphasizing human-led judgment augmented by AI-driven insights. That is the key message that what the regulators are looking for. Any pharma companies, any MAH who's looking forward or already deploying AI models. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Vijay. I am left with 4 minutes, and I will be very precise in putting another 4 questions to 4 panelists. So my first question to Kaushik: how reliable are real-world data sources, which is electronic health records, wearables, social media, for safety signal detection? In 1 minute.
Okay, yeah, I can speak whole day on this particular topic, so it's very difficult. I would just say one quote: it's a gold mine with noise. So, and all depends on how we are going to use it. The electronic health records are really useful, and we have done a lot of studies, and in 2024 we presented in with the CAR-T therapy, the secondary malignancy in American Society of Hematology, and that was eye-opener for many clinicians sitting in the room. So another thing I want to highlight within 1 minute: real-world data will never replace traditional pharmacovigilance data sources, but it is going to be complementing and supplementing our traditional safety database, spontaneous reporting, and other current sources like clinical trials. So with that, I'll keep it brief because we don't have time.
Thank you. Now to Dr. Shiva. Are current risk management plans proactive or still reactive?
No, definitely. I think, as I stated, right, most of our pharmacovigilance practice has always been predominantly reactive, right? That is where we are looking to see how do we make it more proactive. And if you see the core, the crux of the risk management, it has always been monitoring of the risks which are already known, right? Either through your identified potential or missing informations, and then placing some of the additional risk mitigation measures on top of that, and then having routine monitoring or additional PV monitoring on top of that, right? But what we are now looking, and the industry is also looking way forward, is to see how do we make this more predictive in nature, right? How do we make these risks more predictive perspective, how do we ensure that there are pattern recognitions in terms of the risk group, different risk group stratifications pertaining to different populations? And then how can I make it more tailored? Right, I mean, having a warning in an hepatotoxicity, I mean, contradiction to an hepatotoxicity versus contradicted, this drug is contradicted for patients taking X medication over a period of time with hepatotoxicities, right? So I think we are looking and ensuring that we move from more proactive in nature, predicting some of the risk, putting risk mitigations early on, tailoring those risk predictions, tailoring those risk mitigation measures to ensure, again, moving from a compliance stigma to more of patient centricity is what we are looking forward.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. So, Dr. Joydeep, are outsourcing models in PV helping or hurting quality? And this question is in perspective to many pharmaceutical industry is taking back the pharmacovigilance in-house. So is it that real, or we are doing it as a reactive process?
So outsourcing model will be helpful if a proper governance model is there. We have a proper KPI, SLA, and a proper governance model for the strategic partner. So one of the important point that you have to treat the vendor as a strategic partner and not as a vendor, not only as an outsourcing party. That's very important. Next point is, yes, we have to have a very structured governance model. The right kind of a person from the strategic partner to do the right job, having a very structured model, how we want to give them the job, KPI, SLAs, a very structured format. So in the crux, we can say that definitely it will be helping if we have a governance model in place. And how do you run the show with the strategic partner?
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Very well said. Vijay, next question to you. Is there a skill gap in pharmacovigilance with the rise of AI and data sciences?
Absolutely, sir. Quickly, 2-3 pointers actually. So again, this is not my opinion. As per the 2025 Future of Jobs report, what they're saying is that the 39% of the current skill is going to change in the next 5 years. So that puts us 2-3 important things for all of us. Governments, Sarvesh was talking in the morning, academic institutions, and even the custodian organizations, they have to do a couple of things for the skill set. One is that build digital literacy, and second thing is ambidextrous talent pipeline. What do I mean by ambidextrous talent pipeline? Simply, if you have doctors, they need to understand algorithms. And if you have engineers in a team, they need to think scientifically. That is what we call it as ambidextrous talent pipelines. And if you're talking about skill set, I would just touch base 3 important skill set gap that we currently see. One is that probably we don't have the AI fluency, what we are supposed to have. AI fluency is one of the key gap. And second one is that how do we interpret data? There's a lot of data. There's a real world evidence data. There's a huge amount of data we have. How do we interpret data? That is the second gap that we have. And third most important gap that we also say is that actually, how do we analyze the data into a more meaningful data? So these are the 2-3 simple skill set gaps. So we're not talking about transitioning all the PV professionals into a more of a data engineers. That's not the point. Simply put, what is the expectation is that what AI can do and what AI cannot do. That is a simple, meaningful understanding what every PV professional should. So future belongs not to hybrid individuals, but definitely to hybrid teams.
Thank you, Vijay. Just a follow-up question. I think, or it's not a follow-up question, just a suggestion, because there in audience we have representative from Telangana government, and I want to highlight few of the points. Every session, panel session I have heard since yesterday, everyone is talking about skill gap. Is there a skills gap? So what Vijay is highlighting is based on industry only. But then in last session as well as yesterday, we have heard about skills gap between 2 more minutes. Skill gap between industry and academia. So what we understand in academia is more to do with theory and getting marks. But what is required in the industry is never discussed in this thing. So can government take up this as an initiative to make sure that in academia we have a requirement of industry put in the curriculum and we improve this? In 1 minute time, if we have 1 or 2 questions from the audience, the panel would love to respond to them. If you have any urgent question. Any question, you can raise the hand. We will, yeah, please. 2 questions we have, 2 people we have. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. So I am into pharmacovigilance. I just have 4 years of experience. But my question is, for example, let us see, for example, if there are 100 people, I agree that 70 people are having skill gap. But among them, at least 20 or 25 people are having right skills. I feel that those who are having skills are not being paid well. So when the industry doesn't pay well for those who are having good skills, so the people who are having skills, they will not be interested in upgrading their skills. So what's your opinion on this?
Check. Yeah, maybe I think, see, regardless of what level you are, right, what I really feel is looking into data is different, right? Just, looking at the data, but then looking beyond the data, looking beyond the compliance is what is the important factor here. Looking at the big picture. See, AI is to scale, right? But the human is to science. So when you look into that data, if you're able to interpret that data into multiple insights, AI can give you patterns of different possibilities, but then you are the one who are going to decide and rule what the AI has provided you output. So that would never change.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Atmadi Paria. I am the Principal Computer Vision Engineer at imagevision.ai. So my question to the panel is, in terms of building the hardware or the end products from the pharma pipelines, currently Indian industries, how much of a loss or how much trouble are they facing with respect to regular inspection, where, meeting the guidelines, meeting the standards that are set by regulatory authorities? I'm talking in terms of how can we best automate this entire manufacturing process so that the profit to the pharma companies at the end of the day is much higher than what we are currently facing. So what are those some of the pain points where we can automate the inspection processes?
See, I want to highlight, we are not from manufacturing here. We are lopsided with physicians. So first 4 is physician and he is a process. Pharmacovigilance process, we will be able to tell. So Kaushik is taking up.
Yeah, so I will answer from a more of a pharmacovigilance lens. So pharma industry is a very conservative industry in terms of adopting new changes. So that is a traditional thing. The gap today exists that, the data scientists, engineers, they do not know pharmacovigilance. The pharmacovigilance professionals do not know data science. And I think to the previous point, Telangana government is coming with skill university in the future city. That might be an excellent opportunity to introduce some course where this gap can be mitigated.
Yeah. So the excellent expert PV committee. So we are moving ahead in the transition from the technology-driven this thing. However, still we are in the under-reporting category. So how to enhance this reporting pattern in these developing nations?
I think quickly point out in the interest of time. So the only way what we can do is awareness. So 10 years back, actually, nobody had this UPI mandate. Actually, we were all paying through cash and everything. So it's a mindset change what we are currently doing. And I think Dr. Roy, what he was mentioning about this, what we have seen in the Western countries is that the industry, academia collaboration that is happening on a very regular basis. I think we need to start doing. One such example is all these consortiums where we can do a lot of thought leadership ideas. But on the ground, if you want to make this happen, I think the mindset change, more and more awareness programs, starting pharmacovigilance reporting at the school level. We are talking about AI, teaching AI to the grade 5 or grade 6. I think pharmacovigilance should be a subject not taught in colleges or 3rd year or 4th year. It should start somewhere in the middle school, actually. That's the only awareness. We have hope only from the next generation.
Perfect, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to our amazing panelists and our expert moderator for taking this discussion with such expertise. For presenting the token of gratitude, I'd like to call upon stage our Honorable Secretary, Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, from Industries Pharmacy Division, Indian Pharmaceutical Association. Can we please have you up on stage for presenting the token of gratitude? I would also like to request on stage Mr. Nishchay Reddy Devnuri, who is the Managing Director for Neural Industries Automation Private Limited. Mr. Nishchay Reddy Devnuri, do we have him in? Yes. Okay, he's coming. That's fine. We can start with the mementos. Starting from Dr. Kaushik Mehdi, Executive Director for Safety Medical Sciences for Axel. In the center, please. A huge round of applause. Dr. Shiva Kumar Buddha, who is the Medical Director for Global Patient Safety at Amgen Biotech Company. Mr. Joydeep Sen Gupta, who's General Manager for Global Head Pharmacovigilance, Cura Tech Biologics Private Limited. Mr. Nishchay, please join us on stage. Mr. Nishchay Reddy Devnuri is the Managing Director for Neural Industries Automation Private Limited, would also be presenting the token of gratitude for our speakers and moderators. Mr. Vijay Krishnan Ganeshan, Global Pharmacovigilance Safety Operational Group Lead from Opella Pharmaceutical Company. Oh, he's taking it. Mr. Joydeep Singh Gupta is done. Okay. Our expert moderator, Dr. Ajoy Kumar Roy, Senior Consultant for Pharmacovigilance. Can we have a group panel picture with our Honorable Secretary as well as Mr. Nishchay Reddy Devnuri, Managing Director for Neural Industries Automation Private Limited. A huge round of applause for this expertly led panel on pharmacovigilance and drug safety in global markets. We can have an entire day discussion worth of this topic, but thank you so much to our expert moderator for sticking to the timeline. Thank you so much. With that, we move on to our next discussion, which is the panel discussion 3 on the topic India's expanding CDMO and CRO ecosystem. Can we have the setup for this, please? Meanwhile, can we have the video for the summit? Let us start with our next discussion, which is on the topic India's expanding CDMO and CRO ecosystem, for which I'd like to call upon stage our expert panelist, Mr. Sundar Narasimhan, who is the Chief Procurement Officer of Newland Laboratories Limited. A huge round of applause. Dr. Deepak Khurana, Vice President and Head of SCM at SCL Life Sciences Limited. Dr. Ajay Pujari, who's an independent consultant for supply chain and logistics. Welcome, sir. I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Joydeep Sen Gupta, GM for Global Head Pharmacovigilance at Cura Tech Biologics Private Limited. Mr. Amrinder Singh, Associate Director for R&D Procurement. And Mr. Ram Kumar Isaki, who is the Chief Operating Officer for PL Health Sciences, and our expert moderator for this discussion, Dr. Chandan Shirbhai, who is the Vice President and Head for Supply Chain and Operational Excellence at Arjun Life Sciences. Over to you, sir. Please be settled.
Good afternoon, all. Thanks to India Pharma Expo and the Elets team for assembling such wonderful gathering here, which includes all the industry leaders, some subject matter experts, government officials, and also conducting panel discussions on some relevant topics. So our topic today is on the panel discussion is more on the India's expanding CRO and CDMO ecosystem. Just to give you a brief about where does India and the global CRO and CDMO industry stand. So overall, the global CDMO market currently is at around USD 155 to 160 billion. That was in 2024 and growing at a 7 to 8% CAGR. And CRO industry is growing at 8 to 9 CAGR. And most of this industry is through the global innovator pharmas who outsource their drug discovery and development projects arising due to R&D complexity or the cost pressures. India is emerging as a growth of CRDMO hub with market estimated at 25 billion in 2025 and projected to grow at 10 to 11% CAGR. So in last year, in 2025 at BioAsia, a forum called IPSO, Innovative Pharmaceutical Services Organization, was launched, and it was created by Indian CRDMOs, 11 members to be precise, to engage the global stakeholders and settle up a Indian CRDMO narrative. Today's panel is going to explore on how India can become the preferred global partner across the drug development cycle, and with my esteemed panelists who have been introduced and come from various expertise, we will be touching upon value beyond cost, supply chain resilience, technology and AI, that's the buzzword currently, how well we can adopt technology and AI, regulatory and pharmacovigilance, we have Joydeep, we are representing that, and also talent and ecosystem readiness. So with this, I would like to start our panel discussion, and gentleman on my left, Mr. Amrinder Singh, who is a global buyer, comes from a global innovator pharma organization like Novartis, and who mostly outsource or engage the CRO CDMO partners. So from the strategic partner lens, Amrinder, I would like to understand from you on how is the definition of value in CDMO CRO relationship evolving? So is it cost optimization or a broader strategic value architecture? And what all does it include?
Thank you, Chandan. So for decades, the CRO sponsor partnership or relationship has been defined by the cost per FTE, right? It has been largely transactional. Today, the sponsors are moving towards strategic value architecture. In this model, the value is defined by three pillars, which is insights, integration, and impact. So you would know that in a pharmaceutical discovery, the highest or most expensive experiment is the one which is done perfectly, but shouldn't have been done at all. So a strategic partner should be able to flag the risk and let us know that this experiment is not needed at all, even before we start that experiment. So procurement today is not just a gatekeeper of cost, it is an architect of value. Sponsors are no longer looking for service providers which can just follow the protocol, but strategic partners who can optimize the PK of a lead candidate proactively, right? So when a CRO is able to help the sponsor reach a go, no-go stage 3 months in advance, or help shave off months from the clinical timeline, then that is where the value comes in. That is where a 5% discount and 10% discount becomes redundant, and this value much, much outweighs anything that you have paid to a CRO. So the sponsors today, or the procurement teams of sponsors today, are not buying hands. They are buying the velocity of discovery and innovation and a higher probability of success. Thank you.
Thanks, Amrinder. I think you touched on a lot of good points, from gatekeeper of cost to architect of success, improving timelines. So because you have touched upon the improving timelines, I would now go to our next panelist, Mr. Ram Kumar, who is also CEO, so more responsible for the execution responsibilities. But taking forward Amrinder's point of improving timelines, Ram, how do you see scale and integrated capabilities? So on that, my question would be, does sponsor look increasingly for end-to-end solutions, and how can Indian CRDMOs evolve from functional specialists, like Amrinder said, only cost is not there, to integrated development partners without compromising on quality or speed?
Yeah, thank you, Chandan. So, when you talk about integrated capabilities, we have many CDMOs in India. I would call it as a CRDMOs. We can't just start services to become an integrated partners. The operating model completely to be re-architect. In my view, I would say there are 5 pointers. The first one would be, how do you make it integrated? Instead of having an integration physically, can it be a digital? Can we keep a standardized, unified data platform where the discovery, process development, your tech transfer can be done so that you can seamlessly integrate without any tech transfer challenges or a scale-up challenges? The second point one is, how do you keep the data uniform? Instead of when you develop a process or a route scouting, can it be in a standard or a modular platform where your route, analytics, and the process development can be seen by everyone, so that you will not reinvent the wheel every time? That's the second point. The third one would be, how do you make quality as a part of your operating model? How do you implement your quality by design from the day one, instead of keeping them as just a compliance checklist? Are they involved in your early development, so that you don't get into a scale-up challenges, whether there is a proper risk assessment has been done or not? Those are the third point. The fourth one is the very important point. What I would say is, we invest on the translational talent. When I say translational talent, we are working on silos. Like, whatever the people work in discovery, they can't able to understand how the development happens, how the manufacturing happens. So we need to invest on the leaders who understand the early discovery as well as the commercial manufacturing aspect, so that we don't fail on the execution part of it. And that's the 4 key points. I would say, instead of horizontally integrating it, how are you connecting all your services seamlessly? That is where the success is going to come.
Thank you, Ram, for touching on digital integration, QBD net to proactively and focus on talent, etc. I think very valid points. Just to follow the sequence, because Deepak ji is sitting next to you. Deepak ji, now we have heard Ram and Amrinder speaking, and it's very clearly coming out, operational readiness and resilience is going to be key. So from supply chain readiness perspective, my question to you is, how prepared are Indian CRDMOs today in terms of dual sourcing, KSM security, logistics resilience, to support global innovation program without disruption?
Yeah. Thank you, Chandan. It's a very valid topic. Yeah. So as when we talk about resilience, to the point of dual sourcing, KSM, security, and logistic resilience, I would say that post-COVID, a lot of things have changed. Organizations are basically, have taken step ahead and ensured that they are covered with dual sourcing, and China plus one concept is already being there, and most of the innovators are also basically moved towards that. But still, I would say
dual sourcing is there, but there are certain categories of products, KSMs, or maybe innovator R&D products where we are still facing a lot of challenges. And of course, focus is of to develop indigenous or domestic vendor base. But still, fundamental fact is that globally companies are still dependent on China. 40% dependency on China is there for KSM APIs. So that dependency is still there. That required key shift from lot of perspectives, from government perspective, or developing the ecosystem within the country, wherein you develop the network of vendors, wherein you can the dependability can be there. So that is still there. And I would say 70%, 60 to 70% we are still covered for KSM security, but dual sourcing, again we talk about, we are there for 40-50%, we are there. But still, if we talk about innovative products, we are still far behind. When we talk about biologics, yes, we are far behind. Chemistry wise, if you look at, yeah, there are opportunities, there are capabilities within India, but they are still fragmented. So consolidation is not there. So if that happens, a lot of things can improve. And when we talk about logistics resilience, yes, logistics have came a long way after COVID and Suez Canal issues and now geopolitical disruptions. So they have came a long way. They are, most of them are fully digitized. They are using IoT and predictive tools to to predict what all is going to come. And I would say infrastructure wise also, if we look at, I think custom import and export customs, and they are also going up to the level, and wherein they are supporting a lot. And that is really I think more stable as of now. And 80 to 85%, I would say they are the contributors in supply chain. Yeah.
Thank you, Deepak ji. You very rightly pointed out, yes, there has been a progress, especially on the chemistry side, but it's a work in progress mainly for the new upcoming areas of biologics and all. But you also touched upon China plus one, China de-risking. So that brings me to my next question to Dr. Sundar, who heads the supply chain for the upcoming CDMO and well-established organization like Newland. So Dr. Sundar, from the China dependence and risk trade-off perspective, my question to you is reducing China dependency purely a risk mitigation play, or does selective dependence still make some economic and strategic sense? And how should Indian CRDMO strike that balance?
Thank you, Chandan. Risk, I think we are talking about risk in the area of Trump. So, we can never miss the elephant in the room. With Mr. Trump around, I think we have enough and more of risk. So, de-risking, of course, I think is the thing that we should all grapple with and really overcome. To put it in perspective, I think there is this Bloomberg study that was released, they have a commodity tracker over the last century, actually. If you look at that study, they said, if you look at the past decade from, let's say, 1950s to the 2010s, commodities have been either slightly increasing or kind of varying around center of gravity. But then from 2015 to 2025, you don't want to look at the chart. It's a pure commentary on risk. Who thought gold will swing from 1,20,000 for 10 grams all the way to 2 lakhs? And now, every day you look at it, there is a variation of 3%, 5%. Talk of risk. And supply chain truly arrived, Chandan, with the kind of risk that, has confronted all of us. We have arrived all the way probably to the board. Because, we are the guys who really handle the risk. I think to the question on China dependency, the way I'll put it, should we be in China or should we not be in China? That's the question, let us say, if we have to put it rhetorically. As a company, Newland actually tracks China dependency very closely because we took it out about 7-8 years ago. And today we are what, about 83%. We are battered out of China as a dependency model. But I will say the answer lies, the China conundrum, as we can put it, the answer lies in an and not an or. That is, I would like to be in China And I would also not like to be in China. In the sense, a good strategy will be, I have credible alternate sources in other geographies, like, in India, like in Europe, like in US, and there are other places. Even US has become a source now with a lot of emphasis on local manufacturing. And so we need to be, but then, when I ask myself, should we be in China? What are the reasons? The reasons are, one is, they have a beautiful absorption of chemistry. They have a lot of breakthrough chemistry coming through, in the area of ciprofloxacin. Newland was such a large manufacturer of ciprofloxacin. I remember 7 years ago, they said, we are filing a patent. They broke through the KSM. They went through from the DCFA, the acetophenone, they moved to the benzoyl chloride, and that brought down the cost of ciprofloxacin significantly. So the learning is that you want to be competitive, you want to be present in the area of action, then you need to be in China. But then, if I have to give you an example, there was this KSM that we were buying happily from China for an innovator. Then, the Binhai blast happened. Then that estate closed down. Then we came, we were really looking for a solution because there was nobody else that was making that compound. It's very lacrimetric, it's a dirty compound. One Indian company came forward to make it, and then a second one took on, with the learning cycle. So I will say uncertainty is there. Blue skies policy brings a lot of uncertainty from China. Costs are increasing. Apparently, so the good strategy, I will say, is the way you put it, that I would like to be in China because, I would like to be low cost. I would like to be, even the new products, they take the lead. They are the first movers, right? If I'm not in the first movers as a CDMO or a CRO company, then I will definitely lose those contracts. So I will say, be in China, be present, source freely from China, but then always look, maybe develop a metric where you have credible alternatives in India and other geographies, so that you are kind of efficient as well as de-risked. This is what I will say.
No, thank you, Dr. Sundar. So what I take away is, from dependence, make it more of optional rather than having a full dependency. Now that brings me to, because if we have to de-risk China, develop India, so there is lot to be done on the policy side, on the talent side, on the localization side. So my question to you, Dr. Anand, would be on the local supply chain perspective would be, do you see local supplies ecosystem? Like Dr. Sundar spoke about ecosystem in China, but do you see India local supply ecosystem becoming a real deal winner or deal breaker for Indian CRDMOs in global engagement? And with that, if you can just add these complementing elements of sustainability and responsible sourcing, how are they making a difference? Because we all like to believe in China anything can be done, but in India you want to be clean, you want to be responsible. So what would be your view?
Thanks, Chandan. I think in simple answer is yes, the local ecosystem can definitely make the deal, and if you don't have the local ecosystem, it can break the deal. That is the short answer. But having said that, in the last 6-7 years time, we have done many local development with respect to developing the vendors. It is not only individually. You already told about the IPSO one. One of the important chapter under the IPSO association is that all CRDMO partners coming together and helping these local suppliers to develop some complex material which earlier used to come from China. I think that activity is doing some kind of good progress. Every company, we can say that in the meeting used to say that my dependence on China has come down from 15% to 10%, 10% to 5%. I think this improvement has been we witnessed in maybe in the last 6-7 years, especially after the COVID impact. All of a sudden, our China supply chain stopped coming from China, and it has given some kind of nightmare to not only for pharma industry, into our CDMO also. So having said that, if you develop the local ecosystem, it will give some kind of risk-free. You are not depending on any overseas one, and it also gives some kind of backup support, right? If you have some of the supply coming from overseas, for example, China, one source is there. Developing an alternate within India will give you some kind of stability in the future. some material which is not coming from outside, you have an alternate source. It is not that you have to completely come out from China. Yes, as Dr. Sundar told, you will be depending on some Chinese sources, and their process are better, their quality is better there, and the pricing also matters, right? But in the long run, if you see that to tide over the dependencies from any supply sources, it is better to have a local ecosystem. Having said that, it is not that easy. Why? Because we work with a lot of MSMEs here in India, and they may not be well versed with the standards of global standards and ESG parameters. They may not be into that, but there are good amount of the programs are happening with the support coming from Government of India also. With they're engaging with MSME vendors to upskill them, give them this kind of support. So there are some activities which from my earlier company Biocon Group, there are also some activities are happening to support the MSMEs so that they can understand the requirement of global standards and deliver those materials. In this entire journey, I can tell you that in the last few years' time, the domestic supplier support is enormous. They have been taking the challenges. They have been agreeing to make those kind of products within India, and they become a real alternate source within India. So even when a client from global clients are coming, in the RFP stage itself, they're asking, what is your supply resilience within India? And if you say that I have a good sources for XYZ material, then there is a chance of winning. The deal is always will be there. So I feel that it is local ecosystem development. Everybody should contribute on that, and we should do that. With respect to sustainability, Chandan, I think it is an important topic we have been discussing in the recent past. If we are supposed to be a sustainable company for our client, at the same time we also have to secure our supply chain, that the vendors also follow that, be it CDP norms, be it SPTA regulations. At the time of the good practice we started in our company 3-4 years back is that to meet one is that to the standards of CDP and SPTA, we started asking our vendors at the time of the vendor onboarding itself that whether you have these are the practices. If you are having the right kind of ESG practices, if they follow those kind of things, there is a chance of they getting the business more. I think it is there are vendors we have seen in earlier stages. They use solvents which can pollute the environment. We have started taking out those kind of vendors who are not using the right kind of solvent, who are not using the solvent recovery system. The waste management are not there. So we have come a long way. It is not just localization of these chemicals within India. It is local plus sustainable plus responsible supply chain. That's what we want to build within our ecosystem.
Thanks, Dr. Anand. Very true. You can't just have a local system, but also responsible local supply chain. But from the operations and manufacturing perspective, we have heard from our 5 panelists. Joydeep, you bring a very different perspective on regulatory responsibility and patient safety. So from that thing, my question to you would be, as India's CDMO and CRO footprint expands globally, how are regulatory expectations evolving, especially around pharmacovigilance, which your previous panel was there, data integrity and patient safety?
Okay, so for the last 20-25 years, we see that India has a global expansion, and then a lot of CDMO and CROs are coming here. So the way we used to do the job last 20 years back, we cannot do the same, because the regulators, the expectations are way too much high now. What we can do? So the first thing is that we need to ensure the patient safety, the data integrity, as well as a consistent quality approach. Also, a digital traceability of all the activities that they are doing. We can show that, yes, we can demonstrate to the regulators that these are the audit trails, how the activities are done, and also a kind of proactive communication and transparent approach towards what the activities they are doing. I think these are few expectations that the regulators, all the regulators they have from all Indian CDMOs and CROs. And to achieve that, I think the best way of doing this is collaborate with the regulators. I think now DCGI, CDSC also is collaborating with all the industry leaders. When they publish the guidelines, they first circulate a draft guideline, and they ask for all the industry leaders to give their feedback that how the things can be done and in a better way. And this is not only for the CDSU, this is also done from all the regulators, because a few months back, Health Canada, they have also published their pharmacovigilance guideline, where they asked for all the industry leaders to give their feedback. And once the feedback comes, they actually also discuss with the regulator, with the industry panels, with the industry leaders, that how things can be done in a better way. Even US FDA, when they have gone from R2 to R3, so this is a kind of a data exchange that happens from the industry to the regulators' databases. There also they invited a lot of industry colleagues to come and join them to their panel, that how the feedback can be done, how the feedback can be given. So I think these are the ways that we have to collaborate with the regulators. The industry has to collaborate with the regulators, have a very transparent discussions that what is the expectations the regulators they have, and also a kind of a approach, the collaboration that is needed, that both way we can come up with a understanding that what is the need from the regulators and how industry can provide can give that kind of an expectation 100%. So I think this is the way that we can do this expectation fulfill.
No, thanks, Joydeep. In the interest of time, I will request the panelists to answer in 1 or 2 lines the coming questions, so that we can cover everybody and have audience Q&A also. So Joydeep, I will start from you itself. On this question, just quick 1 or 2 lines, otherwise hard stop, we will move on to the next panelist. Okay, so Joydeep, do you agree that Indian CDMO and CRO ecosystem has shifted from support function to strategic lever?
Yes, definitely. Because
1 or 2 lines, quick.
Yeah, I think now it is not, India is not a cost-effective model. It's definitely a data center. It's definitely a quality-driven. We have a large talent pool who can actually support the kind of the kind of quality, the kind of data, the kind of science that is needed. So definitely we are moving to a different model now.
Thanks, Joydeep, for honoring the time. Dr. Anand, to you, the question is, what policy or ecosystem changes, including talent development, are essential for India to compete with global CRDMO leaders? 1 line or 2 lines, max.
Chandan, I don't think so we can answer in 1 or 2 lines.
So should I pass it on?
Yeah. See, I'm not saying that I acknowledge there are the good policies has been framed by Government of India. Name it PLI scheme, production linked incentive scheme, that is helping. There are the pharma parks, that is helping. There are good things are happening. In the recent one, we can see that in the budget, the latest budget, 26-27, they have given Bioshakti for the Bioshakti Pharma one initiative has been taken. I think in that initiative around 5,000 crores has been kept separately for next 5 years to support the manufacturing and innovation and the upskilling program. I think that is been done. But having said that, there are a lot of things has to be done with respect to the delay in licensing approval by DCGI, by various authorities. There are a lot of things are happening. With respect to skill, I think a lot of activity is pending in the area of clinical trials, in the area of the biologics area. Upskilling has to be done. It is not only the government job; it is all individually. The CDMO partners has to take up this job. At the end of the day, we can say that collaborating with the government, we can able to achieve that. One important thing I think everybody has talked about. industry academia collaboration. We have been discussing so many this one. I personally tried this working with IASC and ICT. We tried moving some this one, but not been progressing. I think some kind of support which come from academia. I think somebody from the Telangana government representative is here. Take up this thing. Why? Because it is helping the Western countries as well as China a lot in innovating new drugs and getting support from
I
them.
take that point. Just to ensure the timekeeping, I move on to Dr. Sundar. We hear a lot about AI and digital. We would have loved to talk more about it, but I do understand it's difficult to answer in 1 or 2 lines. But if you can just talk about the areas where this can be adopted, and then the audience can take a thread, and during lunchtime we can have more detailed discussion.
As far as AI for CDMO and CRO is concerned, we all agree that speed is of essence. I think that's the key competing factor, apart from, I think even costs and other parameters are definitely important, but not that important, but speed is of essence. And I believe that, today morning I had a meeting as we were rushing out. I just finished and said, Copilot, you run a meeting minutes. It ran and finished it off. We had a 24-page legal agreement. It compiled in 5 minutes and gave it threw out this thing. So the kind of things that AI is able to achieve, it should be at the center of change management in an organization. As leaders, we should all push our teams to adopt AI. What I'm seeing is, unless leaders are adopting, but then it's not going down the line. Personally, I feel AI has a lot to offer. I think no need to feel threatened. The more we adopt, the more we become, AI evangelists, and, we'll become more competitive and fast. So this is where I am thinking.
No, sir, thank you.
Sundar,
No, somebody told me AI will not take away your job. Somebody who knows AI will take away your job. So on the Deepak ji, quickly, what can supply chain team do to become strategic enabler of speed, cost, and as Joydeep said, regulatory success? Maybe 1 or 2 lines.
Supply chain has to, almost, they are on that, but they have to change the design of the architecture of the supply chain. If that happens, from the cost center to, to a strategic enabler, that they have to, be there in the very beginning of the process, decision-making process. If that happens, I think a lot of things will change. So in the beginning, if you are part of, embedded with the regulatory QA and, and taking decisions about even technical decisions about, which molecule should come and, what can be the ROS of that material or of that molecule, or, what region they want to go into. So a lot of things, they can be a part of that. If that happens, then they are not, just a support system, but I think they are a decision maker and, very much part of that growth.
Integrate more with business and become part of more decision making. Ram, on your side, because you spoke about integration and scale up, so how operational discipline and governance models can be incorporated, especially when you are scaling up, because there is chance of compliance issue, failures. So how it can be done?
So when we have to balance both compliance and speed, we have to have a smarter control system, not a tight control system. I would say the quality first mindset to be operationalized, and we should have a stage-wise gate for the tech transfer or a development or a commercial manufacturing. And third one is, I would say, you digitize your entire the system so that there is a transparency, and also your Alcoa principles are maintained. And also your quality unit has to be independent and empowered, so that you don't compromise the output with the quality. And so what I would say is, the speed is the competitive advantage, whereas the compliance is a license to operate. We can't trade one with the other.
Very nice, Ram. So Amrinder, just to end with you, because you might have assessed many CDMOs, and usually our perspective is Indian CDMOs are considered as secondary backup option as compared to our global competitors, especially from China. So what do you think, maybe a couple of things, 1 or 2 things Indian CRDMOs can adopt to become the primary option from secondary?
So for Indian CROs and CDMOs to become the primary option, they have to shift from task-based models to output-based models, or I would say the black box operating model to a glass box operating model, which would not only need operational, transparency, but as well as scientific leadership on many aspects. So this would need a big mindset shift from meeting the regulatory standards to setting the gold standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrinder. So we are just 1 minute left. So let us take the audience questions if there are any. So you would like to take. Yeah, please. Can somebody provide them a mic? And it will be helpful if you can tell the panelist name with whom you would like to have the answer.
Thank you, panel, for letting me ask the question. So what I see that a lot of statement comes that AI will take away job, or the person who is using the AI will take away the job. So I feel, right, let's say I'm from a certain background and I now want to dive into the supply chain management, right, and using any AI tool, leveraging any AI tool. But if I do not have that kind of a background, right, with the supply chain or any of the technical field, I will not be able to capitalize on any of the AI tool the way someone who have been on that side, right? So the augmentation between the real experience and then leveraging the AI tool means how we are going to make a marriage between these two things, right? Because the misconception is that you can leverage AI without knowing anything, right? And I see in my day-to-day job, my teammates go and they think they will deliver something using the AI, and then they don't put a lot of effort, right? And they mess up the things, right? So I would like to understand that how we are going to club these two segments where that knowledge is required to be leveraging the AI.
Yeah, maybe Amrinder, you can then add.
No, you can.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll just, recently I had this big download from an expert in AI. I just want to give an example and close. The area where AI is having maximum impact in hospitals is radiology, okay? Because you have to really read those reports, and those are visual and a lot of detailing. And it's a very specialized role. Today radiology seats are going for crores, actually. So, but what has happened now, I'm told, is as you adopt AI, it's quickly able to read and decipher and extract it in no time. So the question is, can radiologists be replaced, like you rightly said? What about the real world? They're saying that the reading part of the radiology and the report generation is AI. And then a radiologist comes in and verifies, very quickly whether this is correct. And then it goes for the diagnostic or whatever, the clinical evaluation. Again, the radiologist comes back. The AI is able to do the evaluation also. The radiologist comes back and says that this is, yes, indeed the condition, or maybe, something is missed out. So I have a feeling, while radiologists, bulk of his lower level jobs have been taken away, his role remains relevant. So, this is what I will say, like rightly said, it's a mix of both.
So I'll just add to that, because you are a bit fearful about it, okay? So how AI is going to, take away the jobs. So when we talk about it, I think simple thumb rule is that, anything which is transactional, anything which is repetitive, anything which is not adding value, that may go away with AI, whatever you are doing, whatever business you are doing, right? Anything where you are strategic, anything you are putting in as a strategy, as is your mind, that is going to be secure, right? So you have to align with, human has to align with AI, right? AI is not a threat, but it is enabler. So that way you need to think, right? Yeah.
Maybe what I would say is, you humanize first before you digitize anything, right? And if you try to give decision making to AI, definitely you will lose the job, right? So use AI for getting insights, data analysis, not to make decisions.
Thank you. I think, yeah.
AI cannot enter wet lab and do the work
Reactions.
there. AI cannot go and talk to customs officials and ask to release the
Can we take
material.
one more
There are a
question?
lot of activity which is there. The people are saying that when computer came, we will lose the job. When ERP came, we will lose the job. My boss asked me, we are implementing SAP, how many people you will reduce? But at the end of the day, we added 20 more people to the department. So we'll have to wait and see how AI is impacting. And there are, if you are above taking the knowledge and implementing that, I think you will get more salary, more better in the company itself.
Thank you all panelists, and thank you to the audience. Unfortunately, due to time limitation, we could not take many more questions. during lunchtime or during the next panel, anytime at the networking time, feel free to approach any of the panelists and we would be happy to answer your question. Thanks once again to Elets team, Shruti and everybody over here, Ravi ji and all for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And definitely, as rightly said, our panelists are here with us for the entire day. Feel free to connect with them, catch them, ask all your questions, whatever you feel like. With that, we wrap up this now. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief of eHealth magazine, to kindly present the token of gratitude to our expert leaders over here today, starting from Mr. Sundar Narsimhan, Chief Procurement Officer of Newland Laboratories Limited. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir, for your time and your expertise. Vice President and Head SCM for SCL Life Sciences Limited. Thank you so much. Dr. Anand Pujari, Independent Consultant for Supply Chain and Logistics. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and your expertise. General Manager, Global Head for Pharmacovigilance at Curatech Biologics Private Limited. Mr. Amrinder Singh, Associate Director for R&D and Procurement. A huge round of applause. Mr. Ram Kumar Isaki, Chief Operating Officer for PL Health Sciences. And to our expert moderator, Dr. Chandan Shirbhai, Vice President and Head for Supply Chain and Operational Excellence, Argan Life Sciences. Can we have a group panel picture with the mementos, please, and with Ravi, sir? Thank you so much. We now break off for a networking break and expo visit. We have exhibitions. We have 300 plus brands being represented in 2 halls, hall 1 and 3. Can we have the speakers of this session please join us for 1 more minute? Mr. Joydeep, can we have you please for 1 more minute?
So I thank our esteemed speakers for the session, India's expanding CDMO and CRO ecosystem. And thank you for an engaging session. And before we break, I have like just a small announcement that next year's India Pharma Expo will be held again at the same venue, Hightex, in March 2027. And I will request all our speakers of the sessions, various sessions, to help our team in building up the next year's agenda also, making it a better agenda and a bigger agenda. And the idea is to have double the size of the speakers, double the size of the audience, double the size of the exhibition, and the whole participation. So I will request each of you to help us and support us in making this bigger. The bigger vision of India Pharma Expo is to, first of all, highlight the pharma industry of Hyderabad and state of like Telangana especially, which is the pharma capital of the country, and how can the pharma industry spread all over the India, can collaborate with the pharma industry of Telangana, and make the India pharma story bigger and better. So that is the wider agenda. So it's a mission actually to help our pharma community grow and connect with each other, collaborate with each other, and India as a country becomes a major force in the pharma sector. So with this, I thank you all again for joining us, and looking forward to your support again for the next year. Thank you so much.
With this, we now break off for a networking and expo visit break. We have around 300 plus brands being represented in hall number 1 and 3. This is hall 3 where the summit is happening. Please visit the exhibitors, the different exhibitions that are all around pharma and life sciences. We have more amount of exhibitions in hall 1 as well, which is just the adjacent hall to this one. Please visit there as well and gather networking, insights, and thoughts. For anybody interested for the next year's India Pharma Expo, please, you can scan this QR and share your interest query with us. We're also available on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter with the name India Pharma Expo. So you can find us and share your feedback, share your responses, share your interest over there as well. We will be starting with the next session at 2:10. So requesting everybody who would like to, listen to different sessions, join us back at 2:10. Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for joining us back. Requesting everybody outside as well to please join us back. We're starting with another panel discussion. Requesting all our visitors, delegates to please join us back, be seated so that we can go forward with our next panel, which is on the topic drug discovery and R&D, navigating clinical research, clinical trials, and global regulatory pathways in pharmacology. We can have an entire day-long discussion on this topic alone, which also entails a lot of different topics in itself, but requesting everybody outside to please join us back. We're starting with our summit. We're starting with our next panel discussion in which we have very expert leaders joining us today. Requesting everybody outside to please join us back, be seated. People at the door, please join us back. Let's get seated. Let's start with our next session. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've had a good networking time, networking with our exhibitors, brands, different organization representatives that we have at this Summit Expo. In the evening, we will also be having an award ceremony. Meanwhile, I'm requesting everybody outside to please join us back. We are starting with our summit. Let us go forward now for this topic, panel discussion on the topic of drug discovery and R&D, navigating clinical research, clinical trials, and global regulatory pathways and pharmacology. I would like to call upon stage our expert speakers, starting from Dr. Suvik Chatterjee, who is Associate Director for R&D and Quality Lead at Bristol Myers Squibb. Dr. Suvik, can we please have you up on stage? A huge round of applause. I would also like to request Dr. Nasir Ali, Vice President for API and R&D from Aurobindo Pharma Limited, to please join us back. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Srimalu Reddy, Global Head for Clinical Development and PV, Santa Biologics Private Limited. Thank you so much for joining. Dr. Jagdesha G.S., who is a Senior Scientific Manager and R&D at Rochelle Laboratories. Okay, he's joining us in 5 minutes. No worries. I would like to request our next panelist, Dr. Santosh Kumar Nala, who is GM and Head of Regulatory Affairs at Shilpa Medicare Limited. Join us. Requesting Dr. Vamsi Krishna K, who is the VP for Ashram Medical College and Hospitals from Andhra Pradesh, to also join us. Requesting our expert moderator, Dr. Shashi Kiran, Global Medical Maintenance Lead from Opella, to also join us on the stage. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, and thank you so much, Elets, for inviting me into this panel. And it's been a pleasure sitting and discussing with such a dignitaries on stage. And post lunch discussions are very hard to do, but then we'll try to make the best out of this panel time that is given to us. Yeah. How will we do this is so we will go for a quick round of introduction from our side. And we have divided the topic itself is very extensive. We are having drug discovery, R&D, clinical research, trials, and regulatory pathways along with pharmacology. This itself takes a huge time for our discussion. So what we'll try to do in this limited time given to us is we will take one questions from each of these segments and then try to see if we are able to cover. If yes, then we can go for a second round. If not, we will take a questions from the floor and then we'll try to end this. Great. So first of all, let me begin with my introduction. I am Dr. Shashi Kiran. I am right now based out of Hyderabad. I am with Opella Healthcare right now. Before this, I worked in a medical affairs in Novo Nordisk, GSK, and Dr. Reddy's. I have a 10 plus years of experience in industry. And before that, I'm a pharmaceutical physician by practice. I have done my MD in pharmacology. And this is about me. So I will give it the mics to our panel members. Please.
Thank you. So my name is Dr. Shobhik Chatterjee. I head the Research and Development Quality in Global Quality Capability Center in Bristol, Massachusetts. So whatever the thoughts I'll be sharing here will be my own thoughts. It is not from my employer. I'm really looking forward to have an interaction and a lot of the collaborative discussion with all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, this is Nasir. I am from the Arvindo. Currently, I am working as a Vice President in API Research and Development. Prior to Arvindo, I worked with the Teva, Sandoz, Wakad, and Lupin. So I am based in the Hyderabad. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sriram. I have been working with, currently I'm working with Shanta Biologics Private Limited. I have around 20 years of experience in both clinical development and pharmacovigilance. Previously, I was with ex-Shanta, ex-Sanofi, and also ex-MSD. Currently, I'm working with Shanta Biologics as a head clinical development and medical affairs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Santosh Kumar Narla. So I'm currently working as a regulatory head for Shilpa Medicare Limited. So I have done my PhD in pharmaceutical sciences. Mainly, I will look about the medicines registration in different regulator markets, mainly US and Europe and Canada markets. So I am handling all the regulatory activities at Shilpa Medical. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Vamsi. I'm a clinical diabetologist, and I also have a postdoctoral fellowship and MHA from America. I'm part of Eli Lilly, Pfizer in my past, and currently I am heading clinical research at Ashram Medical College, Andhra Pradesh. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the quick introduction. I wanted to open this panel for discussion. Since morning, we did have a good lectures. We did listen to some of the dignitaries on stage. We also discussed about APIs and supply chain and many other things in the beginning. If you see today, India is increasingly recognized for global hub, and we did that acknowledgement from Telangana Chief Sciences, Life Sciences CEO. Also, not just as a manufacturer, but also as an innovator, we are now supplying medicines to the rest of the world. From each of your vantage points, we have people from industry, we have people from academia, innovators, and Indian pharmaceutical companies, along with clinical development and R&D. What do you see the India's biggest strength at this point of time in the drug discovery market journey today? We'll start with Suvik.
Thank you. So this is a great question. And as we say always that now India is the pharmacy of the world now, right? So that's the correct statement. So let us think about two perspectives that what is the clinical trial challenges currently we are facing and how we are resolving it. So we can say that the new regulations which has come in 2019 and the 2026 recent reforms, so that has really expedited the clinical trial processes. So in 2024, we have around 18,000 new clinical trials have been enrolled. So that is a huge success for all of us, right? And having said that, we also need to see that there are little requirement of enhancing in terms of the regulatory expediteness and also our GDP investment. Because currently India is only investing only 0.7% for the new chemical entity innovation, whereas USA or China, they are investing around 4% to 3%, right? So in that respect, we need to think about it. But there is a great scope for all of us here. I'll hand over to Dr. Nasir.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to add, as the doctor already told that, so we are already the pharmacy of what, but still we have a lot of work to do, because being a generic, we are the competing the word, but now we need to be more innovative, because you can see a lot of big MNC companies coming to Hyderabad. Okay, they're going to set up their all center here. So because why they're setting? Because we have the talent. Because there is no doubt in IT also we did excellent, and same thing I think in pharma also we have the great talent, which we should use. Not being a generic player, we should be more focused on innovative research, which a lot of company did. You can take the example of Glenmark. They already have, last year they had tie-up with one of the MNC, and recently now Wakhar also going to launch their own molecule. So this is a big proud for us also, because we are not only now focusing or working on the generic, no, we are also working innovative, because in future we need to be very precious, because now what is going to change? This is a disturbance for world also, because now people are talking about the precious medicines, because DNA, RNA. So that is the area where we have a better scope being India, because being a talented pool we have, which we already proven in generic. Now I think we can also take this as a challenge, and for that I think we need some integration from government support also, which government also started, because they are also allocating a lot of budget for the research. They are also focusing in pharma, especially in the similar biotech, which is a little bit expensive, time consuming. But as I said earlier also, we have the talent, and with government and all industry work together, especially we need to take support from our universities also, academic also. If you work all together, I think there is no, in future we also call as a innovator hub of the world also. Thank you.
Yeah, so the talent is the biggest strength is what you
that is biggest strength, and we have the hardworking people.
Yeah.
So that is also proven in IT and pharma, generic also. Now time for the innovation.
Shriram.
Thank you, Dr. Nazir. And being in the vaccine development, I would say, I think vaccine development, we can see there is a clear shift from a single protocol, global protocol, to a multi-country protocol. Because though countries like India, though we have a global protocol, and still we require a local relevance data. So what we would see is there is a clear shift that though we have a global data and there is a vast efficacy trials data, still we need to do a trial in India to have approval of that. So if you see the COVID vaccine, we have, there was a COVID vaccine which we were dealing out of 30 to 50,000 subjects all over the globe. But when we come to India, still we required to do immunobridging studies in India to get approval. So there are some classic examples for even the HPV vaccine, which we rolled out, the government has rolled out for 9 to 14 years of here. But still, if you want to do or roll out any immunogenicity here. We need to do immunobridging studies over here and see that we need to have a local data. So what I would say is, though you have a global protocol, still you need to have a local relevance data to support your approvals and everything. So
Right.
that is
Strengthening our systems
Yes.
will be the
Thank you.
yeah. Dr. Santosh.
Yeah, I think most of the things already my colleagues covered. So typically the talent. Talent is the main source and the main strength of the India, where we are contributing it to great level for bringing new drugs into the market. Even if you take the multinational companies, even in the US, you see many Indians are working there and bringing the new research and also new drugs into the market. That is the mainstream. And also, we work hard. So if you take Europe, they want to work only yearly, 8 months. So that is the second thing is hardly we will work. And another thing is mainly we have strong API research background.
Right.
So we are able to crack any molecule synthesis at a greater speed and also at increased production level. So that is the other strength where we are bringing many drugs into the market.
So we can scale it up much quicker and faster.
Yes, yes. Even any innovator is working in US and he's bringing the product into the market within 1 year span. We are able to make the generic products. Because of the patent challenges, we are not able to launch. But the commercialability, productability, and also the talent, how we are making. And today date, if you see, we are competing with the China. Earlier, whole world is to depend on the China.
Right.
For the API or intermediates, but we are able to compete, and all the countries throughout the world is looking at the Indian pharma business. That is the reason many MNCs are coming to India for the talent, and also many companies are investing into the clinical programs because if you see the US and other regions, mainly they are also accept the global clinical trial data. So that is the reason because of the talent and because of the available resources. And also government also encouraging foreign companies to invest, and also they are making the process easy for getting the approvals, and also even the CDSCO team, DCGA team, they are also working vigorously to bring many clinical research harmonization. So all the policies they want to harmonize with establishing the safety of the volunteers, also team to bring the data result at a faster speed. So they are able to, we are able to achieve all together.
Yes. Dr. Vamshi, you're a mixture of industry and academics. So from your point of view, what is the biggest strength do we have that you see in academics today?
Yeah, huge strength, no doubt. We are having huge potential, but I think we are very underprepared.
Yeah.
So underprepared from structural point of view. Structure doesn't mean infrastructure. So we have a huge infra. When I say structure preparedness, it's mostly systems structuring. So our systems are too, I can say, amateur to hold global trials, definitely. I think it boils down to 2 or 3 main parts, right? So as one of my friends here has mentioned, protocol should be, I can't say, but can we customize protocol as per regional and cultural acceptance? Because even some of the data says at least 28% of Indian sites deviate from protocols. So if 28% of Indian trials are deviating, is it the protocols to look into, or the places where the protocols were adapted, is one severe question. The second part is, are we audit ready at these, especially the institutes where the patient pool is too good, right? Patient pool is diverse, patient pool is huge, and it's mostly treatment naive patients where most of the clinical trials should be subjected. Then we are all doctors. That's okay if even I feel bad. But I think the more bottlenecks I see is from our fellow friends, the principal investigators, not the patients. it's for two reasons, right? One thing is they're pretty busy.
Yeah.
And second thing is, this is secondary for them. The clinical research is always secondary, right? While no offense to the Elets team, so we are conveniently shifted to post lunch.
No, that is true. I think.
So and the last part is the patient recruitment, right? The patient recruitment, again, as I said, while the numbers we see are huge, the patient flow is little sporadic, episodic. Then the decision making is with the family, especially in the settings that if you little shift from tier 1 to tier 2, tier 3, it's not an individual opinion. Then the awareness about the trials. So trials is always a gray or yellow or whatever, the red zone. I think luckily COVID saved the dime for trials. After that, people started cherishing what a clinical trial is really. So from that angle, yes, we have huge potential, but there are some things to definitely ponder upon.
Yeah, I think from an industry perspective, so COVID-19 did a lot of changes, and we should be we should be thankful for that, because it opened a lot of eyes from an industry perspective, and also from the consumer's perspective, from the patient perspective, that there is something like this which people try to understand, that there's a whole lot of process behind before a vaccine or a drug comes into the market. So that kind of understanding also reflected from the consumers and the patient side. So that was interesting. So with that quick, deep dive into this topic today, I would like to take an opinion from related to. We also spoke about API development, right? So if you see India today, API development and the R&D formulation is traditionally the India's strength, but the shift is towards the novel drug discovery and biologics and new chemical entities, and if you see most of the the global pharma companies are very much confined towards immunology, oncology, and other things, but then still there is so many things which are happening in R&D and API, right? So the intent of this question is to understand the generic focused R&D legacy and the aspiration towards moving into innovation focused discovery. So Dr. Nasir, how are organizations like yours evolving in the early stage R&D, and where does the pipeline will take from now on?
Hello. So regarding innovations, so what is the core for generic and innovative model? API is core, right? As I already told that API is our expertise, and for both success for generic and in the innovations, we need to be more focused and should concentrate on the API development, because this is a common for both. Okay, this is active pharmaceutical ingredients, which is a part of the generic and as well as the innovations. So we already have the expertise in the generic. There is no doubt. Still, we're not fighting to China because their scale is different, huge. Where we lacking scale, because China has very huge scale. That is then they are competing with the overhead. Though our cost of, there is two part in the API cost. One is the raw material cost, another is the overhead. So in raw material cost, we also very close to Chinese company, but we are little bit lack beyond the scale, and some policy that Chinese government providing to that companies. But in innovation also, we need, I told that is a government support ecosystem. So that should be, we need to focus not only from industries, we need very good coordination, hand-holding from government, industry and university. If you all three work together, make the ecosystem, I think we also be on the right path where also we can do the wonder in innovations. Because this is not something new for us. We did, some company already started in 2010 also, Sun Pharma, then Ranbaxy, and still this Wakar, Glenmark is working. And Aurobindo, we also morely focus now biosimilar. We had a Curate also that only focus on this biology molecule. Because biology development is not easy. It's a very lengthy process. It takes 6-7 years to complete and to launch any generic also. Because for biosimilar, we need to go for the clinical trials. which is very expensive and challenging. Still, we are investing a lot of money, lot of resources, because we know future in this biosimilar and the precise medicines. So where we already started investment, and good part, we have the already expertise in API and formulations. So with this expertise and our inventions and our ready to invest more amount, and we are ready to wait for some time. So I think we have a very bright future, especially like Aurobindo and other companies like Reddy's. They already started in this area of the research for biosimilar and biotech, which is going to be the new medicine for world. I think in that case, India and all our good company like Glenmark, Reddy's, and the new startup company MSN, this is also putting more effort, and other company like Hetero, all are good. So we have a good talent pool, good industries experts, and with this all expertise, and I think we'll be in good position in future to lead the innovation also.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I very well agree with you, because not only it looks very promising, because we do have a talent and the capability to do this here. And today morning, somebody in the Dr. Anand in the plenary was mentioning about Dr. Subbarao, so who went from here and then achieved the biggest of the biggest things in the drug discovery and R&D. So I think that's an inspiration for people like all of us here. So while we are talking about the biologics, I would like to direct this question to Dr. Sriramulu. So here, when especially when you look into the global clinical development, Shira, especially for the vaccines, which requires harmonizing the protocols across multiple geographies, multiple regulatory bodies like FDA, EMA, CDSCO, and also the patient populations, because now patients have also become much more interested in to know about what is happening in the vaccines, especially after COVID. How do you design the trials that satisfy all the regulatories, simultaneously? It has to satisfy the requirements from FDA, EMA, and CDSCO. Where do India's specific requirements create friction and opportunity as well?
It's a very relevant question to vaccine, and this is what we're facing in the vaccine industry. Though we have very few companies in India, probably we can name Serum, Bharat, and we do have Shanta Biotech, which was the first recombinant hepatitis B vaccine we launched. And the days before and now, the scenario has been changed. Though we do a global clinical trial, though we have a global protocol, and the regulators definitely will, though we have a sufficient data, regulators definitely will ask for an efficacy trial or immunobridging study over here. So sometimes what we may do, we may explore that data from the past or the MNCs what we have. And if the strains are equivalent and my strain matches with the MNC strain, then we will explore that data and request for a waiver for phase 1, phase 2. And sometimes the CDSCO, I think previously they were, the DCJ or CDSCO were really, they didn't have much of information, or they didn't have that expertise. Now I could say they have been now well structured now. The people at the CDSCO level have very good, they have been trained now from the WHO level or at the FDA level. And I think the one program where we can see is the DCJ could come up with a very, timelines-based protocols, like making the protocols, like if I submit a protocol, I think based on the data what I submit, and if the regulators can give us very quick update on the protocol or the study approval, then probably that will really save Indian companies. Like we invest more on vaccine. Vaccine, to get a drug or vaccine to come out into the industry, it takes around 7 to 8 years, long years. And waiting for that 7 to 8 long years and investing on that. And still, if the regulatory sit on your timelines and if they delay, and that will be painful for the sponsor. And probably that is where the government of India is working and beautifully. And nowadays we are seeing the accelerating timelines, and we are requesting, we are putting this data, accelerated data. We are asking them, we're putting the data towards them, and sometimes we discuss with the SEC meetings in that and see that how fast these approvals are in.
Yeah.
So based on these fastest approvals, probably that will boost the Indian companies and say that, okay, though we have a global protocol, but still we require immunobridging studies in India. And that immunobridging studies will definitely, based on that data itself, we are approved for the drug. And I would say, yes, if the timelines are little fast from this serious cause disease, probably there are many Indian vaccine companies coming out and saying that we'll invent more vaccines. And that will help us, our children, because we are vaccinating our children for all our children will be benefited in the mass vaccination.
Yes. Regulatory, sometimes it can be a little difficult, talks between the regulators. So in my experience, what I was thinking is that even before the formal discussions or the presentation starts to the regulatory authorities via the SEC committees, we can still send them that pre-read materials to make them prepared that what are we coming to discuss today and what is our intent of this discussion. So everyone in the table, if we have a clear understanding of what we are going to do, I think it takes not much than a little lesser time than it usually takes to get it approved much quicker and faster.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Dr. Santosh, Dr. Suvik, I just make a round and then come back to you. Yeah. Dr. Santosh, since we are talking about the regulators, navigating regulatory affairs across, markets like FDA, EMA, and CDSCO, it is increasingly getting complex with evolving guidelines. And every time ICH updates something, and then there is a real world evidence requirements. Now there is a lot of talks about, a previous panel discussed about real world evidence and how to use those evidences into getting into approval, looking into regulators' point of view. And also, so as of now today, what are the top 3 regulatory strategy decisions that can make and break a drug market access in India?
Okay, thank you. So, as we know, bringing new drug into the market is challenging, complex, and time-taking, and also involves so much financial burden to the companies. Many companies will aspire for bringing new medicines into the market, but because of the lack of clear regulatory strategy, they often fail in their approach, or the approval, or maybe the progress of the research will take so much delay in the aspects, and they need to spend more of financial burden for the repeating the work. So when you ask me the top 3 regulatory strategy we need to apply, the first one obviously will go for the making a global clinical trial strategy. As sir said now, so when you are creating a new clinical trial strategy, obviously you need to discuss with your regulatory folks what are the targeted markets you want to go for this molecule. Because even though many countries are trying to harmonize the regulations, but still, when you see the difference between USA, EMA, and Japan markets, once you reach them, the requirement will change. The US FDA, obviously, they will accept global clinical trial data. But when it comes to Japan, they want to have the data in their local population, Japanese population. It's mandatory. And in the initial beginning of your research, if you do not have this idea, and you might have generated phase 1, phase 2 in some of the population, if it is not a multi-center, not a global clinical trial strategy, then when you go to the Japan, then they will ask show me your phase 1 data in the local population. Then again, you need to start the trial, and it will take time taking. So because of that reason, so the ideal way I recommend to have, you should have the early discussion with all these agencies, and you should prepare a strong scientific advice document, and you need to go to the US FDA, EMA, and PMDA Japan all together, and you need to take the feedback on your clinical trial protocol well in advance before your study. Based on that, when you initiate your study, that will suffice submitting your data to all these markets. Even not only the population, but also dose selection, what are the pharmacokinetic endpoints we are taking, what are the safety parameter you are taking, or maybe even if you come to the preclinical, the certain requirements will change. Even certain countries, the regulations, they will say that you need to complete the pediatric data also. So that is the reason early engaging with the regulatory agencies is prime important. The second is, as you said, real world evidence. So coming to the randomized clinical trials to the real world evidence, when you come to the US FDA, they will mostly accept the real world evidence data. But when you come to the Japan, they don't. Again, we need to play around. So what are the strategy we are taking, whether it is going to work with the targeted market or not. So that is the thing. And the third thing is planning the right resource in the right time with the right time planning, and also bring the product into ready into the market is a big challenge. So that is the reason we need to request with the regulatory agencies for the accelerated approval. When it's come to the US FDA, if you are making any development for the unmet medical need, then US FDA will give us accelerated approval. Even we can, they will give the advanced advice for our clinical strategy or whatever the doubts we are having. So we need to submit our request and we need to seek the guidance from the agency. There are different kind of meeting requests available. So we need to see which is ideal and when we need to go. And when come to the Europe, there is a prime designation. Prime is another one. When you are making a unmet medical needs, then they will give the accelerated approval process in the European market. When it comes to the Japan, then Sakigate designation is there, similar to the prime designation. So there also, when you approach them, when you are making a product which is for the unmet medical needs, then agency will show more interest than you, and they will encourage you to discuss, have more discussions, and they will guide you more for your research. And that way we need to map the regulatory recommendations we need to bring into the protocols, and we need to complete the study. What are the advanced technology we can employ for justifying your data? And in any case, if you already complete the data, and when you are submitting the scientific advice to the agency, whatever the document you are filing, that will play a critical role. Because some countries, for an example, US FDA, they will allow only 10 questions for your advice. So there you need to play what are the questions you want to ask to the agency. So for an example, if you are going to the Japan for the scientific advice, obviously, as I said, we need the local population data. And there is a clause that we can bridge the data. So when you are contacting Japan, we can request, I want to bridge with these kind of justification, whether it is suffice or do you need any other recommendation. So such strategies we need to play well in advance before starting the clinical trials, so that we will not repeat the studies and we will have the adequate data for the submission, and so we will have the right approval and on the right time with the accelerated approval.
Very, very relevant. So thank you, Dr. Santosh.
Thank you.
After hearing from you, I think, if I want to summarize this especially point, I would like to say regulators are such people where we all still believe in God we trust, but everyone else has to bring the evidence. Is what we are looking at. So, Dr. Vamsi, today industry academia partnerships are often celebrated as it's a paper agreement. It's mostly the internships or something between industry and academia. It's all very short-lived and not much perspective which has been gained over this short stint within industry. But it's been criticized for being transactional and very small thing, because it has to be to and fro. What does a genuinely productive partnership look like from your point of view? And can you share in your experience, can you share any specific model that has worked well, industry academia collaboration before?
Yeah, sure. So, see, it boils down to 3 points, right, for any success. So, especially from clinical research point of view. So, the processes, the personal, and the patient, right? For all these 3 things, there is one gentleman who is the sponsor, right? I think there need to be, I don't say complete mindset change, but subtle shift of a mindset of a sponsor, not just investing in, site selection. Let them invest in site development, and that helps in setting the processes right. while you can name it different ways. It could be a small investment. We are also encouraging joint JVs now. And we want to decentralize, both from medical institutions to nearby hospitals. So not just from patient operations point of view, but also from clinical trials point of view. Can we decentralize it? Can we have a hub and spoke model? Then from the personal point of view, yeah, medical students or the PI's education level, while we can't comment, but especially the main enablers who are the pharmacology graduates, right? How serious are we in developing their clinical research curriculum? I think in the previous panel they said it's all theory, but nothing is practical. Now I go to some of the pharma institutes and ask their people to come, and then they say, okay, sir, can you please let them rotate in your clinical ecosystem? Then I said, the doctor, then the DNB students, the postgraduate students, even your pharma, do you want to rotate in the clinical sphere, then who will learn clinical research, right? That's a catch. And then the last part, patient recruitment, I think it should be dealt like a supply chain. So what I mean to say, you have to be more system oriented, right? I think the latest tech, so we are EMR enabled, right? We are completely on EMR now. I think I give credits to my medical institute. So that helps in identifying patients. Pre-screening can happen quicker. All these things will happen, right? But the primary phase, what you said, how the collaboration. So the pharma institutes, especially the teams in clinical research and development, they also should look at the end, enablers of research. Can I invest into this upfront so that the whole system is strong? Otherwise, I think most of the time it's so sporadic. Whenever we need, so they say, sir, we will run, no problem, sir. We will do one thing. We will support you for CRA, half salary. That doesn't work, right?
Yeah. No, well, while you're saying all these things, it literally took me back to when I was doing my MD, in pharmacology. We are very comfortable doing the clinical rotations rather than having that industry exposure. I still remember going and asking my head of the department, please give us some industry exposure, because I have already decided that I want to move to industry while I was doing my, pharmacology. But it actually kind of the leadership and how they want to see the future. Today, I still remember when you were speaking, it is very transactional. It was before 10 years before, and I don't know if it is now.
It is almost now the same.
It is now still the same.
Yeah. And we need more forums like this so that
absolutely
more ears are there to listen. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Vamshi. We can't we can't end this discussion without even discussing anything about AI and machine learning, right, Dr. Suvik? So Suvik, I just wanted to start with you, or if anybody wants to add in the panel, any applications related to AI and the thing which has worked very well for you now and your experience, and you want to share anything related to this?
Very important question and very relevant. And the last question is always the toughest one, right? So thank you for asking this. So yeah, so if you see the ICH E6R3, which has been implemented recently, not very recently, but we are still implementing globally and in India, right? And this mentions about that how the artificial intelligence, machine learning, the digital technologies are going to be integrated part of our clinical trial, right? And that is where I think many of when we go to the different site visits in India, investigator site visits, I think there is some kind of enhancement still. There is an opportunity for us to do. But at the same time, the regulators are very clear that what is and how the reliability of the data integrity and the patient consent forms and how this can be facilitated. So yeah, this is an emerging field. We are exploring this, and this is one of the most important thing which is going to provide the solidarity of India clinical trial data to the global, because this helps us to show that the data integrity to the global regulators.
Organized, clean, and yeah. So yeah, I'll just take one last minute so I can see the red screen. But in this minute, I wanted to open this, to the floor. If anybody wants to raise any question, yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you all. Sir, you said right, the data integrity. Actually, we are an AI company, currently working with the defense, Indian Navy.
Yeah.
And same thing, they want a data privacy one, and they want data to be on their premise, right? So we developed entire product. Then we realized, why don't we enter into the pharma, because the pharma is facing the same issue. Because knowingly or unknowingly, all their employees are uploading data into ChatGPT. That's actually, damaging the quality one and also the confidentiality of their, clinical trials. So I happened to come actually, to see this conference. I think, it could be useful actually if you have a on-premise ChatGPT kind of solution. Thank you.
Can I attempt this?
Yeah, sure, please.
So I think you just asked the right question at the right moment. So data privacy is very important, and in clinical trial, as you know, that we use the reduction, right? We make the confidentiality of the information, and two parts you have mentioned rightly, that where is the data stored. And now there is one part is that that there is a EU Data Act now, that we have to follow that. Otherwise, they will not accept any data. You cannot use everything for the AI. That is one part. And second part is that the GDPR as well as the HIPAA. And then the India also have the data privacy requirement now. So we have to follow that. And with the redacted data, there is some flexibility to use the cloud data and the different domains for that. Dr. Nasir, would like to add something?
So just I will to conclude. So AI is not, we are just starting in the API research also. So in our Arvindo also, because we know in API what is important is route of synthesis. So nowadays a lot of tools, database, AI-based retrosynthesis available. So which are helping the scientists, the chemists to find out the right route of synthesis and how to control the impurities. So AI is really going to help. Is going to reduce the overall development time also. So that is when we should take ease of AI. This is not threat for us. This is how we can going to use, that is important. So because a lot of things we can reduce. Time is key. Finance is another key. So all this is of AI and machine learning definitely is going to help our drug development and to bring the good medicine as early as possible.
Great. So we did actually develop entire end-to-end solutions for Indian Navy.
Though
So
we
that
use
is why I
AI,
was asking.
though we use AI, we are the ultimate evaluators, and we need to evaluate that. Otherwise, the data is going to be into N. Whatever prompt you give, it will go into that prompt. But the ultimate evaluator is you. So we should evaluate whatever you give today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think if there was a time, such a diverse panel, such a great panel topic, we will end up staying till evening 6 o'clock. We don't want to do that. There are people waiting after this panel. So thank you so much. And with this discussion, I would like to end call of this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely, we can see more questions. What I would suggest is our speakers are here with us for the entire day. You can connect with them off stage and clear all your queries. With that, thank you so much to all our expert speakers and moderator. I would like to call upon stage for presenting the token of gratitude, Mr. Arpit Agrawal from IHM Valves Private Limited. Do we have Mr. Arpit Agrawal here with us? We don't. No worries. I would like to call upon stage our Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, our Honorable Secretary from Industries Pharmacy Division, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, to kindly come up on stage, present the token of gratitude on behalf of Elets Technomedia to our expert panelist and our moderator in the center, please. Starting from Dr. Souvik Chatterjee, Associate Director, R&D Quality Lead from Bristol Myers Squibb. Can we have both of you in the center, please? A huge round of applause to Dr. Nasir Ali, Vice President for API and R&D from Aurobindo Pharma Limited. To Mr. Sriramulu Reddy, Global Head of Clinical Development and PV of Shantha Biologics Private Limited. Dr. Santosh Kumar Narla, GM and Head of Regulatory Affairs at Shilpa Medicare Limited. Dr. Vamsi Krishna K, VP of Ashram Medical College and Hospitals, Andhra Pradesh. And to our expert moderator, Dr. Shashi Kiran, Global Medical Maintenance Lead from Opella. Thank you so much, sir, for such expertly moderating the panel. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next panel. Can we have event video, please? The group photograph. We now move forward with our next panel, which is on the topic peptides and next generation therapeutics. Another very important panel. We had one discussion on day one as well around this, and I'm sure as many discussions for this are not enough. So let us have another set of very amazing panelists for this one. We now move on to our next panel, which is on the topic peptides and next generation therapeutics, for which I would like to call on stage our esteemed panelists, starting from Dr. Tej Kumar, who's the Director for IPM Legal at SecMed Pharma Ventures, Optimus Drugs. Can we please have you up on stage? We'd also like to invite Mr. Devashish Mitra, Executive Vice President from Cipla Limited. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Mr. Ram Babu V. Katragada, who is the Managing Director for Pulse Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. And our expert moderator for this session, Dr. Anup Chaudhary, Medical Director, Global Clinical Development from Novartis Pharmaceutical Corporation. A huge round of applause. Can we have more energy in the hall? A huge round of applause for the amazing panelists. Let us start. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for the introduction. I think after the lunch, it is a difficult session, of course, but I will try my best. So thanks to the audience first for joining this session. So I'm Dr. Anup. Before I start this session, I have a standard disclaimer. Whatever I talk in this presentation is completely my own view and opinion. It has nothing to do with my current and previous employers. Thank you. So our topic is peptide therapeutics and next generation innovations. It's a new upcoming therapeutics. So before going into the detailed discussion, I would try to set the background of this discussion on peptide therapeutics and innovations. So in 2026, peptide have been measured into a 164 billion engine that is driving global metabolic health and oncology. We have moved from simple sequence to AI-designed, orally available therapeutics. This is driven by the massive success of metabolic treatments and the technological shift towards overcoming the historical limitations of peptides, stability and delivery. So now what is driving the entire force of peptides and its delivery, and also the entire ecosystem and also clinical settings? It is the oral revolution. So the first one is the most important, significant frontier of next generation peptide is shift from the injectables to oral peptides, which is changing the clinical scenarios. And next is the AI driven design and discovery. The generative AI and LLMs like large language models are being used to predict the folding, stability and binding affinity of synthetic peptides before they are even synthesized in a lab. Now, another is de novo design. Researchers are using computational tools to design unnatural peptides that are not existing in the nature, incorporating non-canonical amino acids to create hyperstable therapeutics. So how we are overcoming the difficult to drug targets to peptides? Peptides are uniquely positioned to target the protein-protein interactions. Traditional small molecules are often too small to block the large surface areas, whereas the proteins interact, while antibodies are too large to enter the cells. So next-gen peptides, especially macrocycles, provide the middle ground required to enter cells and disrupt intracellular signaling pathways in cancer and autoimmune diseases. So now in the year of 2026, we have seen the shift on metabolic health, like the GLP-1 and other biosimilars were driving the 60% of the market share. And oncology is another segment where peptide drug conjugates are acting like a direct homing missiles, delivering the cytotoxic payloads directly to tumor cells with fewer side effects and then the traditional chemotherapy. So these are specially targeted therapies. And to discuss on this, I have an honorable expert panel here. So let me introduce Dr. Tej Kumar, who is currently Director, IPM and Legal at Sekhmet Pharma Ventures, also known as Optimus Drugs. He has 21 years of professional experience, previously worked in BDR, IP head and API and formulation and portfolio. He also worked in Aurobindo, Cadila, Laurus, Pharmagel and Patent Art. He is expert in evaluating inventions by correlating business impact, portfolio pipeline strategy management, creating IP strategies for the first to market, FTF launches, IP risk for intended launches. He has global experience in IP litigations, filing, etc. With his background at the intersection of chemistry and law, he is here to help us to understand how we protect these next generation assets in an era of rapid biosimilar entry with the AI advent. Let's welcome Dr. Tej Kumar. Now I have with us Mr. Debashish Mitra, who is EVP and Chief of Project Management at Cipla. He is a seasoned pharmaceutical leader with deep experience across R&D and advanced therapeutic modalities. He brings a strategic end-to-end perspective on peptides and oligonucleotides, spanning development on longer value creation. His expertise spans peptide API co-development with leading manufacturers, ensuring that technical innovation translate into manufacturing, regulatory, and commercial success. We are delighted to have him share his insights on this rapidly evolving space. Now, one of our esteemed panelists is also Mr. Rambabu B. Katragadda, who is Managing Director at Pulse Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Rambabu is a distinguished pharmaceutical entrepreneur and industry leader with over 40 years of experience. He is the founder and Managing Director of Pulse Pharmaceuticals. He is also currently serving as the chairman of the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, Telangana chapter. He founded Pulse in 1997 and transformed the company from marketing firm into a fully integrated organization encompassing the R&D, manufacturing, and branded marketing with innovative therapeutic areas in pain, neurology, bone health, and women's wellness. His leadership is rooted in quality philosophy, driving a culture of integrity and safer, patient-friendly therapeutic options. So let's understand the topic and explore this, which few questions I have to my panelist. So first question to Dr. Tez. Dr. Tez, we cannot have clinical success without legal protection. As peptides evolve into complex next-gen modalities like macrocycles and staple peptides, is the industry shifting its defensive strategy away from the molecule's amino acid sequence and towards the drug delivery technology and formulation patterns? What is your view?
Thanks, Dr. Anup. Thanks for the nice introduction. And it's a pleasure to be a part to be here today. Yes, we can't say this has completely shifted away from the sequence type of IP protection. It is just enabling into the multi-layered IP strategy protection. Like earlier, it was something like only sequence protection happens for the peptide things. And that is the golden principle for today also. But sequence protection alone will not give us the strong defensive strategy to keep our patent alive. So along with that, some other factors will also plays more important role as well. So in that term, I would say, suppose if you are protecting the sequence, and along with the sequence, you have to protect the non-amino acid compounds which are linked to that specific sequence. Something like, if I give the example of semaglutide, which is the 31 amino acids linkage, and in the 31 amino acids, on the lysine 26 part, you will be having C18 fatty acid dicarboxylic acid linkage, which is non-amino acid linkage. So you should also protect that one also, and the substitution where it is exactly substituted. And in addition to that, and you said that it is next generation molecules like macrocycles and staple peptides. Actually, these are introduced to increase the stability of the peptides, stability as well as the binding activity and cell permeability. So we have to protect what is that exact staple, and the structural thing means what you can say that the scaffold architecture of that staple, where it is attached exactly. Along with this, it is our call whether we have to protect this in a generic way or specific way. And apart from this, drug delivery system is another one. So why for peptides, drug delivery system is equally important is, as we know, peptides are having very poor bioavailability and a threat of enzymatic degradation and the low membrane permeability. So to overcome all these things, the new technologies have come up with drug delivery systems such as LNP. It is a well-known thing, means lipid nanopeptides technology, and CPP, conjugated introduction of this into the peptides, and as well as sustained release technologies like depots, and oral membranes, oral delivery systems enhancers are also introduced. So we should cover all those things. For these oral enhancers, if we take the semaglutide example, for semaglutide, everyone knows that in March 2026, last month, patent got expired, product patent got expired. And many generic players like Dr. Reddy's, Zydus, etc., some XYZ, 6 to 7 companies have already launched their product into the market, but only the injectables. Actually, semaglutide is approved in different dosage strengths, injectables as well as the oral tablets. As we know that delivery systems means, so generally majority of the people will prefer for the tablets rather than taking the injections. So tablet will be the preferred dose drug delivery system. But semaglutide generics were introduced only into the injectables. Then no one has entered into the tablets. Why? Because for semaglutide tablet, if you want to prepare the semaglutide tablet, permeation enhancers, which is a snack, means caprozoate linkage of the sodium salt. It used to be there as a permeation enhancer, which increases the buffer of the tablet. pH of the tablet acts as a buffer, increases the pH of the tablet, which protects the semaglutide from the enzymatic degradation when it enters into the intestine. So that is the beauty of the protection. Snack is already protected through the patent, and it is not the Novo Nordisk patent. But what the strategic movement Novo Nordisk has taken is they have taken the license from the snack innovators. So now the oral semaglutide is completely protected till 2030s. So no one has introduced this oral tablet of the semaglutide. So this is the one type of life cycle management. You have to protect your sequence as well as the drug delivery system also. So after this drug delivery system, formulations means whatever the stabilizers and whatever the excipients you are using, that should also be protected. And along with that, manufacturing things are also be protected. Like same semaglutide if we take, when in March, 6 to 7 generics have launched this semaglutide. Apart from one manufacturer, I think everyone has gone with the Chinese supplying API material, which is unfortunate for us. Why? Because Chinese suppliers are preparing the semaglutide with the recombinant process, whereas our Indian manufacturers, majority of Indian manufacturers, I may be wrong, this is my prediction and my view and my analysis. So majority of the Indian suppliers are concentrating on solid peptide synthesis, which is becoming costlier for this preparing 31 length of this amino acid. So recombinant process, the Chinese suppliers have protected this recombinant process, and hence no one is able to copy this one. They have to go for the new recombinant process. So generics are thinking that rather than developing the new recombinant process right now, it is better to take the API from outside, which is very cheaper. So that is the another example for the life cycle management. After this manufacturing, the last one is method of use also you can protect. So this is a multi-layered IP stacking, you can say. And the non-technical way, we can say this as a belt and suspenders approach also. So on the bottom line, what I want to say, always sequence IP protection will always be the king. Companies are not abandoning the sequence protection step. They are reducing their reliability on only sequence-based thing because of this threatening towards the invalidity or the design around the strategies. So they are introducing the drug delivery systems as well as the formulation things, everything into the staple peptides as well as macro spheres to enhance the life cycle management.
Thank you for the answer. So probably one last for this round, one last and direct and short question. This is, who is the ownership of this inventorship? If AI is kind of designing everything as legal or patent perspective, who is the owner?
This is very tricky question actually, because AI may be very successful tool, maybe in software or somewhere else, but in pharmaceutical still in a question it is. And especially for patent protection, recently, last on 21st on Monday only, Indian Patent Office has rejected one recent application where DABUS AI tool was kept as inventor. Actually, Dr. Thaler was the applicant for the patent application, and patent application is related to some containers related thing. They have some the AI tool has done some modification to the containers inside and outside, which facilitates during the transportation. That was the invention. But the patent examiner has asked one question: whom I have to take as inventor? This is DABUS AI system, AI tool. Whom should I take? Is it the tool developer, or moderator, or medicinal chemist? Whom should I take? Because as per Patent Act, inventor means a scientific person. Forcita, we can call it as person having a skill in that. Yeah. Yes. So who gives the significant contribution towards the invention to be treated as an inventor? So this DABUS means this is the AI tool, and how I predict how I take this is as an inventor. That was the question asked by the examiner. And they have tried to give some type of arguments like we have taken a lot many permutations and combinations, algorithms, and from there we have designed some strategy, XYZ. But straight away question was how I define this, because an invention means, as I said, The person skilled in the art should not expert. It is an unexpected thing. But for AI tool, all these things are becoming very routine things.
The person with natural intellect.
Yes, yes.
Is the person who discovers.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
He should give significant contribution. And not only in India, in US, Europe, UK, and I think in Germany, Switzerland also the same patent got rejected. Only in South Africa, this patent got approved. And why? Because, you know, in South Africa, there is no such patent examination system. Once you go and file the patent, it will get granted. That's it, simple. And that's the reason this DABAS application is granted over there.
Thank you. Thanks. So I will go to the round 2 of discussion, which is execution and scale up. So I will request Mr. Devasis. So what is the evolving space in peptides from therapeutic adoption to future demand to kilograms, means from kilogram scale to metric ton scale commercial production? What is your view on this?
Thank you, Anup, for your nice introduction. And thanks, Tej, for sharing your thought process. Because always we used to fight your IP guy, all these aspects. Okay. The thing is that I am in this industry for 35 long years, and we have achieved many milestones along with my team members. But this is the one journey, peptide journey, is very special and close to my heart. 15 years ago, actually, we have initiated this step to understand peptide synthesis, then the commercial aspects, the adoption of the therapeutic capability, and the feasibility of the production. And at that point of time, there is limited resource. We are having limited knowledge. And we understood one thing, that the journey cannot be solitary. We have to co-create this journey with the multiple strategic partners. And today's date, if you see that many of the established peptide supplier, peptide manufacturer, at that point of time, they are in a very nascent stage. We handhold, we learn together, we co-created this peptide journey. And I am telling you that is from the generic perspective because I am part of the generic company. And if you see that the regulatory in this process, the way they have evolved, along with the industry, along with the academia, so it's a kind of co-evolution. And right now, if you see, the many of the regulatory framework came out of this co-evolution process. And if you see nowadays that the diabetes type 2, if you consider, the 10 years back, the diabetes 2 patient, type 2 patient, having only option of daily pill and insulin. Today's, that because of the evolution of this science of peptide, the patient is having multiple choice and they are not getting the medicine. They have got the freedom. They have got the freedom of life. So this is the way that peptide evolved out. And I was just going through the Lilly's and Novo Nordisk's annual report. Only this weight management and diabetes, this is contributing $70 billion of revenue for both these companies. So in my opinion, one of the inflection point of peptide is 2021-22, when weight management come into the picture. And that itself now created a huge burden on us. That burden is called the burden of growth. Because now the demand of peptide, it was exploded like anything. And to supply or to cater this kind of demand, now the only way we have to do the scale up. When we have started this journey 15 years back, when we synthesize peptide in the grams level, it was very difficult to understand how much I have to do the analysis purpose, how much I have to keep for stability retention sample, and then we found there is nothing left for offering to the formulator. And from that journey, now we are talking about kgs, not only kgs, now we are gone ahead with the metric ton. And I can proudly say, just I was discussing one of the vendors, those who have actually at that time a very nascent phase, they are telling that they have gone ahead with the tonnage level. So this is the journey we have seen last 15 years. And there are some inflection point already there. And I believe because of the further extension of this therapeutic adoption, this surge will be much bigger. We have to ready for that. And the thing is that, you know, along with this presently weight management, diabetes type 2 or oncology, now also we are actually getting breakthrough on the peptide drug conjugate, which today's date it is famous as antibody drug conjugate, but now it is coming up with the peptide drug conjugate. So that is the evolution of the peptide till date.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll come to that more on the peptide drug conjugates. Thanks for the answer. So my next question is to Mr. Rambabu. So, you know, the scale is only as good as the process it provides. With the clinical success of oral peptides, do you believe we have reached a tipping point where we can finally eliminate the cold chain logistics and dramatically increase access in emerging markets?
Yes, yes, Dr. Anup. Thank you for that question. Today, in fact, this is the right question for us. We are the company who are specialized in drug delivery technologies. We are not focused much on drug discovery. So we are one of the very few companies who have got expertise in nanopharmaceuticals. So we have developed NLCs, nanolipid carriers, and we have delivered a lot of small molecules through these NLCs. So we are now, it is a challenge that we have taken is to deliver peptides through some of these carriers. There are a lot of strategies that we are applying here. So oral deliveries of peptides is going to revolutionize, particularly in the areas of metabolic disorders where the patients have to take these medicines lifelong. And a large number of patients have to take it. These are not very rare diseases or specialized diseases. So there are large number of people who have to take. And taking these peptides through the parenteral route is going to be very difficult. And so that is where the oral delivery of these peptides will open up bigger opportunities for companies. So of course, so far there is only one such successful case we have seen from Novo Nordisk. So that also, I think once that, I mean, it's a learning for me that now SNAC is still protected. So I was under the impression it is actually open. Okay, good. So that means when it is going to be available?
2036, I guess.
2030, is it? Okay. So now, so that is only one of the strategy which they have used. So SNAC, but SNAC also has not been a very successful model because still they have not achieved enough bioavailability with this delivery. So there are other strategies that we are thinking now. So like exosomal delivery and lipid nanoparticles and all that. So, and apart from that, there are also other strategies of improving the what you call the sustainability of these drugs in the body. Now today we have 7 days, it's 7 days therapy. So now people are working on prolonging this action for 30 days. So different strategies, depot delivery strategies are working. Some people are working on hydrogel delivery strategies. So there are also there are some fusion techniques people are using. So you can actually fusion with some other proteins and then increase the life of these molecules. So there is a lot of opportunity for improving the existing peptides. As you said, the 70 crore market, once it opens up, once the molecules come out of the patent, so there is more opportunities for the companies to do innovation in this delivery space. So I see very big opportunity in this space.
Thank you. Thank you. So another follow-up question, Mr. Devasis. How are the global operations balancing the transition from traditional solid phase synthesis to more sustainable continuous flow or enzymatic synthesis without compromising on speed to market?
Very difficult things, difficult questions, and it's easier to say, but difficult to do actually. So the thing is that there are multiple approaches they are taking. And when we are speaking to various our strategic partners, they have actually adopted different route. Some of the thing is that mostly what I understand that when the amino acid chain is slightly smaller, then instead of doing the solid phase peptide synthesis, you can do the liquid phase synthesis. Okay. But when the amino acid chain is getting bigger, then it will be very laborious for that. So some of the industry, they have taken the hybrid approach. Initial stages, they are doing it in liquid phase, followed by the solid phase. Some of the industry doing very smartly because a lot of evolution is going on. So one of our strategic partner, they are telling, I don't manufacture peptide full long chain, okay, and then going for purification, because the purification part is one of the tedious part. So what they are telling, they have smartly adopted one approach. They will be making the branches, and they will be doing the purification of the individual branches, and then they will be going out for the coupling. Okay, so that the purification time will be drastically reduced. Now, the thing is that many of the industries are going ahead with the enzymatic process. Okay, they are trying. Many of the trying in the lab scale, they have got the success, but not in that, plant scale. Now, the thing is that another way of addressing these things, that if the innovators are from the rDNA route, okay, then there is one provision. If we use for the oral solid, then you can go ahead with the rDNA route. Okay, so which is slightly simpler and easy to get, but it requires a lot of infrastructure actually build up. So multiple companies are taking multiple approach. So earlier it is solid phase peptide synthesis, followed by the liquid phase peptide synthesis up to the limited amino acid chain. Then they mix up, they are doing hybrid. Then they have gone ahead with the flow chemistry. Flow chemistry again, because there are some different steps of protection, then activation, followed by coupling, followed by the elongation of amino acid chain, and then the deprotection, and then cleavage. So out of the whole process, what we understand when I discuss with our scientists, so they are telling out of all this process, the coupling and elongation of chain is easy to do in the flow chemistry. So that's why that the people's also doing the hybrid between flow chemistry and solid phase. Okay. And the latest one, that what it is coming out, and in the mostly it is in the lab scale till date, whatever my knowledge goes. So what happened, there are the integrated platform is now developed, where there is the SPPS, enzymatic route, and the automation. So this put together to make it simple and make it scaling, actually scale up pro. So they are now using that integrated platform.
Thank you for the answer. So I'll ask the next question to Mr. Rambabu. Again, follow up. In an increasing crowded metabolic market, how can manufacturers innovate on the patient experience to maintain a competitive advantage beyond just price?
Yeah, so I think you must innovate on the devices. You must innovate on the delivery technology. So you must try to put these peptides into different formats. So whatever that is feasible technically. So that's how we can increase the patient experience. Today, whatever said and done, the prick is a prick. So patient doesn't want prick. So anything non-prick, anything oral, anything transdermal. So those delivery
technologies are going to increase the patient experience. And then, of course, if you have to go with the prick, then how do you make that prick less painful is the innovation that you should think about. So these are some of the thoughts I think of for improving the patient experience. This is one, of course, the patient education and those the patient outreach programs when you do. So how you make the patient enjoy these benefits of these drugs. So that also is the other way you can increase the patient experience. Yeah.
Thank you. So now we are moving to the next round and final round of the strategy and future navigation. Let's look at the future, what's coming in. So as we are seeing peptides move from late stage treatment into preventive healthcare, you have covered some of the aspects like in diabetes and many of the oncologies. Now people are now trying to become healthy instead of just managing the disease. Means even for the clinicians, we are not just treating disease. We want to make people healthy, like it's a preventive setup. It's not like just managing the disease condition and maintaining life, means with the disease, but they can maintain a healthy lifestyle and healthy life and can do everything in like a normal person. So the whole industry focus and innovation now rests in this mindset actually, because it is also patient-centric thought, because everyone in the population wants to be healthy from the beginning, not to catch a disease and then be a burden on the family and the society like that. So the whole concept is also helping the innovators to think in that direction so that we can bring preventive kind of medicines, also be a less burden to the patients in moving into that direction of like less injectable and continue to maintain what is actually manageable from clinicians or means patient care and also the families. So Mr. Rambabu, do you see a commercial future in this preventive healthcare direction?
Yes, I think there are a lot of clinical programs are running for peptide vaccines. So vaccines are one of the way to prevent the disease actually. So I think particularly in oncology space there are a lot of programs happening. So but yes, it is too early to comment how big success they will achieve. So this is one of the area in drug space. But if you are also in Nutra space, there are a lot of peptides. These are, of course, food peptides. So people use, as, for preventing diseases. There are like collagen peptide and all that, but they are not, of course, the therapeutic peptides. So they are usually, they are achieved through digestion process, actually. So these are food peptides. So they are also used for preventive medicine. But vaccines, I think there are a lot of programs happening. So I see in the near future, there will be more vaccines, peptide-based vaccines that will be available.
Thank you. And again, you brought up the topic on peptide drug conjugates. So Mr. Debasis, what is your expanded thought on this topic, on the preventive and curative approach?
Yeah, so there is not yet approved drug on this front. Okay, still it is on the phase 3. And the thing is that there are certain advantage of PDC over ADC is that it will be penetration wise, it will be very high rather than ADC because the antibody having the high molecular size compared to peptide. So that is the one thing. And then the PDC having the specificity will be higher. Okay. So in this fund, actually, a lot of evaluation is going on. And I think the next inflection point of peptide will be when we will be getting the phase 3 result of this PDC fund. Then we'll find that lot of actually innovation will be going towards that direction. But it is slightly still in an early stage.
Next question is, Dr. Tace, does the current clinical trial framework in India need a specialized category for hybrid therapeutics like this PDCs? What is your view on this?
Yeah, definitely. Because if you take the means the peptides, if you take the small chains peptides, they will be come under small molecules, and if you take the length of very lengthy peptide chains, they will be considered some regions as biological things. Like in US, if you consider these things, sometimes we are in doubt. Means 41 plus amino acids will be treated as biologics, and below this 41 amino acids will be treated as small molecules. So if once it is, the treatment depends upon the exclusivity period also. Because for biologics, that exclusivity will be up to 12 years. Whereas for these small molecules, the exclusivity is just for 5 years. So new chemical entities. Whereas if you go to the European region, they consider this as a simple drug system, means normal drug only, whether it is the long chain or short chain. And the exclusivity will be 8 plus 2 plus 1, means probably 10 to 11 years. And recently they have done some other proposals also to split this 8 plus 2 plus 1 into 8 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. So 8 to 10 years of exclusivity they are thinking of. So in the same way, in Japan, which is the very data-driven system, and there also they are considering it as 8 plus 10 years of exclusivity. So a lot of exclusivity confusion will also be there if you go to the different regions like thing. So it will be very tricky thing to decide. Means first of all, which kind of chain, means peptide chain system we want to develop.
Thank you. I have another question. Then I go to next to you, Dr. Reyes. You can. What are the most significant legal hurdles when navigating the regulatory gray zone between small molecules? And if you covered most of the things, but how we can actually navigate these challenges and kind of solve this issue?
Yeah.
What approach you will?
Yeah, just now, as I said, actually these synthetic peptides sit in a very awkward position where like it looks like a small molecules, but biologically they behave like proteins. So in my view, if we take the GLP-1 enhancers, first of all, if we start our, means in the first year of our development, just go for the preclinical and keeping in mind the US pathway, regulatory pathway. And in the after second year, just go with the phase 1 trials and then start for the looking towards the EU assessment. And in the third year, you go for the phase 2 trial and go for the US filing, followed by next year for the EU, and then JP like kind of things. So US will be the first priority where you can get the exclusivity related thing, whether it is to be considered for the 5 years exclusivity one or whether it is to be for 12 years exclusivity one. Because for 5 years exclusivity one means even not only for innovators, even for generic players also, the approach will be through ANDA, means bioequivalent studies. If it is for biologics, means complete clinical trials we have to do, as well as the comparative study and the immunogenicity studies also be required, which is very less for the normal molecules. So if you are ready with the US strategy and everything, then it will be easy for us to go with the EU. And once EUs and EU you are perfect and ready, you will be having very good documentation also. So it will be easy for us to go to the very stringent markets like Japan, where it is data driven is very more important, and immunogenicity data and all those things will be very strictly reviewed over there. So this is for GLP-1 and or even for GIP also. But for macromolecules, so of course it is depends upon our strategy, because they are a little tricky whether we have to go with the EU or US. It depends upon the company strategy. But yes, I feel that US regulatory, you be ready with the US regulatory, then followed by EU, and then next followed to the stringent one. This is what I think.
Thank you. So next question to Mr. Devasis on the supply chain and things, global. What strategies are being deployed in 2026 to de-risk the supply chain for the high purity amino acids to ensure uninterrupted global supply?
Very difficult situation, especially in view of the global political scenario. Okay, everybody is wanting to de-risk their program, their supply chain. But the thing is that I would like to take this question in two parts. That one is that as the individual organization, what we can do. And the second part will be that it requires a syndicate approach, jointly by government, public sector, industries, and then the public fund, public and private funds, okay. So first thing is that, first one is, it is easily manageable slightly. So everybody is trying to actually diversify their supply chain, their sourcing. Okay, they want to actually have a multiple source. The only one problem is that when you are going for the multiple source, that harmonization of the process and the specification is very important. Otherwise, you will be facing a lot of regulatory hurdles. So that is the one difficult thing, but still it is manageable. Some people are doing, and we are also trying to do sometimes, that stockpiling of critical amino acid, okay, and keep some buffer amount whenever there will be some geopolitical situation is not in our favor, so that we can have buffer stock. So that is the another approach. And most of the all organizations now using the digital tool to manage the supply chain. So they are having better control now. So these things slightly, these are manageable. Only thing that we have to have a very robust contract with the multiple vendors, because that we have to time and change the supply. Okay. But the second part is the most important. And I personally believe we are way behind in this scenario, because till now we are not self-sufficient of any of the amino acid sources. Okay. And it is basically coming from China till date. And the thing is that here we need syndicate effort from the government organizations, because it requires a lot of infrastructural changes. Okay, so now what happened, that if you want to self-sufficient in this front, you have to have big fermentation plant, okay, or you have to have big enzymatic synthesizer. Okay, so this kind of actually investment is there. So now there are a lot of schemes are came up, okay, and just if you know that there is the one flagship scheme came up recently, not recently, 2 years back around, that biopharma, that is Shakti scheme. That is the flagship scheme right now, having 10,000 crores of investment over the period of 5 years. So that is the one option. We can put some amount of money for making this kind of infrastructure. And besides that, there is a PREP program is there, central government program. So that is the other things. But very precisely still, we are far behind of making this kind of infrastructure till date. So that is the one concern we need to address.
Thank you, Mr. Devasis. So I have one last question to Mr. Rambabu. By 2030, do you believe the primary value driver for the peptide industry will be discovery, that means new sequence, or delivery, like new administration, or manufacturing, that means lowering the cost? What is your view on this?
So the third one we are already in. Actually, we are doing a lot of innovation in manufacturing, trying to bring down the cost. So by 2030, I think this is not a very long period. So I think immediately we can focus on drug delivery innovation. And then in the long term, we have to focus more on drug discovery. So I feel, there are a lot of possibilities of new peptide targets we can develop. I mean, we can develop peptides for new targets. So that's the long-term game, actually, because peptides are here to stay. Because now small molecules, we are out of the game. Large molecules also, we are almost out of the game. So now the only attractive thing is peptides now. So I think, for short term, we should focus on drug delivery innovations, and the long term, we should focus on drug discovery.
Thank you. Excellent answer. I think the game is now based on using the technology, knowledge, skill, what we have, putting all together as a systematic force, like a sync manner, is the answer. Like we have to, if we have to tackle or compete with China, like infrastructure and skill, we have to like keep that mindset in open. Like that's why we need to build that capability. Not only just the entire machinery has to be like move forward now. There has to be some movement, what I say.
We are little late.
Yes.
We can't compare
Yes, already.
ourselves with China,
Yeah.
but we are catching up.
Yeah.
So the government also has a serious intent, and we are definitely catching up. I think we became the pharmacy of the world through our chemistry capability.
Yes.
I think in the next decade, we will also prove that we'll be once again, we'll prove that we are, we'll retain that image that we will supply more peptides from India.
Right. In that direction, we are right on that, on track. But I think, again, we believe for that, to achieve that success, we have to kind of move in a kind of movement direction. It's not static. Like we have to move in a very fast pace, that to go into the competitive space. Yeah.
I think a lot of reforms are required. Even regulatory reforms are required. So we need to step up our regulatory capabilities, and we need to step up our manufacturing capabilities. Manufacturing, of course, our people are they are ready to invest in any kind of scale of manufacturing. But yes, we need to bring in more novel technologies, so cost-effective technologies. I think that's where the effort should go in.
Yeah. Thank you. So with that, I would like to thank my panel members, for esteemed panel members, for their quality talk and giving us from their experience. It's vast and huge in terms of the experience they have already gained in their career. So I would like to open the floor for a couple of questions to the audience. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and speak your name, and also to whom you want to ask the question in the panel. Please speak out. Question? Okay, then I would like to conclude this session with a closing remark. I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Ravi Gupta and Kasi Sinha, and the entire team who has organized this wonderful conference and bringing all the experts together on various topics and giving the knowledge and the current updates. And also thanks to our audience and colleagues for engaging questions and being part of this dialogue. And also we are also open to take any questions after the panel if you are if you think you have any questions. So thank you for your time and excellent session.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our expert panelists and our moderator. We would like to inform you that India Pharma Expo and Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards will be back next year as well. We have announced in today's summit the next edition, and we would love to have your thoughts, your recommendations for our upcoming summit, so that there is a question, is it? Do we have any audience questions? Yes. Can you please stand up, introduce yourself, and ask your question?
Mike is not.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello, sir. Ramabu. I know him very well. Yeah. My name is Veeresh. I'm from Nextgen Pharma Private Limited. Okay. My company look for this pharma upscaling globally. Okay. And here we need help from government people. Okay. To upscale our things, to revise them. The last time from central government we got that. So many companies they don't have R&D to proceed going front. Okay, we have to help from that people to upscale. They don't have any structure from R&D structure. Okay, the small companies are there. So many companies. Please help them. It's very good for them. Okay, that's the thing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so that was not a question as such. That was just a request. Yeah, very well heard. So thank you to all our esteemed panelists and our moderator. I would like to call upon stage for presenting the token of gratitude Shri K. Rajabhanu, Director General of Pharmaxil, as well as Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and Editor-in-Chief, Elets Magazine. Can we please have you both in the center for presenting the mementos to our speakers and our moderators, starting from Dr. Tej Kumar, Director of IPM Legal at SecMet Pharma Ventures, Optimus Drugs. A huge round of applause. Thank you. Mr. Devashish Mitra, Executive Vice President from Cipla Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and your expertise. A huge round of applause, please. Mr. Ram Babu V. Katragada, who is the Managing Director for Pulse Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. And our expert moderator, Dr. Anup Chaudhary, who is the Medical Director for Global Clinical Development at Novartis Pharmaceutical Corporation. A huge round of applause. Can we have the group panel picture with the mementos, please? With Shri K. Rajbhanuji and Dr. Ravi. Group panel picture, please. Guys, let's keep the energy of the hall up. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists. Now, for a very special address, I would like to call upon stage our key leader over here, Shri K. Rajbhanuji, Director General of Pharmaxil. He is the Director General of the Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India, Pharmaxil, where he leads the strategic promotion of Indian medicines to over 200 global markets. He's a seasoned expert with a background in drug regulation, and he has previously served as Joint Director at the Drugs Control Administration in Andhra Pradesh. He has been a key advocate for shifting India's focus towards high-value sectors like biosimilars and complex formulations, and under his leadership, Pharmaxil continues to reinforce India's reputation as the pharmacy of the world through a commitment to quality and global trust. So we're so happy to have you with us. Requesting Shri Rajbhanuji to please join us for his special address. A huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice words. Namaskar. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, industry colleagues and distinguished guests. At the outset, let me thank Dr. Ravi Gupta ji and the Elets team for bringing us together at such a pivotal time for our industry. I think I've just seen the group which they have started in 2003. Of course, in a year before what we have started Pharmaxil in 2004. Certainly, after completing their teens, they have matured. So as we also, in that sense. And definitely the kind of operations which I have seen and heard also, I think they have coming up to a next level. And this is one such testament in terms of their organization skills and also the organizational capacities. So I will not take much time. I know that you have been very captive listening for a very heavy dose of a lot of issues which are their challenges, and of course in terms of the new molecules which are coming up and all. But I'll still try to put my thoughts for the Indian pharma industry, which is I think has to facing such a unprecedented situations and also, but still it has come up to a different level. Dear friends, I'm sure you will be elated to know that our pharmaceutical industry and sector was identified one of India's very naturally competitive and export oriented, with a reach almost extending to more than 190 countries. And as a council, which is under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, this is my very sacred duty to present some of those specific issues challenging in the industry in terms of the exports and all. Of course, we stand in this particular city, the heart of India's pharmaceutical engine, and it is important to acknowledge the sheer scale of what we have achieved together. Of course, in the last financial year, we have achieved around $30.47 billion exports, almost 9.4% growth. But in this financial year, of course, we reached a milestone of 31.11 billion, of course, representing a modest growth of around 2.13% in spite of the headwinds, which you have all could able to understand and witness. This is not just a statistic. Let me tell you, it is a testament to the resilience and capacity of every professional in this room. I am pleased to share that PharmaXL has played a pivotal role in driving India's pharma exports forward amid unprecedented challenges. As I have already rightly mentioned, that our export performance for the last financial year was 30.47, and this financial year is 31.11. And of course, the last financial year was 9.4% growth, and this is 2.13. I'm sure that after this issues which are there now, which are in the resilience, supply chain resilience, I think we will bounce back to the exported growth. And certainly the growth is in terms of formulations, biologicals, vaccines, and other products. And of course, as we all know that the current pharmaceutical sector in this country is around 60 billion USD and is projected to grow above 130 billion by 2030. I have just heard the panelists. There are certain challenges, certainly. It looks like a bit ambitious, but still it can be doable, reachable. That's what I have heard from our panelists. They're experts in not only in the generic molecule space, but also in the other spaces which we are looking for, because the growth curve, we have coming to a plateau stage in terms of the generics and small molecules, but we have to look beyond that curve, and which will be definitely the complex generics, biosimilars, and other things and all. And as I could see that India, we are no longer just a manufacturing for the world. We are shaping global healthcare outcomes. And as we all know that we provide around 20% of world's generic medicines by volume and more than 60 to 70% of global vaccines. As we all boast every time that United States, we have 40% of generic demand is met by Indian expertise and generics. And we have seen that in the last decade of their almost like 1.3 trillion savings in their generic medicines, and the same is expected in the next 5-6 years also. Dear friends, let me tell you that formulations and biologicals still account the major line share of 79% of export basket, showing that we are moving up the value chain every single year. At the cost of repetition, I think we can say that India, we are again the third global in pharmaceutical production by volume, with export reaching almost like 190 destinations. And some of those very specific things which I could mention, that the United States accounts for 34% of our exports, followed by Europe 19%. It means that most of our exports are going to the world's highest regulated markets in terms of both volumes, in terms of the value also. This is what is actually, of course, though this part of my job is more of a commerce part, let me tell you that because we are complying the global standards, we are reaching that kind of a marketing growth. And these gains, let me tell you, stem from our advocacy, policy recommendations, and continuous engagement with global markets through DSMs across regions, participation in international exhibitions, and conducting our own flagship programs like IFEX and global regulatory conclaves. Dear friends, our achievements are a testament to the strength of our India's pharmaceutical ecosystem. At the same time, they also present an opportunity and a responsibility for us to further scale up our efforts. The industry, as rightly mentioned the last panelist also, they have expressed a readiness to target double-digit export growth in the coming years. But the government continues to focus on enabling policies and frameworks to support these ambitions. I've heard from the panelists, and I also echo from their insights and all the way the government has already advocated for these policies in terms of the biologicals as well as in other sectors. And efforts are being made to navigate through global headwinds, disruptions, including the present West Asia conflict, which threaten greater losses through freight hikes and robust route blockages, particularly Tijuana and the GCC region. Dear friends, at home we are continuously tackling and addressing regulatory hurdles, MSME scaling, infra gaps with immense support and guidance from the Department of Commerce, Department of Pharma, and other interministerial sectors like Ministry of Health. Yet our strategies, which include fostering compliances, regulatory harmonization, and very particularly AI-driven transformation, have sustained momentum against non-tariff barriers and pricing squeezes. Our focus on quality generics, transitioning to complex therapies, has positioned us as one of the largest producer by volume. But we are not getting satisfied with this one, let me tell you. And these efforts ensure that the self-relevance, aligning with the global leadership and vision of the nation and our Honorable Prime Minister, Viksit Bharat, by 2047, and achieving a target of 450 billion USD pharmaceutical sector in this country definitely looks ambitious from my side and my way. But I think certainly the industry leaders and captains over here certainly agree with me that this is also achievable in the coming years. We celebrate this 30 billion plus kind of a things for the futures and the sector for export, but we have set a roadmap for 60 billion to 65 billions in our export for the next 5 years, that is by 2030. This cannot be just like that, can be achieved by relying on the status quo. Our strategy for this growth should rest on other things also. We as a PharmExcel, we look at for the policy prioritization, market diversification beyond traditional geographies, FDA attraction and regulatory efficiency, while recommending for incentives for R&D in innovative therapies, process innovation, contribution of hand-holding through the schemes irrespective of value, volume of business turnout, trade agreement acceleration through special pharma annexa, and digital trade facilitation to achieve the target of 65 billion, which we have kept it for 2030. As we have mentioned, market diversification, as you all know that our exports, 1/3 of which goes to the NAFTA region and that around 19 to 20% to the Europe. We are aggressively expanding our footprint to Africa, Latin American, Asian and CIS countries. We are opening doors where demand is rising and where Indian quality can make the biggest difference. As we all know that the captains are here, the Indian pharmaceutical sector, its USP is the quality, affordability, and scalability. And if I may permit to add, we are also the accountable also and adaptable also. These are some of our USP, which is definitely making a dent in other markets. As a trade facilitation, PharmExcel is working tirelessly through trade missions, buyer-sellers meets, and high-level regulatory dialogues to ensure that the Make in India and Made in India products face fewer barriers. The FDA and policy, we are advocating for policy prioritization and increased FDA inflows to build the infrastructure needed for the 65 billion leap. In terms of quality, compliance, and regulatory readiness, I come from a background of drug and control administration, and of course I can vouch for some of those quality attributes which I have already with the industry, but there are certain challenges also. And in that sense, I want to speak directly to the R&D and quality heads in this room that we must recognize that quality is our primary export. in our primary export. And without trust, let me tell you, there is no trade. And I have been telling the world, saying that we have been tried for quite some time, we have been tested, and we are trusted over a period of time, almost like 6 to 7 decades. We can't lose this position from here onwards. In that sense, we also say that to the world that we can afford a trade deficit, but not a trust deficit. In that sense, I think probably our industry and also we all should look into that, the kind of equality concerns we have, the quality, what you call the, in terms of what we call is as a the culture, which is very much important in the eyes of the global pharma and the global standards. And our industry credibility is built on our ability to meet and also exceed the global standards, whether it is US FDA, EMA, and WHO PQ readiness. And as an organization, as a council, we are not just a promotion body. We are partners in our compliance journey. We are working closely with the industry to address regulatory observations, improve GMP standards, and instill a culture of QBD. The message is very simple. Regulatory compliance is not a cost center. It is the ultimate foundation of your market access and global growth and the trust reposed on you. Dear friends, of course, we have talked a lot about the supply chain issues and all, and the critical need of how is to emphasize both domestic and international supply chains for geopolitical validity. These are not just technical challenges, they are strategic imperatives. We recognize the vulnerability caused by our dependence on external sources for key starting materials. And as you all know that the government's PLI scheme for bulk drugs and the development of bulk drug parks are turning the tide. And Hyderabad in particular is central to this strategy for national and global resilience. And we are advocating not only for the molecules, but also the key starting materials and also the present one, which we are facing the challenges in terms of the solvents and other things because of the supply chain roadblocks. The innovation shift, as we discussed, is the next wave of growth will not come from the simple generics alone. I told that the generics is coming to a plateau stage. So we have to look for beyond that one. And if that only will take us to the beyond that curve, definitely the complex generics, biosimilars, and peptides, which has the panelists which I have already mentioned, of course, before me. And the CDMO CRO ecosystem, this is, of course, where we have still to gain a lot and also improve a lot. And definitely, we are not in a serious competition to our neighbors like China. And of course, we have to really position ourselves as a preferred global partner for in this particular vertical. And PharmExcel is committed to facilitating the international partnerships, and that will drive this high-value export growth. Of course, there are some challenges which has already posed in terms of the tariffs, and I'm sure that the discussions and the deliberations being done between India and US, and of course, the FTAs, which have really will turn a change, because in the last 5 years, we have signed almost like 5 to 6 FTAs, which will be catering to the almost more than 80 trillion kind of a things, the markets and all. So that will really help us in terms of reaching so many international markets, countries and all, and that will help us and will catch up with those things and all. Before I part, let me tell you the government is doing its bit through PLI schemes, trade agreements, and regulatory reforms. And now we need the industry to set up the investment in different areas, as we all have already identified in terms of innovation, quality systems, and workforce developments. And our ultimate vision, as I mentioned, that in terms of the short term will be for 130 billion as a pharma industry, and the export engine we have discussed today will drive us through. Let us collaborate as manufacturers, regulators, and policymakers to ensure that India remains the most trusted name in the global medicine. I have some of other insights to mention before I leave. As the research we have as a pharmacy, PharmExcel, we conduct a lot of government industry interaction programs called Chintan Shivar. And I'm sure that industry will get benefit out of that, because these are the places where we will be interacting on the issues threadbare, and also on a lot of brainstorming on these issues. And definitely it will help us to formulate a policy, and also advocate such policies and all from the government side, so that the industry get benefited not only at the large scale but also the medium MSME also. Thank you so much for your time, for a patient hearing, and also I look forward to the industry leaders in the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we please have you seated? Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and your thoughts and the vision ahead for pharma and life sciences sector for India and Telangana. Now, I would like to call upon stage founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief of eHealth magazine, Dr. Ravi Gupta. For over 2 decades, he has been building platforms that connect ideas with impact across India, Asia, and the Middle East. Under his leadership, Elets Technomedia has become a bridge between the policy and practice, bringing together governments, institutions, and innovators to drive digital transformation across sectors. He believes that every transformation begins with a meaningful conversation, and today we're part of such defining conversation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ravi Gupta for his thank you note. A huge round of applause.
I thank Raja Bhanuji, who is the Director General of Pharma Excel, for joining here. We are all aware that Pharma Excel is an important organization, and they are sincerely working very hard for building up the export sector of the pharma in India. And under their leadership in last 20 years, they have organized this pharma exports segment and helped attract buyers for our pharma companies. And they have expanded the business of the pharma export companies, and they are proactively organizing buyer-seller meetings between the exporters and the importers who are outside. And it's a real honor for us to have the Director General himself present here. And I would like to suggest on this platform that next year's event is already announced for March 2027 in Hightex itself. And we at India Pharma Expo would be happy to work under your guidance, sir, and to help strengthen the export ecosystem, and have a special sessions around pharma exports under your leadership and guidance, so that we are able to honor the top pharma exporters, and also find those smaller companies, SMEs, who are looking at pharma exports. So in next year, it would be happy to have a export pavilion, export specific track, and invite other embassies and have some dialogues. So that's a suggestion which I have, and we are highly interested to work under the guidance of Pharma Excel to make the export sector of pharma bigger and better. So with this, I thank you, sir, for joining us here.
Yeah, thank you, Raviji. I think your suggestion is well taken, and I'm certainly, I think probably I have already seen That's a proactiveness in the next year also you have already announced. Yeah, we can have a sort of a track in terms of export facilitation aspects and all. And I think if it is not out of the place, but I can just also have to mention to this August audience is that we have extensively been traveling to various countries and all. But in fact, with respect to generics kind of a things, I think the countries are, they say that they're already building their capability, especially after COVID. So I can see a sort of challenge even in the exports of the generic market, in the generic space and all, unless they are, I mean, they're very looking forward for localization most of the time. The countries and all, they're looking for localizations of the market, manufacturing and all. And definitely some of the markets can be lucrative, and though the volume is less, but from there onwards, wherever you can establish that one or have a joint venture or some sort of a technology transfer kind of a things, from there you can expand your market to other regions also. This is one strategy which we are actually looking at also, and also advocating some of our, if we are not there, somebody else will be there. That kind of a scenario is being developed. But still, the next part of it is that if we can develop our capacity and our capabilities to a level in terms of other things like complex generics, biosimilars and other things. And certainly they will be looking forward for us, and those markets are still will be with us. And that is where I think probably we can make a difference. Sure. So these two things, I think we have to bear it in mind in terms of step in much before somebody else joins there and expand your market. Maybe, I think maybe, I know that in terms of establishing a unit here and establishing unit there, definitely we'll have a lot of challenges, because within our country itself, having a unit here and having an expansion and another part of it and managing both itself has become a challenge. And now you are going to another country. So certainly you need a good partner. You need the invisible thing which runs the business is the finances. All these things are kept in mind. The return on investment kind of a things. I'm sure these things will be definitely the industry will take care of. But only thing is this is an industry which is not just for next 5 years or 10 years. As long as the disease is there, the drug has to be there. So in terms of the disease profile mapping everywhere, if you can put your heart and soul in that kind of a statistics which you can collect, because now the information is very important, and you know that, and the kind of molecules which you want to really manufacture, and also that. These are some of those insights which I got it from my extensive travel or different parts of it. So these things should be bear in mind, because export market only from India, selling it from only from our place will be having a lot of impediments, because they are also getting the expertise from the other sources also, and even from our sources, and they are also establishing their units and all those things. Only these are the things which we have to keep it in mind. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, sir. So with this, I think this expert remark, I think your remarks are highly encouraging, and I think the Indian pharma industry has to expand outside India also and establish in new countries, right? So, yes. So with this, thank you, sir, for joining us, and thanks to our esteemed audience for your presence. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Dr. Ravi Gupta and Shri R. Rajabhanuji. Requesting Dr. Ravi Gupta to kindly present the token of gratitude and a little thank you memento to Shri K. Rajabhanu, Director General for Pharmaxil. A huge round of applause. So we thank you for your time and your wisdom, and for gracing us with your presence at this event. A huge round of applause. Can we have the energy in the house, please? Thank you so much, sir, for your presence and your wisdom with us. We are so honored to have you. With that, we move on to our next session, which is a one-on-one fireside session called the Convergence, where pharma meets the patient. I'm sure you're very excited for this discussion. I would like to call upon stage Neha Kapoor, Global Pharmacovigilance Lead from Appella. Do we have Neha ma'am with us? Ma'am, please join us. I'd like to also call upon stage Dr. Venkata Sridhar Manda, who is the Chief Scientific Officer for Apollo Research Organization. Sir, please join us on the stage for a one-on-one convergence. A huge round of applause.
So thank you so much, Elets, and good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being there till now, and I know this is the last session. We are trying to keep it interesting and insightful at the same time. So before we set up the context on this fireside chat, I would like to briefly introduce myself. I'm Neha Kapoor, and I come from Appella, and I'm leading medical safety team there as a global pharmacovigilance lead. Along with that, I come with the experience of approximately 15 years in the industry, and I'm a proud daughter to a naval officer with a gallantry award winner. So with that, since yesterday, you all must be hearing different perspectives from different experts, and especially from hospitals, diagnostics, and pharma industries. So in this fireside chat, let's do a convergence of insights for an effective collaboration between hospitals, diagnostics, and pharma. So let me now hand it over to Dr. Shashi. Dr. Shashi, over to you.
Thank you, Neha. Also, let me give you a brief overview of myself. I'm Dr. Shashidhar. I take care of the research activities in Apollo Research Foundation. And also at the same time, I also have my own startup, which develops non-invasive diagnostics for neurodegenerative diseases using exosomal platform, the new platform which has significant capabilities in diagnostics, drug delivery systems, drugs, and other aspects. So in this final session, in the final convergence session that we are currently having, we are trying to understand how pharma meets hospitals, that is the end thing, and what are the different routes in which the drugs are used by the patients, and what is the role of the diagnostics in the process, what the different types of diagnostics that are there, and what is the life cycle pathway of these diagnostics into the hospital, how do the patients experience them, what are the current integration problems, and what are the issues hospitals generally have with the drugs in terms of the patient adoption of the drugs, and also at the same time how things can be made much better in terms of adopting the drugs and the right drug reaching the right patient at the right time, which is the most important aspect, and try to see if we can gain some insight from converting the proactive to a reactive process for the for the drugs to the patients. So so the first aspects, let me just brief you how hospitals, the diagnostics, and the pharma interact under the lens of an hospital, basically. So basically, hospitals, as you can say in India, majority of the hospitals are in the private sector, what I mean to say is the patients that are looked upon is by the hospital in the private sector, and they are very much fragmented. Basically, that is the basic aspect here. And when we come to the numbers there, so it's basically 100 to 130 billion that is currently there. And when you come to the diagnostics, you have anywhere between some 1.5 to 1.6 trillion. That is the diagnostics thing. And the diagnostics business is much more fragmented than the hospitals actually. And most of the diagnostics business is with the private entities rather than the government entities also. And I request Neha in order to explain how pharma companies look hospitals and diagnostics for the data purposes and other aspects.
So I absolutely agree, Dr. Shashi, on all the aspects that you have mentioned, and thank you for setting up the context as well. At the same time, from pharma perspective, we often engage in patient journey at very specific points, but not across the continuum. So with that, the opportunity is not only collaboration, but also coordinated decision making, I would say. So if all the three pillars, hospital, diagnostics, pharma, agree that collaboration is a critical thing, a pivotal role playing part, so then why true integration is still missing and is still not in place? So what are your thoughts on that, Dr. Shashi?
So integration, thank you, Neha. And that's a very interesting perspective and a question that needs to be answered. So we have to understand all the different players, the hospitals, the diagnostics, the pharma company, each one has its own priority. So they do what is best for their role individually. So the patient is a part of the entire care continuum, which ultimately touch base with pharma, the diagnostics, and the pharma company. So the incentive there for all the individual players in order to integrate the entire aspects of the patient taking the diagnostics, coming to a hospital, taking the diagnostic, and then further using the drugs that are developed by the pharma. So you can see that there are continuous aspects that are individually developed by different industries, but for a patient, these are in what you call, these are a continuum, but he never bothers to understand the dynamics that is placed behind that is there. And the second aspect is there is so much of data that is generated through the whole process here, in terms of the biomarkers data, in terms of the clinical care data, in terms of the patient related data here. So this data is so much in silos actually, and also fragmented basically. So if this data has to be converted into what you can call meaningful insights. So these meaningful insights would make more importance to both the hospitals and also the pharma company in order to make better drugs and targeted drugs that would be useful for the patients. And the third thing what I would put is there is no shared account, like the shared accountability here with the three players should be more proactive than the individual accountability that is currently lying with the players that is there. I think this is the problem with the integration, and probably things can be made much better with this integration aspect. So what I can see is what I would like to understand is how pharma can better itself more than a therapy provider. How can it evolve into a better role in order to contribute towards the end patient role.
So thank you, Dr. Shashi, for providing that insight. But at the same time, before I answer to that question, I certainly believe that hospitals and diagnostics sorry, often misinterpret that pharma plays a role only as a therapy provider. It is radical. It is rapidly evolving. I'm so sorry. Sorry for the interruption and bad throat. Please excuse me for that. All right. So as I was telling that pharma is often misinterpreted as just a therapy provider, but it is rapidly evolving towards as an outcome partner. Why I tell you in 3 quick points. First, pharma contributes to evidence generation. I hope you all agree to it. At the same time, pharma supports treatment pathway. And lastly, pharma enables long-term tracking outcome. I can give you one example from oncology therapeutic area. The value is not just drug. It is the entire ecosystem that is built around it, around the therapy in specific. So with that said, I hope I have covered the question and as well as I have provided my perspective from the pharma side. Dr. Shashi, back to you.
So, thank you, Neha. In order to, like, it's a nice perspective to understand how pharma looks at it, and you brought out evolving role of the pharma more better than a therapy provider. So, when we are talking about the patient, so improving patient outcomes is a is the most important aspect of both the hospitals and also the diagnostic industry and also the pharma industry. So the biggest impact comes in 3 areas, and let me tell you an anecdote like from my own experience. uh, we have developed diagnostics for non-invasive diagnosis of Alzheimer's. So currently, you know that Alzheimer disease is generally measured at the fag end of the clinical dementia spectrum. What I mean to say is, you get to know about Alzheimer's only around 55 to 60 years, but the actual disease starts almost at 40 years, 40 to 45 years. The technology that is needed in order to identify the disease early is not currently is not available here. So with the technology platform what we have developed, we are able to identify the disease not only early, and we are able to give different option to the patients to identify the disease early, then give access to the patient of the various clinical trials that are being currently subjected by the pharma industry, and also give an option for real-time monitoring of the things. So basically that is the biggest impact how patient outcomes is being done by the diagnostic industry, and also this is being included in the hospitals currently, which are trying to impart the early diagnosis, the better treatment selection, and the what you call the continuous monitoring part. So when we move from the patient outcomes, I'll try to understand the next aspect of the patient outcome, how collaborations can make the most important discussions influencing outcomes between the hospital and the pharma company. So I want to know your perspective there.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful question. And I would 100% highlight few specific points here where, collaboration makes a huge difference, I would say. Firstly, it enables precision medicine. You all must be hearing about precision medicine in all the sessions that you have heard so far. So what is precision medicine? Proper, a specific drug to a specific patient for a specific diagnosis. That's the precision medicine we are talking about here. At the same time, identifying responder versus non-responder. In the previous sessions, it has been mentioned that there is a resistance towards antibiotics, right? And lastly, we are talking about here on the tracking outcome over a long period of time. It's not just, for a short term period. So therefore, in nutshell, I would like to emphasize, especially on the fact that without collaboration, there cannot be effective precision medicine. Effective implementation, I would say, to be very specific. Effective implementation to the precision medicine. In line to the same, Dr. Shashi, you mentioned about continuous monitoring. So, how do hospitals and diagnostics enable that shift from reactive to proactive care?
Sure, Neha. So, so basically, you have to understand that the current system of treating the patients is basically episodic. Means that only when the symptoms come, then only the patients generally come to the hospital system environment. There is no, the majority of the treatment in India, at least, is basically episodic. So it only happens when symptoms come to the patients. Now, when you bring about the concept of continuous monitoring, there are many tools that are being currently developed, and some of the tools that are there in for the continuous monitoring are exosomes, cell-free DNA, CTCs, microRNA, and the different protein panels that are developed, protein and the RNA panels that are being developed from all these things. So what is happening? What is the difference that has been happening now currently, which is making this continuous monitoring more feasible, is that these form a very clean area of diagnostics that are called the liquid biopsies, basically. So these liquid biopsies enable diagnosis to the individuals, to the patients, through the biological fluids. Through the biological fluids, the basically the blood, saliva, urine. So there is no need of actually the tissue for the thing. So there is an opportunity for the patients to get subjected to the liquid biopsies, and the more chronic diseases like the neurodegenerative diseases, and the other chronic diseases, you need a continuous monitoring. You need to know what is happening to these symptoms inside the body, because they have a lot of incubation period inside the body. So with these new techniques that are there, this continuous monitoring is being is feasible, and this is this is resulting in benefit to the patient community and also to the pharma company, because this is has resulted in developing of many companion diagnostics, because now many of the drugs that you are being manufacturing, these companion diagnostics are helpful in order to reach the correct person and at the correct dose and also at the correct time. So, so with this, I think we'll try to understand what is happening with the real world conditions, the real world challenges that is currently there, both at the hospital and the diagnostics, and how you look at the real world experience, because ultimately after you develop a drug, you need real world information about the drug. What do you expect from the hospital and the diagnostic industry to take it forward?
So, before I again answer to your question, very accurately put across, Dr. Shashi, From pharma perspective, the hospitals and diagnostics, they generate huge volume of clinical data. I completely agree with you that there are a lot of challenges that, there is a fragmented approach, there is a different types of formats, and what all not. And especially these generators, these datas are being generated in silos. So at the same time, how we are making, from pharma perspective, how we are making it a usable data, and what in pharma terms real world evidence or usable data mean. Data which is complete and consistent, first of all. Data which is having clinical context to it, the entire clinical chronology of the patient treatment. And at the same time, again, the longitudinal tracking that can be done for the same. So if we say that there is a single lab value in the data, it is not enough. For a comprehensive analysis, we need baseline lab values, we need treatment, we need response, and we need the outcome. That's actually the full journey is what that makes the data actionable. So with that, I again pass it on to you, Dr. Shashi.
So I completely agree that the data what we have is very huge, and hospitals generate large amounts of data, and this data is useful, but unless and until, as you said, it is right that we generate actionable insights from the data, it cannot be used by the pharma industry, and also better drugs cannot be created from the data that is being generated. But again, we have to understand this data has to be linked, it has to be standardized, it has to be validated, it has to be connected. Unless and until we connect the patient data to the symptoms and to the clinical variables and then to the pharma related treatment results, so this data is not completely useful. But at the end of the day, hospitals have their own priority, the diagnostics industry has their own priority, the pharma industry has their own priority. So who would actually take the, or correctly what I may say is, who would actually bell the cat and optimize the data into actionable insights? What do you think is a middle path for both the hospitals and also the pharma industry in order to make this data into an actionable insight?
I totally agree that it is not a responsibility or accountability of a single stakeholder. It requires multiple stakeholder, where how we can have this in place. Again, I'll quote this with some few pointers. We need to have shared governances. We need to have some common standards. We need to have a mutually agreed frameworks. So this would definitely help first time quality, and also overall the data may be large, but it is not reliable. So at the same time, Dr. Shashi, what kind of governance are essential for these frameworks?
So what type of basically as you have, as you would understand that the data that is generated through the whole process, it is linked up to the hospital based thing. So there is the HIPAA regulations, there is the DPDP Act, and so there needs to be a common interface. Probably the role of the government is also requested here in order to create a fail-safe audit trails and fail-safe checkpoints in order to bridge the data what we have in an anonymized fashion, only leading to clinical insights, and that would be useful to all the stakeholders in the whole story. So data sharing is easy, but this can be made only after trusted and actionable insights that are currently there. We can make use of the advances in the AI and the advances in the DPDP Act that is there, and which would help in developing better drugs for better at better times with better dosages. So what I would summarize until now is we have the hospitals, we have the diagnostics, we have the pharma. There are advances in terms of the innovations that is currently happening in order to make better diagnostics, better precision diagnostic, better precision medicine. And there is huge amount of data that is currently there with the hospitals. And this data can be churned out in order to make actionable insights. How do you think from this a better model can be framed for the pharma industry to take this further? And this can be something called as a future framing for the pharma industry to make better drugs.
Thank you, Dr. Shashi. And I second you on making sure that we definitely have frameworks promoting quality at source. And at the same time, we have auditability and lastly, the traceability. So as you just mentioned that what pharma needs to fully participate in this integrated care. In my opinion, pharma would definitely need a structured data pipeline where we have similar formats in which the data is being received, not in the scanned PDFs, Excel, in different fragmented approached manner. So, and the second one is better stratification of the patients. We can't give the same therapy for the same disease to a group of patients without analyzing the fact there are comorbidities or underlying conditions existing. At the same time, the third thing that we need to consider is early identification of the risks. And lastly, continuous evidence generation. So with that said, all these parameters would definitely and ultimately lead to an early intervention in patient management. So Dr. Shashi, following to this, I would like to ask you one question here. How does this truly integrated care model looks into practice?
So I would have an answer from your explanation itself. So hospitals ultimately would be the center of care and the data and act as the data hubs. The diagnostics can be the signal generators, and pharma can be the therapy and the outcome partners. So this closely knit integrated model would help in order to have a better 360-degree angle for the pharma for the patients, and this could result in a better coordination where a correct drug, correct dose, correct time, the patient gets benefited. At the same time, there is actionable insights from the data that is generated through the whole process, and probably all the stakeholders would benefit from the integrated model which is being suggested here.
Exactly, Dr. Shashi, and that's where governance frameworks, clinician awareness, and patient trust comes into play. So with that said, if you had to pick one change to make integrated healthcare real, what would that be?
So if I have to pick one, it's moving from a product-centric approach to actually a patient-centric approach. I think that would help in reaching our goals.
Absolutely. This is the shared goal that moving from product-centric to patient-centric engagement is something that all the three industries, hospital, diagnostics, and pharma, need to approach towards. So thank you, Dr. Shashi, for all your valuable insights and thoughtful, interesting, insights. It was my pleasure sharing this stage with you. Any closing remarks from your end?
Sure, I would, before closing, I would just ask if the audience have any questions regarding the integration, any questions regarding the hospital related aspects, any diagnostics.
Is there any question from the audience? Yeah.
Okay, so
Dr. Sashi and Neha, I think I was listening to your fireside chat and it is really interesting. The question which I wanted to ask both of you is that what is the analytical model do we have at present when it comes to data? It can be either on the governance part, because today, with my previous experience, I just want to give an example. I in GSK, when I was working previously, we were exploring a model to see how the point of sale of paracetamol happens, and then historically over the last 3 years, and then predict which areas or which point might be getting a fever because the paracetamol is getting used in this area. That's a very interesting thing. Also, we are also looking about how much of TSH tests have been done and how much has been written by gynecologists, because there was a TSH test which we did done in the pregnancy thing. So with this kind of example, because it was really interesting and I was working on all these things before, I was trying to understand from you, what is the analytical model that we have? Is it only outsourced to third party like, big data analytics, THB and other models? Or does academics or either the pharma has the intrinsic data analytics model that we usually follow? What is the future look like with this?
So, let me try to answer what is actually done at our institution currently. So, most of the times, in terms of the hospitals, huge amount of data is generated from the tests. And you have two different sets of patients, an inpatients and the outpatients. So generally the data from the outpatients is generally lost because there is no actionable thing and there's no follow-up that generally happens. But in terms of the inpatients, because the patients stay for some time in the hospital, there is an opportunity that the different data points are connected. Actually, for the different data points are actually connected to see if there is some meaningful insights that can be made from the data that is there, and associations, correlations, and refinements, trying to make publications. And if the publication results are there, that will actually move to initial small grant, and that will be finally associated with, if that is true in different diseases. So that is the general approach what happens at our place.
So is there a team which does this in the academic, in the medical college or anything?
So basically we have three different teams actually. So we have the medical college, which does the clinical part and generally restrict themselves to the general
Academic
papers
research
that come out of the things, like a thing. And we have an AI team which develop the models, and we develop APIs from this data. And the third team is us, which actually try to make use of this data and try to see if there is a need for translational research to take this further, develop a LDT further, or try to see if there is scope for making it into an IVD down the lane. So there are different approaches basing upon the importance of the research, the outcome that has been generated, whether we need to make more efforts in to take that forward.
Thank you.
So from pharma perspective, I'll keep it short and crisp. There are experts who are well versed and well trained on the analytics and disproportionalities, along with that confidence intervals. So they do elaborative study on that, and they definitely provide the reports, and it is done that way. So having said that, last a simple closing remark from my end. A true integration begins when all the stakeholders become accountable for patient safety. So thank you, Elets.
Thank you so much. With that, I would like to thank our speakers for the convergence for this incredible topic where pharma meets the patient. I hope the audience also enjoyed it. I would like to request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief of eHealth magazine, to kindly come up on stage to present the token of gratitude to our speakers. To Ms. Neha Kapoor, who's the Global Pharmacovigilance Lead for Opella. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time and your expertise and the wisdom that you imparted with us. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause. To Dr. Venkata Sasidhar Manda, Chief Scientific Officer for Apollo Research Foundation. Can we have a group panel picture, please? Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Sasidhar, for your time. We have a very special announcement. Our chief guest is on the way. He will be joining us very shortly. So requesting everybody outside to please join us back. Also, we have announced the next issue for the India Pharma Expo that will be held here at the same location and next year. So requesting you all to share your interest on the eHealth website or India Pharma Expo website regarding exhibitions, sponsorships, speakership opportunities, delegate inquiries, or attendance. So it will be in March in 2027 at the same venue. We will be having more brands, we will be having more speakers, we will be having more attendees, and we will be having more insightful topics all around pharma and life sciences and the entirety of healthcare as well. So feel free to send your interests. Requesting everybody outside to please join us back. We would be joined by our chief guest very soon. He's on the way. So requesting you all to please be seated and stay at your places so that we do not have much movement when he arrives. Video. Pharma video. Requesting everybody to please join us, be settled. We are waiting for our chief guest who is already here. He will be joining us very shortly. And then we will also be starting with the Nextgen Pharma Awards ceremony, which I can see most of you are looking forward to it. Requesting everybody outside to please join us. We're waiting for our chief guest, Shri C. Damodar Raja Narsimhaji, Honorable Minister for Department of Health, Medical and Family Welfare of Telangana. He is on his way, joining us very shortly for the award ceremony. Requesting everybody who are here for the awards, please be settled, join us. Please try to come in front and be seated so that you have good view and good access to the stage. Also, India Pharma Expo has announced its next chapter, which will be here in next year in 2027. Same venue, same place, much bigger, grander ideas, more awards, more brands, and more speakers. Definitely more insightful topics and discussions. So for whoever is interested in whether it may be for awards, for sponsorships, for delegate passes, for attendee passes, for speaking opportunities, or for sharing your ideas and thoughts with us, please drop your suggestions and your feedback on the social medias of India Pharma Expo. We are available on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube, as well as on LinkedIn. So you can search India Pharma Expo on all social medias and interact with us, share your thoughts, expression of interest. You can also find us on eHealth magazine website of Elets Technomedia. With that, I hope you are all excited for the Nextgen Pharma Awards Summit, and I hope most of you are winning it. We appreciate all the innovations and efforts being taken in healthcare, in pharma, and eHealth has been appreciating innovations and collaborations in healthcare and pharma since 2005. So thank you all very much for joining us. As soon as we have our minister here, our chief guest, we would be starting with the award ceremony in just few minutes. Meanwhile, please have a look at the Elets video and the event video. Requesting everybody to kindly settle down. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister, is already here. He's coming to the summit. Requesting everybody to please settle down as we await his presence. India Pharma Expo and Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards is also scheduled by for the next year. We have announced our next edition, which will happen in 2027 at the same venue, but bigger impact. So all of you who are interested in any kind of interactions or opportunities, feel free to reach out to India Pharma Expo website. We have 2 halls of exhibitions here for 3 days. Yesterday was day 1. This is day 2, where we have the Nextgen Pharma Awards as well. And tomorrow also we have a day-long activity full of interaction, communication, and knowledge sharing. So please join us for tomorrow's day-long activities as well. We have in hall 1 and hall 3, which is this hall, we have a representation about 300 plus brands. So please feel free to interact with them, to network, and also network and interact with our esteemed speakers for the entire day. We thank our partners, our silver partner, Datweiler, our bronze sponsor, Wyzen Life Sciences, our knowledge partner, Rapid Ion, our outreach partner, FTCCI, and our supporting partners, Aspure, Bharat Rubber Works, SFC Cold Chain Logistics Private Limited, Bry Air, Herber, Bajaj Formulations, Captivis, Jagdamba Enterprise, IHM, and BDMAI for your support. For you're not just partners, you are co-creators of India's pharma and life sciences vision moving ahead. join us. Get settled. We have some spaces over here and here. Please feel free to take your seats, get settled. And we are starting with our award ceremony in about 2 minutes. Requesting everybody to please settle down on around the gate to please join and settle down. Welcoming Honorable Minister, our chief guest, Shri C. Damodar Raja Narasimhaji, our Honorable Minister for Department of Health, Medical and Family Welfare from Government of Telangana. A huge round of applause. Sir, we welcome you. Please join us on the stage. Requesting Dr. Ravi Gupta, our founder and CEO of Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief of eHealth magazine, to also join us with Sir on stage. Sir, we are honored to have your presence with us, Honorable Minister for Health, Medical and Family Welfare and Science and Technology, Government of Telangana. Sir is a seasoned legislator and former Deputy CM of undivided Andhra Pradesh as well. Sir has long been a champion for strengthening public health infrastructure and fostering medical innovation. With a focus on accessibility and quality, he is currently spearheading initiatives to solidify Telangana's position as a global hub for pharmaceuticals and healthcare. We are honored to have you, sir, and your gracing your presence at the Nextgen Pharma Summit and Awards today at the India Pharma Expo 2026 to enlighten us further with your vision and for the future of healthcare and the pharmaceutical industry. I now humbly request our guest, Shri C. Damodar Raja Narsimhaji, our Honorable Minister, to please join us and share his words of wisdom and enlightenment. We will be launching our special issue of eHealth magazine with Sir's presence, requesting the following dignitaries to please join us on stage. Mr. Anubhav Dwivedi, Vertical Head for Healthcare and Pharma from Elets Technomedia, please join us on stage for the magazine launch. I would also like to request Mr. Gaurav Tite, KAM for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh from Datweiler, to please join us on stage for the magazine launch. Nakshatra Bajaj from Bajaj Formulations to please join us on stage. Sairam Ambati, CEO of Wizen Sciences, to please join us. Mr. Shailesh Venkade, MD of Rapid Ion, to also please join us. Mr. K. Ravindra Prasad from Herbert to please join us. Mr. Arpit Agrawal from IHM Valves Private Limited to also join us. Mr. Anil Inamdar, Director for SFC Cold Chain Logistics Private Limited, to also please join us. Mr. Nishchay Reddy Devnuri, MD for Neural Industrial Automation Private Limited, to also please join us on stage. We will now be launching the special issue of eHealth magazine, the special pharma and life sciences focused issue in Sir's presence, in the presence of Honorable Minister of Health. The special issue is on the theme India's Next Gen Life Sciences Vision, $130 billion by 2030, which is an aim that the government of Telangana and the government of India is also moving ahead with. This is a special life sciences focused issue that we have launched. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much. You may please resume your places. Requesting our honor. Okay, done. We will now be starting in the honorable presence of our minister, the award ceremony for Nextgen Pharma Awards. We are now starting with the Nextgen Pharma Awards, the evening that you all have been waiting for in the honorable presence of our minister. Let us start with the award ceremony. The first award is for the category of Nextgen Pharma Brand Strategy and Innovation, and the award goes to our Honorable Minister, sir. For Nextgen Pharma Brand Strategy Innovation, the award goes to Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, Honorable Secretary for Industry Pharmacy Division, India Pharmaceutical Association. A huge round of applause. We congratulate Dr. Y. Sridhar Reddy, Honorable Secretary for Industry Pharmacy Division, Indian Pharmaceutical Association. Our next award is for the category of leading campaign in respiratory care, and the award goes to none other than Cipla Limited for Act More Responsibly AMR Awareness Campaign. Can we have the team from Cipla Limited join us? Team from Cipla, do we have you with us? I believe we don't have it. Moving on, our next award is for the category Excellence in Diabetes Care, and the award goes to Zydus Healthcare Limited for Lipaglyn. Congratulations, Team Zydus Lipaglyn. Please join us on stage. Excellence in Diabetes Care. A huge round of applause. Next is the award for the category Excellence in Pharma Innovation, and the award goes to SecMed Farm Ventures Private Limited, Optimus Drugs Private Limited. Team SecMed Farm Ventures, please join us on stage. Congratulations. A huge round of applause. Next is the category for the award Best Nutraceutical for Bone and Joint Health, and the award goes to Gem Crown Pharma Limited, formerly Gem Cure Pharma Private Limited, for Cherry Cal Plus. Congratulations. Next is the award for excellence in manufacturing, and the award goes to Transasia Biomedicals Limited. Congratulations, Team Transasia Biomedicals. Do we have you with us? Yes, please join us very quickly. Can we please have Transasia team very quickly? A huge round of applause. Owing to the limitations in time, we will speed up the award ceremony a little bit. Next award is for the category Excellence in Smart Pharma IT Solutions, and the award goes to Daisy Intelligence for Mood Graph. Daisy, please join us, Team Daisy. Intelligence for Mood Graph. Excellence in Smart Pharma IT Solutions. Congratulations. Please join us on stage very quickly. Can we have a huge round of applause? Next is the category Excellence in Pharma Sustainability Initiative, and the award goes to Microlabs for Dolo 650 Plastic Neutral Initiative. Congratulations. Please join us on stage. Microlabs, Dolo 650 Plastic Neutral Initiative. Excellence in Pharma Sustainability Initiative. Our next category is Brand Excellence in Ophthalmology, and the award goes to Cipla Limited for Monoxip. Cipla, do we have Team Cipla with you? Please join us very quickly. Brand excellence in ophthalmology goes to Cipla Limited. Moxicip. Our next award is for the category Excellence in Diabetes Care, and the award goes to Zydus Healthcare Limited for Imiglin. Congratulations, Team Zydus. Once again, please join us. Excellence in Diabetes Care goes to Zydus Limited for Imiglin. Please join us on stage. Diabetes vertical of Zydus excelling. A huge round of applause. Our next category is Excellence in Respiratory Care, and the award goes to Glenmark for Airs FB Smart Tools NEP Smart GFB. Please join us on stage very quickly. Our next category is Excellence in Clinical Trial Operations, and the award goes to DHSPL. Congratulations, Team DHSPL. Please join us on stage. Please come up. Team DHSPL, please join us on stage. Congratulations. Our next category is Excellence in Oncology and Clinical Trial Solutions, and the award goes to Ceylon Labs Private Limited. Congratulations. Excellence in Oncology and Critical Care Solutions goes to Ceylon Labs Private Limited. Please, can we have the team up quickly? Our next category is Excellence in Digital Transformation, and the award goes to Dreamsoft for You Private Limited. Congratulations, Team Dreamsoft for You. Please join us on stage. Dreamsoft for You Private Limited for Excellence in Digital Transformation. Next category is Emerging Pharma Leader, which goes to Mr. Shailendra Bijapuri, Director of Sky Life Science Solutions. Congratulations, Mr. Shailendra. Do we have you with us? Yes. Award for Emerging Pharma Leader, Mr. Shailendra Bijapuri, Director, Sky Life Science Solutions. Next is the category for Excellence in Clinical Research Services, and the award goes to ProRelax Research. Congratulations, Team ProRelax. Please join us on stage. Careful. Excellence in Clinical Research Services, ProRelax Research. Congratulations. Our next category is Leading Pharma Startup, for which we would like to invite Sattvam Life Sciences Private Limited. Congratulations. Please join us on stage. Sattvam Life Sciences Private Limited. Our next category is Excellence is in AI-powered technology enabler, for which we'd like to award Privy. Can we have Team Privy up on stage, please? Excellence in AI-powered technology enabler. Team Privy, please join us on stage. Excellence in AI-powered technology enabler. Our next category is Excellence in Dermatology, and the award goes to none other than Zydus Healthcare Limited for CLOPS. Congratulations, Team Zydus, third award for the evening. You guys are definitely doing something incredible. Please join us on stage very quickly. Excellence in Dermatology goes to Zydus Healthcare Limited for cloth. Next category is AI and data-driven innovation in pharma, which goes to CEOSAP Infotech for CEO Pro. Can we have team from CEOSAP here with us? Please join us on stage. Congratulations for AI and data-driven innovation in pharma. Congratulations. Next category is Excellence in Women's Health Nutraceutical, which goes to Gem Crown Pharma Limited, formerly known as Gem Cure Pharma Private Limited, for FIFO Gems Plus. Congratulations. Gem Crown Pharma Private Limited, please join us on stage again. Congratulations for yet another award for FIFO's Gems Plus. Next category is Excellence in Rural Healthcare Excellence, which goes to Vistara from Dr. Reddy's Labs. Congratulations. Dr. Reddy's, please join us on stage for your award for Vistara. Do we have Dr. Reddy's team with us? Here. Next is the award for Excellence in Rural Healthcare Excellence for Vistara. Next award is for Best HR Consulting Partner, Pharma Industry, which goes to Verge Consulting LLP, VERCH Consulting LLP. Team, please join us on stage. Please come up. Next is the award for Excellence in Pharma Technology and Innovation, which goes to Microlabs for Dolo 650 Dispersa Technology. Congratulations, Microlabs. Congratulations. Next is the award for Emerging Pharma Marketing Leader, and the award goes to MD Ilyas, Senior Manager, Rumi Care OTC from Natural Remedies. Do we have Mr. Ilyas with us? Yes, please join us on stage. Congratulations for the award Emerging Pharma Marketing Leader. Next is the category for Excellence in Pharmaceutical Raw Material Supply, and the award goes to Medicon INC. Team Medicon, please join us on stage. Next is the award for Excellence in GMP Consultancy and Digital Transformation, and the award goes to PharmCrux Private Limited. Team PharmCrux, can we have you up on stage as well? Medicon INC, please join us on stage. Congratulations for Excellence in Pharmaceutical Raw Materials Supply. PharmCrux Private Limited, please join us on stage. For Excellence in GMP Consultancy and Digital Transformation, PharmCrux Private Limited. Next is the award for Best Nutraceutical for Bone and Joint Health, and the award goes to none other than Gem Crown Pharma Private Limited for Cherrycal Plus. Congratulations. Women's Health, and the award goes to Cipla Limited for Pink of Health Iron Deficiency Awareness Campaign. Can we have Cipla team up on stage? Thank you. Team Cipla, do we have you? Moving on. Next is the award for excellence in pediatric care, and the award goes to Zydus Healthcare Limited for NasoClear. Team Zydus, please join us on stage very quickly for your award, excellence in pediatric care for NasoClear. Next is the award for Best Pharma IT and Digital Transformation Solution, and the award goes to Daisy Intelligence for BrainFX. Congratulations, Daisy Intelligence for BrainFX, Best Pharma IT and Digital Transformation Solution. Next is the award for Innovation in Clinical Trial Systems, and the award goes to DHSPL again. Congratulations, team DHSPL. Second award for the evening. Next is the award for Best Multivitamin Wellness Supplement Brand, and the award goes to none other than Gem Crown Pharma Private Limited for Gemaxavit Gold. Gemaxavit. I love the name. Our last award for the evening is for the category Manufacturing and Operations Leadership Award for India, which goes to Mr. Muralidhar Reddy from Honor Labs Limited from Hetero Group. Mr. Muralidhar Reddy, do we have you with us? Leadership Award for Manufacturing and Operations Leadership in India goes to Mr. Muralidhar Reddy, Director of Operations and Whole-Time Director for Honor Labs Limited. Congratulations.
Take much of your time. So, Indian Pharma Expo 2026, Next Generation Pharma Summit Awards, organized by Elets Technomedia, Ravi Gupta ji. Dear friends, let me not go to the script which has been given to me. I'll just take 2 minutes of your time. The most happening place in the entire country is Telangana. As of the pharmacy is concerned, health sector is concerned, manufacturing is concerned, we have a vision. We encourage the pharmacy industry. One of the illustrious places with regard to pharmacy manufacturing is my own district. Not somewhere in the remote places in Telangana, but my own district is about, we call it Pasha Mailaram. The next is the Sultanpur. I just want to assure you all that we are there with you. my Chief Minister, Revanth Reddy Garu, has a vision. Encourage the industry. We are number one in the bulk drugs. As a pharmacy, formula drugs manufacturing is concerned, almost about 750 units are there. About 48,000 medicinal outlets are there. We have a huge infrastructure with regard to hospitals, medical colleges, nearly more than 40,000 beds. The government always takes the responsibility of the common man. At the same time, we encourage the industry, particularly with regard to the land allocation, the infra, the roads, subsidized power. They're all the policies of the government. We played a very vital role during the COVID period. And in future, this government is your government. We are there with you. We'll encourage you. We'll stand by you. Ultimately, you and we together should stand by the common man, because health is wealth. At any cost, common man should not suffer. Particularly, we are more concerned about out-of-pocket expenditure. And one of the wonderful schemes which was launched about, it was in the year 2006-2007, called Rajiv Arogyasri. No state in the country other launched it in those days. Today, we take the responsibility for about 1,835 procedures, revised rates. I'll give you an example of NIMS, how the NIMS functions. Every day, the average OP in NIMS is about 4,000. And we are coming up with 3 more institutions. TIMS, Telangana Institute of Medical Sciences, one is at Sanat Nagar, one is at Alwal, one is at LB Nagar. We are more concerned about NCD. And government is committed to the screening of NCD disease, preventive measures, curative measures. And the next is genetic disorders. So about 30-35% of the geographical area of Telangana is covered by the tribals, the forests. The genetic disorders like the thalassemia, sickle cell, hemophilia. We are going to launch the screening. At the same time, cancer screening with 4 regional cancer centers. We got a policy on trauma care. Center of Excellence with regard to cancer is MNJ. With regard to cardiology, we have identified TIMS Sanat Nagar. Nephrology, it is Alwal. Gastro, it is LB Nagar. So in this way, we have got a policy where ultimately the goal is no compromise on quality, no compromise on services. At the same time, the industry should be encouraged. But regulatory system should also be strengthened. Regulatory system should also be strengthened without any compromise anywhere. One of the oldest labs in the country is Telangana Drugs Lab, which we are trying to strengthen. Both the food lab and the drugs lab. So we look forward to your investment. Anything from the government side with regard to the infra, with regard to the land allocation, our policy is very clear. Yes, we are there with you. We'll encourage you, because even we will get the employment. The issue of employment to some extent will be resolved. At the same time, the growth, industrial growth, Telangana should be a very healthy state. It is a sign of prosperity. Today, this is a wonderful program which Ravi Gupta ji has organized. Their organization has organized. I congratulate him. I congratulate all the awardees today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your kind words of wisdom. We are so grateful to have you here with us for gracing our second day of India Pharma Expo. We are having a lot of discussions as well. We would like to thank you for your kind presence. Requesting Dr. Ravi Gupta.
We are honored to have the Honorable Minister with us. He has graced the occasion. He has visited like so many of the stall and shown keen interest in all the exhibition and the various agenda and the topics, and also he has given us the awards. We are blessed to have you here, sir. We are honored that you actually spared time to visit us, and you have encouraged all the exhibitors here. And we are all aware that Hyderabad is the pharma capital of the country, and it's an honor that we have the Honorable Health Minister of the Government of Telangana to bless us on this occasion. Thank you so much. And I invite our hard working team of Elets to join us to have a picture with the Honorable Minister on the stage. Please join.
Team Elets, please join us on stage very quickly, guys. On behalf of Elets Technomedia, we have that. Applause. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing your presence and your words of wisdom. It really encourages us and our team to go forward with many such initiatives with your support and your kindness. A huge round of applause, sir. Thank you so much for your presence, for gracing us for this day, and also encouraging the momentum of our awardees for Nextgen Pharma Awards. Thank you so much. To all our awardees, congratulations for winning the award tonight. We have day-long activities lined up for you tomorrow as well. Do follow us on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter for live updates on India Pharma Expo and Nextgen Pharma Summit Awards. You can follow us at India Pharma Expo on all our social media channels, and we have also announced our next edition, which will be in 2027, same place, with much bigger enthusiasm, much more brands, many speakers, and many insightful topics all around pharma, healthcare, and life sciences. Thank you so much for joining us. Please be with us tomorrow again from 10 a.m. onwards in the same summit area. Thank you so much. With that, we close off now. Thank you.
Ah.